Me? Oh,
They just
wow.
heard you say me.
Okay.
You fucking professional. All right, we're live.
Hi. All right. Hello, friends. My name is Robert Bevan, and welcome to, I guess, the third official, second for me, Shinglethon, in which I will be reading one of our Shingles titles.
That's right. That is the premise of what is happening here.
Wait. Oh. Well, let me mute my YouTube here. There we go.
Another evening of professionalism.
Hi, Steve. With me tonight is Steve Wetherill.
Yeah, if
Hello.
you keep on seeing awkward pop-ups coming up, that's because it's my computer and I don't know how to stop that happening. So sorry about that.
Yeah, usually that sort of thing is me.
Yeah, usually, but not tonight. Tonight
Ah,
is a special night.
well, maybe.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I might also have awkward pop-ups. Depends on how saucy this story is.
Oh, we can but hope. Well, we have to see how everyone's willing to put their money where their mouth is. Or their
Oh,
heart.
we should probably go over the ground rules then.
Yes.
Um, all right. For those of you who weren't here last time, or for those of you who just never got a clear understanding of what the rules were,
Hmm.
all right. So I'm going to read. I, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to read yet. I'm going to leave you in some anticipation. But I'm going to read one of my Shingles books, and I'm going to read a chapter, and you fine people are going to give us some money because you want me to keep reading. Um, if I'm gonna set the bar a little higher tonight because you know we are we are 19 days away from the end of our Indiegogo campaign for Shingles the movie, and we have only raised 31% of the required funds. So it's time to kick things into overdrive. Um, for all right, I'm going to read a chapter, and if by the time I finish that chapter, one or a collection of you has donated $20 or more to the Indiegogo campaign for Shingles the movie, which can we link that somehow?
It
It,
should be linked in the description.
it's linked in the description. Then I will continue reading another chapter. So it's up to you how long this goes. This could go. We could be finished 10 minutes from now, or I could be going until like Wednesday. Or all right, the other rule is all right. I'll keep reading while you keep paying, or until I pass out, because I've been hitting hitting the special sauce.
Well, it's worth pointing out
Not too much yet.
the last time the internet gave up before we did. I don't have a,
What?
we don't I don't have a
Oh
very
yeah, that's right.
clear ending, a memory of how we ended last time because it was
I
fucking
did
five in
not
the
off a
morning.
couple of times.
Yeah, but you pulled it back,
I bounced back.
and
And,
yeah, it was the internet that failed in the end. Not man, but technology.
oh wait, the actual internet. I thought you were blaming the people that stopped paying.
No,
Wait, the internet failed us?
yeah, we just we lost connection,
Oh, all right.
and then it was like
Man.
5 in the morning, and I couldn't press buttons anymore because I was too drunk.
Yeah, I do not remember that.
Yeah, the
But
whole
way to go for us, like, because you had to press the end podcast button, didn't you, or whatever?
I think my computer crashing took care of that for me. I can't remember. I have a very fuzzy recollection of the last 2 hours or so of that stream.
Yeah, me too. Anyway, we recovered all the footage. And then it's there on YouTube. Maybe you can go watch it and tell us what happened.
Somebody
Um,
should.
yeah. So, should we vamp a bit more, or should I get down into the nitty gritty
I think we
and
got
read some story?
some people turning up in the chat. Leslie Mann is cooking steak. He made it, but he's pleased he made it before the reading started, and he has a steak to eat. He's doing well. He's doing his Saturday
Man,
right.
that's the way to do it.
We've got a few people in, a couple of eyeballs on.
Should we wait for a few more to show up?
Yeah, let's just
Yeah.
and
Let's talk about the weather.
yeah,
How's it going over there in sunny old England?
it was actually sunny today.
Well, what a shocker.
I've got a pigeon living with me at the minute. It turned up last year. I think it's somebody's kind of racing pigeon, and it just sort of hangs out for a couple of days. Uh,
Oh man, speaking of pigeon, Norm Macdonald died.
I know that's really sad.
That sucks.
I always thought that you reminded me of Norm Macdonald with your kind of dry delivery of absurdist nonsense and,
Thank you.
and your vile pigeon-like ways. I was very sad to hear that. But Sean Locke was a little bit more personal to me. He was a British comedian, nowhere near on the level of Norm Macdonald fame-wise, but he was a very funny, kind of gently absurd man who was just a joy to watch. And we lost him this year as well. So sad.
Was he did he die just to show up Norm Macdonald or
No, he died first.
oh, all right.
Um, you know, again, it's the whole British thing. We do something, Americans do it. They take it and do it
Better.
bigger and better. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah.
A sad couple of months of comedy, but we can bring it back with a Shingles reading. We can heal the world.
We'll do something to it.
Okay. Oh God, I'm going to be getting these virus threat protection things all evening. So, just consider that part of the entertainment.
Where I'm not even seeing these.
No,
Where are they?
you won't see them. They'll turn up on the delayed footage. Don't worry about
Oh.
it. John Luther D. A lot of comedic losses lately. That's true. Matthew McCormick is ready to rumble.
Oh yeah.
Leslie Mann. Oh, a she. Sorry. Where I come from, Leslie is a dude name. How strange.
Leslie goes either way. I learned this the hard way. No, not the hard way.
Sounds like the beginning of
No,
a country western
there,
song.
no. This is not an embarrassing thing. I remember how I learned Leslie. It was I mean I think I was too young. I never met anyone named Leslie before, but I had to read the book in school, Bridge to Terabithia, and there was a Leslie in that, and like the kid meeting Leslie for the first time couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, and like, oh great, the name doesn't give it away either.
Oh.
Yeah, not a comedy book. It was tragic.
Oh yeah, I
I don't know
remember
if you read. All right.
watching the movie for that and thinking, oh, this would be a fun fantasy movie to watch with my kids. Man, was that a mistake. So great. You spend my Saturday evening wanting to put a bullet through my head. But yeah, sorry about that, Leslie. No offense intended. Don't take a rickety bridge to Terabithia, no matter what you do.
No, don't do that. Not before you contribute to Shingles the movie.
It was. I've never read the book Bridge to Terabithia. It seems to be something that you guys were just given in school. I don't know, to shut you up, maybe.
Yeah, I think that was required reading for everyone.
They just want to make you sad.
I guess so.
Oh well. Well, you got to keep kids in check somehow. May as well be with
Yeah.
misery. I'm gonna see if I can adjust my screen a little bit here so people can't see my menu bar. Or maybe they want to look at my menu bar. I don't know.
Is it just me, or am I not looking as pixely or boxy as I was last time?
You're not. You're looking better, better than usual.
There's no reason that should be. I haven't done shit.
Well, maybe it's nobody just streaming movies at the moment in your house, or
My wife isn't here. Maybe that's it.
There you go. She's not hogging the bandwidth.
Whoa, hey, hey, it's my wife you're talking about. You know, it's not what you said, it's how you said it.
Danny D, 11.99. Yes, made it for the start. Yes, you did. We made a conscious choice to talk some bullshit before we get into things. Give you guys a chance to round up, settle round, sit comfortably, get round the campfire. Yeah, even Danny says your connection is 100% better, dude. 100%.
Well, I solved my issues.
You did. You did nothing.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Fair enough. Oh, we got 182 backers, so somebody has contributed since we started this.
All right, well, nice.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Uh,
And it would be $20 as well. So I guess they've earned you starting.
all right, you want to get going? I guess I should at least reveal what uh what I intend to read tonight.
Bridge to Terabithia.
Oh man, would a parody be out of line?
Oh yeah. No, it would be super outline. You should absolutely do that.
I don't remember the story at all. I just remember it was sad, and I had to read it, and that thing about that was the first time I knew Leslie was a name and that it could be for a boy or a girl, and
Uh,
that is really all I remember.
that's all you need to start. Seragnin X.
I probably need more, or else my shingles is gonna go way off the rails.
Seragnin X just gave us $10. Says, I love you all. You're looking sharp, my friend. What's the first book on the agenda? I think they've
Oh,
earned a book reveal.
all right. I I'm, this hasn't performed well, not as well as I'd hoped, but I think that's I know that's because you're all wrong. I'm gonna go with Stranger's Thing.
Hooray.
This is this is one of my well, I feel one of my best efforts, and I get to do some Russian accents, so that's fun.
For those drinking along, take a drink every time Bevan does a Russian accent.
Yeah, yeah, do that. I mean, legally, I do not encourage you to do that, but do that. You ready to get this rolling?
Yeah, man, let's do it.
All right. Authors and Dragons presents Shingles, Stranger's Thing by Robert Bevan. Chapter 1. My favorite thing about summer is hanging out in Gil's basement, drinking expired tab, and playing the Caverns and Creatures with my friends. Nice plug there. Black, and Justin was raised by wolves. As for Gil, there's not much to say about him except that his mom is the town whore. We all met a couple of years ago when Justin jumped out of the woods and attacked me on the way to school. Fortunately, his teeth had all fallen out from malnutrition, and his bites were more like aggressive kisses. Luke and Gil ran over to laugh at me getting assaulted by a naked feral boy. Before long, we were all best friends. Tonight would be an extra special night. I had an adventure prepared for them that was going to blow their minds. I threw a bedsheet over the lamp to make the mood more dramatic, then held up my brand new shiny red 20-sided die. Which one of you wants to roll? Roll for what? Asked Luke. I narrowed my eyes and grinned at him. To determine the fate of the party. Shouldn't you describe where we are and what's going on first? Said Gil. Yeah. Justin agreed. It was just like them to pester me with stupid questions in the middle of the action. But after all the hours I'd put into this adventure, I wasn't going to let them ruin my mood. I don't tell you how to run your campaigns when you're the Cavern Master. Luke laughed. That's because you're too busy whacking off to Gil's mom and Hustle Whore magazine. Gil's panicked gaze met mine as if he was pleading with me to deny it. Mac, is that true? I broke eye contact and glared at Luke. Oh, like you don't keep that exact same issue under your pillow. How do you know that? Luke wasn't laughing anymore. Guys, said Gil, can we get back to the game? Sure, I said, as long as you guys are ready to stop interrupting me and one of you rolls this die. Yeah, said Justin. He drooled heavily as his mismatched eyes struggled to focus on the die in my hand. Okay, Justin, the fate of the party is riding on this one roll. Roll below 14 and you all die. 14 or above and you defeat the monster. What monster? Said Luke. You haven't told us about any monster. I shot him another glare. It doesn't matter. Do you want to play the game or not? Luke sighed. Fine. I slid the die across the table to Justin. Good luck. Yeah. He grabbed the die and shoved it into his mouth. No, I cried. Stop him. Luke grabbed Justin's arms. Yeah. Gil pried his mouth open and looked inside, then shook his head. It's no use. He swallowed it. Damn it, Justin, I said. That's the 8th one this week. What are we going to do? Asked Luke. How are we going to finish the adventure? I thought for a moment. We need to make him vomit. Gil, how does your mom make herself throw up after she eats? She shoves one of those plastic sausage things down her throat. You know, like the ones they have displayed in the window at Hello Kitty. Where does she keep it? Gil shrugged. She's got a ton of them. She's always leaving them around the house. There's bound to be one down here somewhere. I found one, said Luke, pulling a large purple sausage out from between the two sofa cushions. He frowned as he held it up. Why is it all sticky? Who cares, I said. Hurry up and shove it down Justin's throat. Yeah. We were on top of him like a pack of his adopted family members. Luke pinned down his arms. Gil pried open his mouth, and I shoved the plastic sausage in. Yeah. It's not working, I said. He's not throwing up. You have to turn it on, said Gil. Push that button on the side. When I pushed the button, the sausage began vibrating violently. What in the ever-loving fuck are you boys doing down here? Luke, Gil, and I looked at the stairs. Gil's mom was staring at us with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. The ash was as long as her erect nipples poking out against her sweat-stained tank top. My wiener started waking up. Nothing, I said, then hurried to take a seat at the table where my bulge wouldn't be visible. Just playing Caverns and Creatures. She sucked on her cigarette, then blew smoke out of the side of her mouth. I knew that game led to Satan worship, but I didn't think it would turn you into a bunch of fucking queers. Her eyes narrowed at the plastic sausage still vibrating in Justin's mouth. Is that my cooter rooter? Sorry, Mom, said Gil. We thought it was a dog toy. Get it out of that freak's mouth right now. Gil's mom turned her angry gaze to Luke. And you! Luke stared back wide-eyed, holding a throw pillow conspicuously over his crotch. When am I ever going to see you without your makeup on? This ain't the 80s no more. That's frowned upon these days. Geez, Mom, said Gil, handing over the cooter rooter. How many times do I have to tell you? That's not makeup. Luke's really black. You shut your mouth. I didn't raise my boy to be no racist. She turned back to Luke and grinned. Go on, do the voice. Luke looked even more terrified than before. He turned to me as if looking for some clue as to what she was talking about, but I had no idea. I shrugged. I'm sorry, he said. What voice? Gil's mom laughed so hard that she started choking on her cigarette smoke. You sound just like one of them. God damn, that's funny. She got her laughter under control, put on her serious face, and wagged her cooter-rooter sternly at him. Disrespectful, but funny. Say, have you boys seen Gremlins? Luke and I nodded. Of course we have, said Gil. All the movies we have are old VHS tapes you stole from the bargain bin at Blockbuster. Why do you ask? His mom shrugged. No reason. That was great, wasn't it? Gil sighed. Did you want something? Can we get back to our game now? You can summon demons another time. I need y'all to get on out of here before Sheriff Humper shows up. I got a big stack of vehicular misconduct tickets to pay for. You don't even have a car. I didn't say they was in my vehicle, did I? Now stop all that sassing and take a hike. This is so unfair, said Gil. We were just getting to the climactic scene. Sheriff Humper's about to spray his climactic scene all over my big titties, so you boys need to bounce. Fine. Come on, Justin. Gil picked up Justin's leash. Justin rolled over excitedly at the sound of the chain. Yeah, 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 he said as Gil clapped the leash clipped the leash to his collar. I picked up the Cavern Master's guidebook and held it in front of my crotch as I stood up. I've got a little more research to do for the campaign. Luke still had a panicked expression on his face as he sat on the sofa. Can I, borrow this pillow? Yeah, sure, whatever, said Gil's mom. Just hurry up before the sheriff gets here. I gotta go change into that fucking juvenile detention center uniform he likes me to wear. Luke and I breathed small sighs of relief when she went back upstairs, but it was still a little awkward having to cover our crotches in front of Gil. Fortunately, Justin was really excited about going outside and dragged him up the stairs before things got too weird. When we went out the front door, we saw Sheriff Humper's car parked on the lawn. I shielded my eyes from the spinning blue lights and saw that the passenger side of the bumper was dented around a tree. The driver's door was open, but there was no sign of Sheriff Humper. A sudden banging on the wall drew our attention to the right side of the porch. God damn it, Juicy, said Sheriff Humper. He had a half-full bottle of scotch in one hand and a rolled-up copy of Hustle Whore in the hand that he was punching the wall with. Open the fucking door! Excuse me, Sheriff, said Gil. That's a wall. The door's over here. Sheriff Humper turned a little too quickly to face us and nearly lost his balance. What did you say to me, you little shit stain? Justin growled at him, causing him to stumble back and draw his gun. No, please, I said. Justin didn't mean anything. He's harmless. Look, he doesn't even have any teeth. We all flinched as the sheriff's gun clicked 4 times. What the hell? He looked down the barrel, pulled the trigger a few more times. Sorry. He looked down the barrel, pulled this trigger a few more times, then tossed the gun off the porch. Worthless piece of shit. After guzzling down a few gulps of scotch, he looked at us again like he only just realized we were there. Say, have you boys ever seen Pretty in Pink? I wasn't sure where he was going with that, but I answered back honestly. Yeah. The sheriff shook his head and laughed. That goofy Chinese kid cracks me up. I think you're talking about 16 Candles. What the fuck do you know? Shouldn't you kids be in school? It's summer vacation, said Gil. At 11 o'clock at night. Sheriff Humper looked like the only thing that was keeping him from attacking us was the fact that he needed to hold on to the railing to remain upright. Considering his current condition, we might have been able to take him in a fight, and it was entirely possible that he wouldn't even remember it in the morning. But that wasn't a chance I wanted to take. Come on, I said to Gil, who looked like he wanted to brawl as badly as the sheriff did. Let's go. Gil didn't take his eyes off Sheriff Humper. This is my house. I spotted another one of his mom's cooter-rooters on a rocking chair. This one was green, but just as wet and sticky as the first one when I picked it up. I wagged it in front of Justin's face. Yeah, 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 yeah! Go get it, boy, I said as I threw the cooter rooter out into the front yard. Justin leaped off the porch, pulling Gil down the steps after him. Luke and I quickly followed. That's right, run! Sheriff Humper shouted after us. You lily-livered bunch of faggots! Show your faces around here again, and I'll fuck your... Whatever he intended to follow that with came out instead of as a torrent of scotch and corn dogs. Are you looking for me, Sheriff? Said Gil's mom, standing in the doorway in a skimpy orange juvenile detention center inmate uniform. I've been a bad girl, and I'm going to need a full cavity search. Sheriff Humper wiped the vomit off his face with his sleeve, then staggered toward Gil's mom. He stared at her for a moment, then at his magazine, then back at her. Sorry to bother you, ma'am. Is your daughter in? Gil's mom snatched the magazine out of his hand and threw it off the porch. It landed in the sheriff's puke puddle. Damn it, Jed! Those pictures were taken 23 years ago. Do you want me or not? Sheriff Humper sighed and took a swig from his bottle. I guess. He stumbled into the house, and Gil's mom shut the door behind him. All right, that's the end of chapter 1.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, I'm
People are
feeling
enjoying the
sweaty.
sound effects. We got a
Sound
couple.
effects.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm talking about Justin. That's dialogue.
When you started vibrating your lips and doing it, I think we went past the realm
Oh
of
yeah.
dialogue.
All
Oh, we got
right. I go the extra mile.
we got a donation from Tobe on YouTube for $5. Hashtag piss is stored in the balls. I don't know what he means by that,
That's awesome.
but okay.
I 100% agree with you.
Matthew McCormack has entered the chat. Oh my, he says that's appropriate. Sargating X gave us another $10. I thoroughly enjoy the sound effects, Bevan. I'm dying from laughter over here. Well, don't die because we still need more
Yeah,
contribution.
we need another $5 for me to keep going.
That's true.
So don't die yet. And you have until it takes me to pee
You
to
going
make
to
that
pee?
contribution.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll be right back.
let me bring up the pee break sign. Hey.
And don't bring that up like every time I need to go because like people think I got a problem.
What? They're gonna notice you're not there.
Well, yeah, but all right, fine. Yeah, but I mean, if they're skipping a bunch of parts, yeah, they don't know. I could be just walking around or something.
Yeah. Doesn't that just because it says it will return after the shingles pee break? You could be doing anything.
Wow, I haven't seen this before.
Well, I stole it off Rick. I'm using Rick's graphics.
All right, well, I'm gonna go pee so this can be on as shortly as possible.
Okay. I guess I'll
You're
just.
shaming me.
Well, everyone, I hope you're enjoying it so far. I mean, there are a couple of things there that might get the entire YouTube channel shut down. Only a couple. But you don't have to feel too bad about listening in. I'm not judging you. But we do need another $5 or another contribution to the Indiegogo. Are you tapped out? Are all your friends tapped out? Relatives? Neighbors? Come on, get out there and spread the word. Spread the contagion. Let's make this Shingles movie an awful reality. And while you're about it, don't forget to bug the other Shingles authors if you'd like to see them do a live reading. I'm sure they appreciate people getting in their face about that, so feel free to do that. Leslie, are you posting some pictures of those steaks? I think you should. Some of us don't have steak. We need to enjoy it vicariously. Also, thank you for the $10 into the Indiegogo. That has earned a new chapter reading. Oh, and Sarah X. Another $5. Here's your five. Here's five more dollars. Keep dancing, wind up monkey. Ah, Mike. 25 US dollars. Let's keep the party going. Love this stuff. We do too. Thank you very much for that. Man, when Bevan gets back, I gotta tell him you guys didn't give him shit. Nah, I'm not really. I wouldn't do that. Also, he can read it in the chat and see that I'm a liar. Well, I think I hear him coming back. There we go. There's the reassuring noise of Bevan returning. I hope
What?
you, I
Can you
hope
hear
you,
me eating?
I hope you bought enough pizza for everyone.
I didn't. Oh, I did not.
Did you not want us to see you eating pizza?
Can you see me? You still got the thing on.
Ah, I took it down.
No, you didn't. Oh shit.
That's
It's
on a
delayed.
delay.
God damn it! I gotta shove this rest in my mouth.
Well, it's still part of the live experience.
Mm.
While you're away, we got
Mm-hmm.
another Indiegogo contribution from Leslie for $10. We got another $5 from Sarah Getting X and $25 from Mike. So we're
All right. I
definitely
think that
on.
counts.
Definitely.
Sorry. Let me wash down my frozen pizza.
You at least heat it up first.
Oh, that's good stuff. All right. I guess that buys you guys a chapter two.
Let's
Are we
do it.
ready?
Let's go.
Here we go. Stranger's Thing, chapter two. There's not a whole lot in our town to do in the middle of a Tuesday night. The only place open past midnight is Hello Titty, but it made Gil uncomfortable to see naked pictures of his mom all over the walls. What do you guys want to do? I asked as I swatted away a mosquito with Gil's mom's cooter-rooter. We could go explore the abandoned Cold War era genetic engineering lab in the woods. That sounds like fun, said Gil. What do you think, Justin? Yeah. With nothing but our cell phones to light the way, we entered the woods behind Gil's house. Neither of them would admit it, but I could tell that Luke and Gil were just as creeped out as I was. Only Justin seemed to be genuinely enjoying the walk, constantly sniffing the ground and occasionally lifting his leg to pee in a tree trunk. 45 minutes later, we finally made it to the wire fence that surrounded the perimeter of the lab. Justin immediately dragged Gil into it and lifted his leg. How much pee can one bladder hold? Asked Luke. Did you take him out this afternoon? He doesn't let it all go at once, said Gil. He only squirts a little in one place at a time. He's marking his bzzz. Yeah! Cried Justin, then curled up to lick his electrified junk. I used to feel sorry for him, but there were definitely some perks to having been raised by wolves and having no teeth. Luke was the first of us to stop laughing. He scratched his head thoughtfully. I lost my place. All right. I thought this place was abandoned a long time ago. Why is there still electricity running through the fence? I don't know, I said, but I didn't bring any wire cutters or rubber gloves. We're not getting in this way. Gil stared at the top of the fence. It's too high to get over. The ground's too hard to dig under. Maybe we should just go back. Back where? We got kicked out of your house. My parents are cooking meth tonight, and Luke's dad is still pissed about the time Justin tried to hump his leg. Luke nodded. We definitely can't bring Justin to my house. Maybe we don't need to be so sneaky about it, I said. If this place is up and running again, why don't we just go around to the front gate? They might offer to give us a tour or something. Luke frowned. Who wants to take a tour of some old genetics laboratory? That's literally exactly what we came out here to do. Well, it's exciting if we're breaking into a creepy abandoned place. This sounds more like a lame school field trip. I shrugged. I'm out of suggestions. We can check out the front gate, or we can stand around here and watch Justin lick his balls. Luke glanced down at Justin, then quickly turned away. Fine, let's go. We backtracked a little so that we could approach from the road rather than make people suspect that not sneaking in was our second option. The gate was ajar, but the light inside the little guard station was on. We weren't going to be able to just waltz right in there. We moved toward it slowly and cautiously. I wasn't sure why I was so nervous. We weren't trespassing as long as we were on this side of the fence. There was nothing to worry about, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Halt! Said a fat, sweaty man in a season inappropriate fur coat and matching cylindrical hat as he stepped out of the guard station. It is not playground here, yes? Go home with you. He had a thick Russian accent and carried a large black assault rifle. Justin growled at him. We're very sorry, sir, said Gil. We'll be on our way now. He tried to back away, but Justin stood his ground and snarled at the guard. Quiet, Justin, I snapped. We'd already been shot at once tonight because of Justin's growling, and I wasn't about to bet our lives that this guy's gun also being empty. The guard's jowls shook as he laughed. He's a cute little dog, boy. In my country, we also keep, how you say, retards as pets. Justin isn't retarded, said Luke. He just had a different upbringing than the rest of us. I like you boys. You're fun, and I get so few visitors here. My name is Sergey. I'm Mac, I said, and these are my friends, Gil, Luke, and Justin. It's a pleasure to meet you. You want to come inside? See my thing? We all took a big step back. Excuse me, I said, ready to defend myself with the cooter-rooter if I had to. Sergey frowned. What's wrong? You're not like John Carpenter's My Thing? I lowered the cooter-rooter. Do you mean The Thing? Yes, it's a good movie, no? Dog is retarded, like your friend. Cautiously leaning forward, I was relieved to see young Kurt Russell's face paused on a small television screen. I turned to the others. You guys want to watch The Thing? Luke shrugged. We've got nothing else to do. The guard station was a tiny building, and Sergey was not a tiny man. I was already beginning to regret this decision. It's very hot in here, said Sergey. You mind if I take off coat? Sure, said Gil. Why do you have such a thick coat on in the middle of summer anyway? It's only clothes I have. Huh? When I turned to look at him, Sergey was bare-ass naked except for his furry hat. His thing was a mere 5 inches away from my face. Ah! Luke, Gil, and I screamed together. Yeah, said Justin. Even Kurt Russell, his face still paused on the TV screen, looked disturbed at the scene. As Luke and Gil tried to shove their way out of the guard station, they pushed me closer to Sergey's thing. I had no choice but to defend myself. Ow! Cried Sergey as I bashed him repeatedly on the head with the cooter-rooter. Why you hit me with plastic cock? He grabbed my wrist, but Luke jumped on his back and locked him in a stranglehold. Gil punched him in the balls, and Justin gummed his leg. Sergey let go of my arm and tried to wrest Luke's arm from around his neck. I started hitting him in the head again, and we were finally able to subdue him. Justin, Gil, and I got out of there as fast as we could, but Luke stayed behind. Luke, I said, what are you doing? I'm getting his gun. What? Are you crazy? We can't leave it with him. What if he wakes up and comes after us? Luke emerged from the guard station, awkwardly carrying a weapon nearly as big as him. It's lighter than I expected. What do you know about guns? Asked Gil. Not much. Luke tapped his knuckles against the side of the gun. But I didn't think they were made out of plastic. What? I leaned to get a closer look at the gun, but was careful not to touch it. I found some tiny words pressed into the side of the butt. Irresponsibly Realistic Toys, LLC. This is a toy? Sergey probably doesn't even work here, said Luke. I bet he's just some homeless guy squatting. He doesn't even have clothes. Put down that gun before somebody with a real one shoots you. While Luke was leaning the gun against the wall of the guard station, I heard the squeal of rusty iron hinges behind me. I turned round to find Gil opening the gate. Gil, I whispered, we have to get out of here. What's the hurry? If Sergey was a squatter, then this place is probably still abandoned. Then why does the electricity in the guard station work? Or the fence? Gil shrugged. It's a sciencey place. Maybe they have solar panels on the roof or something. Come on, Mac, said Luke as he followed Gil and Justin through the gate. What's the matter? You scared? Excuse me if I'm a little freaked out right now. I just beat a big naked Russian man unconscious with a cooter-rooter. I don't think it's wise to hang around. There's nobody else out here. A couple of minutes isn't going to hurt. Against my better judgment, I stepped through the gate. The parking lot was completely deserted and looked like it had been for quite some time. Every crack in the neglected pavement was home to weeds hardy enough to survive the drought we've been going through for the past couple of months. The grassy areas closer to the building weren't so fortunate. The tall, unkempt grass was yellow and brown. The building itself didn't look to be in much better shape. Most of the first and second floor windows were smashed, probably by similar groups of curious trespassers. The doors are locked, said Luke, shaking the handle of one of the blue-painted steel double doors. Good. I turned my head to avoid watching Justin urinate on the post of a handicapped parking sign. Have you guys seen enough now? We should really be getting back to... What's that? Said Gil. He was looking past me, toward the gate. Shit. Had Sergey woken up already? I turned around to see something much, much worse. Headlights! They're coming this way. Come on, let's go. Luke shook his head. We won't be able to get in the woods before they see it. We won't be able to get to the woods before they see us. We have to hide. He took off toward the side of the building. But, come on, said Gil, tugging on Justin's leash. There's no time. The two of them ran off after Luke. Left with the options of following them or trying to explain to whoever was in that car why Sergey was naked and unconscious and what I was doing out here alone with a cooter-rooter, I followed. I rounded the corner just in time to see Gil climbing into a dumpster. Luke and Justin must have gone in before them. What are you doing? Startled at my question, Gil lost his balance and fell headfirst into the dumpster. The lid fell shut loudly. Luke lifted it with his head and scowled at me. What does it look like we're doing? We're hiding. Hurry up and get in here. I didn't know what to do. We were in way over our heads. We were already on the hook for trespassing, and it was our word versus Sergey's about what went down in the guard station. He's the only one who would have had any physical evidence to back up his version of the story. In the end, I rationalized that we probably wouldn't get in any more trouble for hiding in a dumpster while trespassing than we would for just trespassing alone. Luke and Gil helped me in, and we lowered the lid as quietly as we could. It didn't smell as bad as I thought it would. In fact, I couldn't smell anything at all beyond our own sweat. Why is it so clean? Asked Gil, shining the light from his phone into all the dark corners. There wasn't a scrap of garbage to be seen. Luke rolled his eyes. Because this place has been abandoned for decades. I keep telling you guys that. Sure, I said. It makes enough sense that it wouldn't still be filled with trash after all that time. But look how clean this is. I don't think it's ever been used. Why would anyone buy a new dumpster for an abandoned laboratory? Said Justin, sniffing the floor at one of the rear corners. Gil shined his light on him. Quiet, Justin! Someone will hear us! Something was off about the section of floor Justin was sniffing. Taking a closer look, I could barely make out a 2-foot square that was a slightly different shade of brown than the rest of the dumpster floor. Guys, I think Justin found something. Gil, give me your light. I took the phone and held it close to the floor as I ran my finger along the edge of the square. There's something here. A panel or hatch or something. There's an indentation here, said Luke as he felt the rear edge of the panel. I could just slide my finger under it. When he lifted the panel, all four of us stared down into a deep, dark hole. Only the top 4 shiny steel rungs of a ladder were visible. I looked up at the others. Where do you think that goes? Luke grinned. There's only one way to find out. Are you nuts? We can't go down there. We're in enough trouble as it is. Justin started growling at the side of the dumpster facing the front of the building. Gil clapped a hand over his mouth and whispered, I think he hears something. After a few seconds of silence, I could hear it too. Voices in the distance, but they were getting closer. Soon, I was able to make out what they were saying. Let me ask you something. It was an American accent. Have you ever seen Ghostbusters? Of course, it's classic. This one was Russian, but it didn't sound like Sergei. He laughed nervously before butchering some of the song lyrics. Something is strange in neighborhood. Who are you calling? Ghostbusters. The American laughed. Yeah, that's the one. So, is why you bring me to side of building? To ask me this? No. I just really like that movie from 1984. Tell me, Levka, why do you think I asked me to join me here in this dark place where no one can see us? You want hand job? I'd love a hand job, Levka, but I'm afraid that's not in the cards. Are you sure, Commander? I give very good hand jobs. It's like make love to bear. Oh, I have no doubt you give excellent hand jobs. To yourself. Is crime in this country? You never, how you say, stroganoff before? Oh, I used to stroganoff, comrade. I could stroganoff like no man you've ever seen. But I didn't get to where I am today by stroganoff on company time. Of course not. It's unprofessional. Then how do you explain this? There was a clicking sound, like a briefcase being opened, then a rustling of papers. I don't know, said Levka. I never see before in my life. I'll tell you what it is, said the mysterious man known as Commander. Hustle Horror Magazine, March of 1996, featuring Juicy Fun Bags, a classic. Gil turned off his phone light, leaving us in complete darkness. It's not mine, said Levka. I swear. This is fresh semen on the pages, Levka. Not 30 minutes old by the taste of it. If I run this through the genetalizer, what do you think it's going to tell me? Levka started sobbing. It's mine. I could not help myself. You and Sergei were supposed to be manning that station together. Look what happened when you left him alone. You heard his story. How can we fight off 30 ninjas with fake guns? Your gun privileges will be restored once you replace all the SpaghettiO cans you stole from the kitchen. But that's not the point. You were whacking off on the clock while Sergei was attacked. Whacking off? Stroganoff! Forgive me, Commander, pleaded Levka. I am weak like sheep's butthole. Do you know why I turned down your hand job offer? You are saving yourself for Jesus? The commander sighed. I was a much younger man when I began dabbling in genetic engineering, driven by a single purpose and passion. But I was careless, and it cost me dearly. I'm going to show you something that no other living person has seen, Levka. I'm going to show you my thing. I have already seen it. I don't think you have. John Carpenter. It's a wonderful movie. We have video in Commander. Why are you unzipping your pants? Have you seen a thing like this before? Levka gasped. Dostoevsky! What is that? This is just a little reminder of why you shouldn't stroganoff at work. But how's that even? Commander, no! Please, don't shoot me! I heard the loud click of a cocking gun, and it didn't sound like plastic. There's no living person that has ever seen my thing. Oh, sorry. There's a reason no living person has ever seen my thing. Please, no, no! Pow, pow, pow! Something heavy slammed into the dumpster, slammed back into the dumpster, and slid down the side. Poor Levka. But I suppose it was lucky for us that the commander was such a good shot. If one of those bullets had missed, it could have easily gone through the dumpster and wall and hit one of us. As I concentrated on listening for clues as to what was happening outside the dumpster, I noticed that the inside was eerily quiet. All right, and that's the end of chapter 2.
Ooh. Not only are the chapters in Strangest Thing a lot longer than in Ghost of Hooker Alley, but
Yeah, I've noticed that as well.
they're getting this premium Russian accent. There's so much value for money happening right now. I'm not saying that in a berating way because we've had a couple of backers on the Indiegogo. What have I done here?
I know you're not saying it in a berating way because I'm very proud of what I did with the Russian accent there.
I'm very proud too. I think everybody's proud. No one's debating that. We're at 186 backers, so we had a couple of donations there while you're reading that chapter. You know what would be really cool? If we
What's
got
that?
to like 200 backers today. That would be really cool.
It certainly would.
That would be a number you could be proud of in a humorous Russian accent. Also, there was like a few less things that would get the YouTube channel closed down in that chapter.
Oh yeah, that wasn't too bad. It was I went through this I did it with this and the next one like The Haunting of Horror House. I went through this Russian phase where I wanted Russians in my books. I don't know. Stranger Things that made sense because season 3 was full of Russians, but
Nothing in the
I don't know
Haunting
what.
of Hill House made sense, so you don't have to justify that.
But yeah, the Russian stepmom was fun though because just, I had so much fun with that phrase book.
Oh God. We got a few
Oh,
people in the Facebook. Uh, Devon Leaf has just joined. Beck Young's there. Sam and Lee LeMay. Nelson Cowboy says, I hope they do this every weekend forever. What a strange purgatory is that? So we'll see.
um, yeah, you guys keep shoveling money at us, and we just might.
Dawn Bloss, lol, I am going to be drunk quick. Oh, that was 39 minutes ago. You're probably already drunk. There's been a lot of Russian accents going on. I hope everybody's been drinking along.
I'm gonna get another beer.
Will you do that? Aladdin Stardust is just,
You don't have to put the Bob is going to pee sign up. I'm just getting a beer.
well, I feel like you've taken away a small pleasure from me there. Aladdin Stardust has just joined the YouTube chat.
Are
$5
you strong enough?
drunk. Oh, we should have made a specific graphic for this reading that utilized that Stroganoff joke because that is a
Oh,
solid joke.
oh, thank you.
I don't know what.
I think I've seen it elsewhere though, like after I came up with it independently.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody steal it from you also. Tamara Greenwald
uh,
is also going to get more beer. Nice one. Good call. I don't know why Aladdin Stardust is calling us a noob. Maybe you just missed the Brodio. That would have been entirely appropriate for that. I
I
am
think
something of a
he
noob.
paid $5. That call me whatever he wants.
That's fair.
Um, should we? It's too early to do an auction, right? We should
Another
do at least one more
chapter.
chat. Yeah,
People,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But
people.
we can chat a little bit more before then.
You've been building tension. People are on tenterhooks. Let's not let's not put too much stress on them. It's Saturday night. Everyone's had a long week. We're here to relax and watch you say terrible things in a Russian accent.
There will be more. I've got a. All right, here's something to stick around for, guys, and here's something to donate money for. I've got a Russian folk song coming up
Oh
that
God.
I totally made up.
Oh dear. I'm sure.
Those of you who have been paying close attention, I have posted this on Facebook before, but I've never sung it before,
Uh,
except to myself.
you know what?
Is
I
it
I
what?
don't think we've got any Russian fans. So I don't think
Well, we certainly won't after tonight.
I think you're going to be okay. And you know what? If we do have Russian fans, they're probably cool.
I dated a Russian girl once,
Did you sing
and
this song to her?
no, this was a long time ago. I just made up the song like whenever this book came out. Uh, but I did ask her. I mean, is it an insensitive question? I don't know. I said, "Do you guys really call each other comrade all the time?" And she said, "Not unless we're speaking English."
Ah, well, fair play.
Yeah, she was cool.
Oh, Aaron Kelly in the chat speaks a smattering of Russian, just like Robert Bevan does if you've been.
Oh, how am I doing, Aaron Kelly?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure she's
Am I
deeply impressed with your cultural
am
sensitivity.
I using stroganoff correctly?
I'd say what I really loved about this book is just the constant scene breaking references to 80s movies for no reason. It's just
I
like
like that. I thought other people weren't going to like it
it's
or
so
weren't going to get it.
it's so on brand with what you're parodying. Instead of having it set in the 80s, just people go, "Oh, you remember ET? Yeah, that was good."
All right, back to the scene.
I mean, you're doing it as a joke, but there's a lot of Netflix properties where that just fucking basically happens. Aaron Kelly says "da," which I believe is
All right.
Russian for no.
I think you're
Anyway,
wrong.
we have well, I don't want to encourage you.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I do. Well, we certainly got enough backers while reading that chapter, so you can
All
rock
right,
on, mate.
ready for chapter 3?
Yeah, let's
All
do
right,
it.
I'm gonna look ahead to see how long this thing is.
You should have upped your chapter rate.
All right, this one's not as long, I don't think.
Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, I did up my chapter rate.
I should have upped it more.
Well,
I think
live and learn.
we're all getting value for money today.
Yes. All right. Stranger's Thing, chapter 3. Guys, I whispered, is everybody okay? No one answered. Gil, Luke, Justin. Nothing. Mac! Luke's voice was faint and sounded impossibly far away for the size of this. Damn it! I couldn't speak loud enough to answer without risking being heard by someone outside, so I had no choice but to follow the others down the ladder. When my head was below the dumpster floor, I slid the panel back into place. It wasn't too long a climb down, maybe 20 feet or so. At the bottom was a room just big enough to accommodate one person. With all four of us down there, it was more cramped than Sergei's guard station. I climbed back up a few rungs for some breathing room. What are we doing down here? One of those guys up there just shot another one. We heard the shots, said Gil. What better reason to get the heck away from there? I didn't need that much reason, said Luke. I was on that ladder as soon as that guy started whipping his thing out. Justin lifted his leg and peed on the bottom rung of the ladder. Yeah, 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 yeah! That's just great, I said. That guy just killed one of his own men for whacking off on the clock. What do you think he's going to do for potential witnesses who broke into his secret lab? I frowned down at Justin's puddle and peed in it. We don't know this leads into the lab, said Gil, flashing his phone around to search the walls. Maybe it's a secret entrance into the facility. It could be our way out. He ran his fingers along the walls, poking each brick individually. There's got to be a button or a switch around here somewhere. The swiftly moving shadows his phone cast on the walls made me start to feel dizzy. Looking away from it, I spotted a brick in one of the walls that was ever so slightly sticking out from all the otherwise perfectly aligned bricks in the wall opposite the ladder. I gave it a little push with my palm, and it lined up with the other bricks. With a soft whirring noise, the wall below the conspicuous brick slid open like an elevator door. It wasn't made of bricks at all. That was just brick-patterned wallpaper on 2 inches of solid steel. Long fluorescent bulbs hung from the ceiling, buzzing and flickering as they illuminated a foreboding corridor lined with doors on either side. Each door had a large black number painted on the front. To our left was 12, and 11 was on our right. They counted down toward the other end of the corridor. On the bright side, it was air-conditioned. We stepped out of the secret ladder room to breathe in some cool air that didn't reek of pee. I don't think this is a way out, I said. We're directly under the building. I say we go back up, spend an hour in the dumpster to make sure things have calmed down, then make a break for the front. When I turned around, my heart sank. The door had closed behind us. I sighed. We're trapped, aren't we? Of course not, said Gil, feeling the featureless steel wall around the door. There was a secret button to open the door on the other side. There's bound to be one here, too. Luke tried the handle on door number 12. It clicked and opened inward. He frowned at what he saw inside. One bed, one sink, one toilet. I think this place is some kind of prison. If that's the case, the exit is probably controlled remotely. Crap, said Gil. We'll have to find another way out. Luke turned toward the other end of the corridor. I guess there's only one way to go. We walked as quietly as we could past the other numbered cells. I purposely avoided looking through the door windows, afraid of what I might see. When we were only 10 feet away from the other side, the door clicked and swung open. There was nowhere to hide, not enough time to duck into a cell. We froze in terror. The entering guard had his arms full as he backed in through the door. He was too occupied with trying to hold whatever he had in his arms and getting the door scanner to recognize his security clearance card that he didn't even notice we were standing there. At least he seemed like he was in a good mood, though. While he fiddled with the card and door, he sang to himself what I assumed was some old Russian folk song. My Molotov cock is hard as rock, but I got to stop Stalin and take it out your tushkas. My Kalashnikov is about to go off, and I want to Sputnik all over your babushkas. Finally, the door beeped. When the guard turned around and saw us, he stopped singing. He glanced down nervously at what he was carrying, a bottle of lotion and a box of tissues. Isn't that what it looks like? He tried to explain. I have dry skin. His gaze dropped back to the tissues. And seasonal allergies. He made a sad attempt at a fake sneeze. Gesundheit, I said. He narrowed his eyes at me. Wait just a moment. You are not Russian. He dropped his lotion and tissues, reaching instead for the pistol on his belt holster, but Justin got the jump on him. He said, lunging right for the crotch. The guard started to fall backward, but Luke darted around him to catch him in a stranglehold, just like he had with Sergei. I didn't know if it was wise to rely on the same strategy every time, but we could talk strategy later. For now, I played my role, savagely beating the man in the head with Gil's mom's cooter rooter while Gil pinned his right arm down. "Hey, you kids!" said the guard between cooter rooter blows. "You know Back to Future?" "Yeah," I said as I clobbered him across the face. "We watched it last month." He tried as hard as he could to pry away Luke's arm, but his efforts were in vain. "Is good movie. No." He was out cold before we had time to answer. Luke took his gun and tested the weight in his hand. This one's not a toy. He tucked it in the back of his pants. "What do you think you're doing with that?" I asked. "Look, Mac, I don't like this any more than you do. I don't want to shoot anybody, but we've got to face the facts. We're in some deep shit. If some pervy psycho comes at me with a gun in one hand and his dick in the other, I want to be evenly matched." That sounded reasonable. I looked down at the unconscious guard. "What do we do with him?" Gil grinned. "Simple. We'll lock him in a cell." Luke laughed. "How is that not the first thing we thought of?" "I'll give you a pass," said Gil. "It's been an eventful day." He turned the handle on door 2, and it opened inward. "We should put him in one of the cells down there," I suggested. "If he wakes up and starts calling for help, we want him as far away from the exit as possible." "Good idea. We should throw his stuff in there, too." He picked up the box of tissues, and Luke picked up the lotion bottle. Then Luke and I grabbed the guard by the arms and dragged him all the way back to the last 2 cells. I tried the handle on door 11, but it wouldn't budge. This one's locked. Still shaken by the encounter with the guard, I forgot my earlier trepidation about looking into the cells. Fortunately, there was no horrific torture scene in there. Instead, there was a girl in her pajamas sitting on the bed and staring back at me. Her hair was shaved down to about half an inch, and she was wearing a pair of white oven mitts. Perhaps some kind of suicide watch precaution? I waved. She waved an oven-mitted hand back at me. "What are you doing?" said Gil. "Let's just throw him in cell number 12 and get out of here." I turned around. "There's a girl in there." "What?" said Luke. He pushed me out of the way, and he and Gil smushed their faces together trying to look into the small window at the same time. Justin pawed excitedly at the door between them. "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah!" "What should we do?" I asked. Luke stepped back from the door. "I don't know. She looks kind of weird to me. I mean, what's with the oven mitts? Is that a religious thing? Something to do with white supremacy? Some far-right radical bakers guild?" "I don't think so. Maybe she has poor circulation and her hands are cold." I pointed to the unconscious guard on the floor. "These guys are bad news. If they've got her locked up, that makes her the enemy of our enemy. Besides, she might know her way around this place. Maybe she could lead us out safely. I say we set her free." Luke frowned. "I don't know. It seems kind of dangerous to set a prisoner loose. What if she's wearing those oven mitts to cover her razor-sharp claws?" "Now you're just being ridiculous." "No, I'm not. Justin can lick his own balls, can't he? Who's to say this girl wasn't raised by lions?" "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah!" "Besides," Luke continued, "we couldn't let her out even if we wanted to. The door's locked, genius." "Oh, no," I said. "If only we had some means of opening a locked door." I crouched down and unclipped the guard's keycard from its chain, then stood back up and grinned at Luke. "How about this, genius?" "Why don't we put it to a vote, then? Gil, what do you think?" Gil took another look through the window. "She's not exhibiting any lion-like behaviors. I don't think they sit up in beds like that. I agree with Mac." Luke sighed. "Fine, but don't come crying to me when she starts clawing your faces off." I inserted the keycard into the slot under the handle. After a buzz and a click, I was able to turn the handle. We dragged the unconscious guard inside and dumped him in a corner, which I realized was kind of a messed up first impression to make on someone. But it couldn't be helped. We didn't know when another guard would be coming along. I just hoped the girl wouldn't be too frightened. Justin followed us inside and let the door close behind him. Then the rest of us turned around to introduce ourselves. Who are you? Asked the girl. She did indeed look frightened, but she wasn't looking at the guard. Her gaze moved from the chain leash attached to Justin's collar to the tissue box in Luke's hand, then to Gil's lotion bottle, and finally to my cooter rooter. What are you going to do to me? Nothing, I said. We're here to rescue you. It sounded more heroic before I said it aloud, especially considering we were hoping that she would be able to rescue us. Then why did you lock yourselves in here with me? I smiled at her and held up the guard's keycard. I took this off the guard. When she failed to look impressed, I turned to the door and discovered there was no keycard slot on this side. Shit. And that is the end of chapter 3.
That song, mate, was a work of genius.
I was pretty proud of that. It took for being only what like 4 sentences long.
I
I had
think
to work pretty hard to get things to fit.
I think I'm going to capture that and put it in a ringtone. We got a couple of shout outs. Dro Talks
Mm.
Audiobooks gave us 1.99. So I'm not ready. They said 7 p.m. in Facebook. Dro Talks Audiobooks. We are not organized. Sorry about that. Another donation. He says,
Wait, what?
be back at 7 p.m. Keep it alive, y'all. We'll do our best.
Oh, hey, Rick's here.
Hey,
Hey,
Hey, Rick.
yeah, I came in at yay.
that's a great
Oh,
place to come
that's not very helpful. That happened like 8 times.
in. People are
Did
enjoying it.
Like,
did you hear the
what is he
old
having a seizure or something?
It's
Did you hear the old Russian folk song?
That I think I missed.
oh, you'll hear it.
I'm gonna. I'll do it one more time. I am that proud of it. I don't mean to toot my own whistle, but I'm going to.
Everybody, start your screen record now.
All right. While he fiddled with the card and door, he sang to himself what I assumed was some old Russian folk song. My Molotov cock is hard as rock, but I got to stop stalling and take it out your tushkas. My Kalishnikov is about to go off, and I want to Sputnik all over your babushkas.
Definitely worth doing an encore.
Bevan was telling us earlier that he used to date a Russian woman, and I think we can now see why that didn't go the distance. Maybe
Now, you know what? I think she would have loved that.
I'm sure who wouldn't.
I feel bad that I'm not in contact with her anymore
Well,
because I'd like to sing that to her. I wouldn't mean anything. I just think she'd appreciate
I don't know. I mean, that might be the most romantic song I've ever heard.
it.
I think you should just find her on Facebook and send her that as a DM with no context.
Ah.
We got a couple of more people in the Facebook. Jonah Mahaber says, "Hello, friends." Nelson Corby says, "How is Bevan wearing a hat one half the screen and no hat on the other side?"
I'm also wearing different shirts,
Oh, it's
and I'm
video
in a
trickery.
well lit, cleaner room.
Oh, Sandra just dropped us $10 in YouTube and sent us a GIF of an athletic pair.
And
Johnny
that
and
pair needs to work out a little bit more, I think.
oh, she's
Looking kind of pudgy.
she's a pear shape. It's not going to change. Johnny sends us $5. Can we get Jonathan Sleep to put some music to it? I don't know,
Not
man.
for $5.
I'm still waiting for the Jonathan Sleep album release.
We got a few more songs. We've talked about it. I think it's going to happen.
Get that shit
Um,
on iTunes.
Yeah.
I think you're going to enjoy the next song that's coming up in Critical Failures 9. I don't know if I like putting songs in the novels because he has to record them. Look out for that soon. I hope.
Well, with those donations and with Dro Talks audiobooks donations about being late, I think we've passed the $20 threshold for that chapter, so we can
We
rock on
have.
to the next chapter. Or if you'd like to take a little
I'm gonna finish
break and
this beer first.
you know, we
Ah,
can just relax and talk to Rick for a little while. We don't have to go suicidal
I'd say that looked like it was
I,
almost fatal.
I didn't know. The chair held up.
for now.
Yeah.
It won't always be that
I
way.
got, all right, I'm gonna get another beer, and then no, it has tipped over before. My son gave me a vigorous hug and almost broke my skull. But almost is the key word.
There you go.
All right, I'm gonna get another beer. You talk to Rick. Oh, I'm here. I got a headset. Beer's right over there.
Technology works. Now I had to duck out of your reading, Rick, due to being in the wrong time zone. I think I woke up about 3 a.m. and you'd just finished. So a pretty solid run from you there.
Yeah, well, you know something. It went really well, and then Rachel topped it off with her reading of Shrek porn, which we've been reminding her of all week.
Yeah, I was there for that. That was fun.
I don't do, Donkey. I don't do.
Oh God, I'm sorry I missed that. Sort of, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's for the best I missed it.
Yeah. It's like there are some things where it's like, let the internet have it.
We would we recorded that, right? It's on there.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
definitely on the YouTube
Yeah, all right.
somewhere.
Well, go watch that, Steve. Not now.
I don't think I can watch both of these things at the same time. I don't think anyone should
No,
try
no. I said not now. Go watch it later. You owe it to yourself.
that. I owe to myself.
you don't have enough self-loathing going on.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
All
No,
right,
I'll
Rick,
definitely check that out.
are you gonna hang around for a little bit?
Yeah,
All right, I'll do one more chapter, and then we can do our first auction.
awesome.
Slogman says, "Get Shreked."
All right. Oops.
Okay, let's go.
Let me light me up. I forgot I got a lamp here. Look
Ah, Hollywood.
at that. Stranger Things. No, sorry. Whoa. Sorry.
Whoa. All those problematic words ain't gonna get shut us down, but a Stranger Thing lawyer might just get.
Excuse me. Stranger's Thing, Chapter 4. If my father finds you here, he'll kill you, said the strange girl. Your father? I said. Who are you? What is this place? My name is Elephant. I'm sorry, said Luke. Did you say Elephant? I must have misheard her, for which I was relieved. Eleven may not be the prettiest girl's name in the world, but it's a hell of a lot prettier than Elephant. It's a dehumanizing technique, I explained through what I'd learned from movies. They give her a number instead of a name. It alleviates some of the guilt from the horrible things they put her through. My name is Elephant, she articulated beyond any possible confusion. Oh, I said, that's a pretty name. I was conceived in a test tube and gestated in a special chamber. Without a natural umbilical cord, the technicians had to attach an artificial one to my face. They said it looked like an elephant's trunk. She frowned. They aren't very nice people. Did they cut your hair off? Father says that will make me grow up to be strong like G.I. Jane. Who's G.I. Jane? Asked Luke. She's the main character in a movie from 1997. Whoa! I didn't realize they kept making movies after 1989. I didn't either, said Gil. This is all fascinating, but I think we've got more important things to worry about right now. How are we going to get out of here before Elephant's father finds us and kills us? I may be able to help, said Elephant. I have telekinetic powers. I took a step back. What? I can manipulate physical objects with my mind. That's why I wear these protective oven mitts. My powers are strong, but I don't know yet how to control them very well, so they can be dangerously unpredictable. You should probably stand back. Luke and I backed into the corner where we dumped the guard. Gil and Justin backed into the corner on the other side of the door. Elephant removed her oven mitts and stood close to the door. She lifted her hands, facing her open palms toward the door, then closed her eyes to concentrate. A minute passed without anything in the room so much as rattling, but she kept at it. I don't think this is working, Luke whispered. Give her time, I said. It'll work. I believe in you, Elephant. Concentrate. Bzzz, click. Ow! The door opened right smack into her face. Elephant! The door blocked my view of him, but I recognized the voice immediately. It raised the hairs on the back of my neck. The commander. The man who'd shot Levka. Elephant's father? Are you? Wait, who are you? The door swung the rest of the way open to reveal a middle-aged man in a black suit. He was holding a plastic tray with a glass of milk, a Jello cup, and a bowl of steaming hot soup. His already shocked face looked even more shocked when he spotted me and Luke. What's going on here? Who are... said Justin, jumping up and slamming his head against the bottom of the tray. Ah! Cried the man as his face was scalded with soup. He let go of the tray and covered his face. Let's go, said Luke. He grabbed the man by the arm and pulled him further into the cell. I did the same with Elephant and pulled her out into the corridor with us. Gil led Justin out and pulled the door shut behind them. Are you okay? I asked Elephant. Your nose is bleeding. She wiped her pajama sleeve across her face. It's nothing. That happens sometimes when I use my powers. We must hurry. My father still has his phone. His guards will be here soon. She led us to the end of the corridor where we'd encountered the guard. I'm Mac, by the way, I said as Elephant pushed numbers on the door's keypad. These are my friends, Gil, Justin, and Luke. Elephant smiled at Luke. Like Luke Skywalker? Luke's face lightened. Mood-wise, I mean. He was still black. You like Star Wars? Of course. She tried at least 5 number combinations. And was looking frustrated that none of them seemed to be working. Me too, said Gil. But I kind of wish they hadn't blown up the Death Star at the end of Return of the Jedi. I would have liked to see what it looked like when it was finished. I'm sure it would have looked exactly like the first one. Gil laughed. What do you mean, the first one? What are you talking about? The original Death Star, said Elephant. From A New Hope. Luke, Gil, Justin, and I glanced awkwardly at each other. What's A New Hope? I finally asked. Elephant stopped poking at the keypad and stared at me. That's the name of the first Star Wars movie from 1977. That's crazy, said Luke. There weren't movies before 1980. Everybody knows that. Elephant ignored him and tried another number combination. I don't understand. I've gone through Father's birthday and all of the guards' birthdays. Nothing's working. I have an idea, said Gil. He pushed an all too familiar sequence of numbers. 80085. Bzz, click. He grinned as he opened the door. How did you know the combination? Asked Elephant. Just a hunch. If you type that out on a calculator, it looks like it spells boobs. As soon as we got through the door, we could hear heavy footsteps coming toward us from around a corner in the hallway. Hurry, said Elephant, pointing to the men's bathroom. Get in there. I'll cover for you. We practically fell over each other trying to get into the men's room. Elephant stayed outside, and we listened closely at the door. Hi, Nikolai. I can't even read this. Rurik, said Elephant when the footsteps stopped. What's up? Do not what's up us, Elephant, said another guard with a heavy Russian accent. Your father says you were kidnapped by intruders. We heard talking. Who is in bathroom? I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Why not? What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. But I just saw Vasily go in there with a bottle of lotion and a box of tissues. She is right, Nikolai, said the other guard. I don't want to see that. Don't. Don't be so simple, Rurik. She played mind games with me before. She point behind me and say, look, it's vodka. But when I turn to look, it's no vodka. It's no vodka. And worse, she laugh at me. Yakov Smirnov, cried Yurik. You know what will happen to little girls like you for such cruelty in my country? Get sent to Gulag for the rest of life. I'm sorry, said Elephant. It was just a joke. Your father is boss, so I now shoot you, said Nikolai. But I can never forget. Now step away from bathroom door. No, please. There's nothing to see in here. I promise. The door pushed against us as Elephant backed into it. Yeah, said Justin before Gills clapped a hand over his mouth. This was it. We were done for. She is telling truth, said Yurik. Is Vasily in there? He make that sound when he ejaculate. That's right, said Elephant. He does that all the time. Outside my cell when he thinks I'm sleeping. The intruders you're looking for are in there. They've captured my father. Very well, said Nikolai. I trust you for now. But there's still one thing I want to know. His tone sounded suspicious. Yes? You ever see a movie named is Dirty Dancing? Yes, I've seen it. I do good Patrick Swayze impersonation. Listen. Nikolai cleared his throat. Hey, you! You not put the baby in corner. Wow, said Elephant. That was amazing. Not too shabby, eh? My friends back home, they no can tell difference. Come, Rick. Let's rescue the commander, then finish cooking Levka. We all breathed a sigh of relief when we heard the footsteps going away, but kept our ears to the door. After a few seconds of silence, we all jumped at a light knock. It's me, said Elephant. They're gone, but they won't be for long. We have to go now. Chapter 4. Things are heating up.
Awesome.
Red heat. Well, before we start chattering, Gerald Payton
What with that red sky?
gave
Wait, who's that?
us
Very rare sky. Have fun.
Get out of my office.
What is that?
Yeah.
What's happening right
that's
now?
worth a donation.
Was there a naked man with Rick?
Yeah.
He wasn't naked.
I was looking at YouTube and now I flip back to Discord and I saw a naked man walk by.
Look, you don't get this kind of quality entertainment
Is that
anywhere
Levka?
else. Get your wallet out, people.
You never know what's going to happen when I leave the door of my office open.
Well, you presented a cat. People were impressed with the cat. We've had a few messages about the cat. Jen gave us $10 for you to give the kitty extra pets for Jen.
Well, that kitty is a pet, is basically an attention whore. So trust me, he gets it.
There you go. He's working that kitty for some extra dollars. Gerald Patterns gave us $20 US. Does Bevan still have the awesome beer can smasher? Also, thanks to the entire A&D crew for doing your thing and keeping me sane-ish. Our pleasure. I think did we have the beer can? I vaguely remember this. You got the beer
Yeah,
can
we did
smasher
last
out,
time.
yeah, okay.
It's probably a good time for a smash.
Yeah, let's do a smash. People are giving us money. You can smash some fucking beer cans.
Oh, yeah. He gave me $20 and specifically requested a smash. All right, I'm still looking at YouTube where we got a delay. Can you see the cans?
I can see the cans.
Yes.
All right, I got a couple of more here. There's one over here. All right, I got a group of four, group of three. Let's. All right, we can take one from here, put it over there.
Look at this.
All right,
Don't
here
get.
we go.
There we go. Fuck you.
Eating those cans like they owe him money.
That's phase one.
We need to do an Indiegogo for the Can Crusher. This needs some serious investment. I think this could take off.
And once the movie gets made, I'm thinking the Can Crusher needs to make an appearance.
All right, cans are smashed.
Well and truly
Light is
smashed.
green, trap is clean.
This is why man is the superior animal. Technology.
Oh no, got a delay. I'm staring at my ass. Nice.
Again, technology is a wonderful thing. Very scientific, says Gerald Patton. Yeah, it is. I mean, there's physics happening there, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Got a couple more people dropping into the Facebook. Mel Uzi Juicy, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, says hello. Doug Trogdor Kindle is here. And Scott Paisley again says, oh my.
Where is this?
That's on the Facebook.
Oh, I should probably go there.
Aaron Kelly says every time sees a Can Crusher, it reminds me of the Ren and Stimpy log product. Same principle, yeah. It is highly versatile. Big hunk
It's
of
big,
wood.
it's heavy, it's wood.
Yeah.
It's better than bad, it's good.
Can't argue. I mean, there are no lies told there. Okay, somebody did also mention that it's always a good time for an auction. Do you feel like this is a good time to auction whatever it is you have to
Well,
auction?
I promised Rick we'd be doing this. And Rick was my inspiration for this. But first,
I am honored. I hope I'm the inspiration for you doing the auction, and not the inspiration for what the auction piece is.
you're just the model. Um, but first is a good time to pee. I shall return. If you want to put the visual up
I guess we can do that.
or whatever, this is you had such a hard on about it before.
Well, I've got Rick to look at now, but then again, I did steal Rick's graphic, so let's use that. Okay, the graphic is
I'll be
there.
right back.
Feel free to just stand up and pee all over your desk. They can't see you do it.
I don't know why I felt the need to put together that graphic, but I just did.
Oh, it's good. People appreciate these little personal touches. I mean, I know they do that, but that didn't inspire me to do any. But
Yeah, I was just, well, last week I was just like, okay, I'm ready for this. No, I need a piss break graphic. That'll make it complete.
it has made it
Pretty much
complete.
the way my brain works.
Brick by brick, we get a little bit more professional in our content presentation. It's been 5 years, and we've just worked out we have a YouTube channel. So
Yeah, we're almost at Hollywood levels there.
yeah. Jeff Hennessy says they like it. Aaron Kelly says it's a great graphic. Leslie, man, if Rick's cat comes back, I'll take the graphic down and we can all look at Rick with his cat. Yeah, no, I'm pleased with the graphic. I'm pleased that I vaguely know how this broadcasting software works. I think everybody should be very impressed with my minimum grasping of modern technology.
Oh, it's giving me the option to share this to my group, so might as well.
Why not? Johnny in the chat says it's more professional than some streamers I sub to. Good, maybe. I don't know. Sarah X, let's stare at Steve. I'd love to, mate, but I didn't set up my webcam, and I'm not sure if I know how to. I can't stream on my Mac because Mac's no good for streaming, and I haven't webcammed my PC because I'm a lazy man.
I wish I could use a brick. It was All day basically was like taking apart my my dryer to try to get it working again. Only to just it being a complete waste of time.
Well, you did everything you could do, and that's got to give you some comfort, I suppose.
Oddly enough, not really. You know something? If it's one of those things where if somebody said, you could put in the effort and fail, or somebody could just like, send you a text from the future saying, "Motherfucker, you're gonna spend 4 hours doing this, it ain't gonna work." I'll take that.
Yeah, I agree.
It's
Uh,
it's like one could argue that like that the I guess the failure bit builds like character, but as somebody else pointed out in Team Twat Waffle earlier, you know, second place is still another name for first loser.
What are we talking about? I'm back, by the way.
So I got rid of the graphic. Everyone knows you're back. It's fine.
Oh,
We just had a $5 Australian donation
Ooh,
from Troy.
that kind of counts.
He says,
yeah.
back on the criminal island, you guys picked up a magically locked book. I have yet still to find out what the book is. Does Kufrik have it? I think we lost a lot of shit in the big dimensional convergence we had when we went to 5e. But also, when you said back on the criminal island, because you're from Australia, you confused me.
Yeah,
I,
yeah, same
I didn't
here.
even know. Yeah, that's why. That's immediately the place I went to.
I just well, back on the criminal island where I live, and then you're like, you
Yeah,
guys picked up a magically locked book. Do they still have
I,
magic in Australia? I don't
I
know.
thought he was making a self-depreciating joke there, but no. Oh,
Oh yeah, that happened in the podcast. I'm glad you're keeping track of these things, Troy. But if it ever looks out that our players
but
haven't
we
kept
aren't.
track of something, just assume our characters haven't, and that's fairly
You know what the answer is?
canonically
It's at the
confirmed.
it's somewhere in the boat, and we just forgot about it.
You know what? I will. I'll give you something to look forward to the next episode. I we were playing last week, and I thought, oh, I'm looking through my inventory, and considering my situation that I'm currently in, and I thought, well, I've got a great idea. Nobody's gonna come see this coming. But then the game ended. However, I put it on a post-it note. And I've still
Ooh.
got it. So
Shit,
as soon as things open up next time, I'm ready.
we
That
really
You're
that's
are.
gonna see.
you're like most of our listeners, except with except they do it with every detail of the game. Like imagine like like Troy sitting there in his criminal island surrounded by crocodiles and wizards, and he's just got post-it notes all over the wall about every detail, like that we have not even
With the
remotely.
yarn going from one to another.
Well, I'm glad somebody is. Somebody has to keep track of this.
Anyway, just heads up. Tune into the next episode. You're gonna see something pretty impressive and exciting.
But you got to remember what you have in your inventory for the first time in 5 years.
Well, no, I'm not. That's why I wrote a post-it note.
You had fire bombs in your knapsack for about 3 years until we did the crossover. I kept on waiting for you to say just like I have fire bombs. I should use these.
Do I still?
I think you may have lost them in the 5e crossover
Uh,
dimensional transvergence.
Whatever.
Okay, well, what are
I got
you?
something better.
I don't know. I remember what you have in your inventory, and I don't think you have. You got like a bag of teeth.
No, I'm the one with the bag. I'm the one with the teeth,
All right, okay.
I think I
and
might
and I
have
think and I think
no, I think I
fingernails.
do have a couple of teeth. I don't have a bag of them.
No, somebody's got like a bag of Yammer teeth or something.
Yeah, that might be Silas. But I've got a few teeth. I have enough to fill a bag.
Okay, well, as long as we've all got teeth, it's fine.
That's what are you gonna do with teeth? That's not what I'm talking about.
I decorated
That's
my bow with mine.
yeah. There you go. Hardly earth shattering. I got some good surprises coming up.
Well, are you doing the
Tune in.
auction or not?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
All right. Are you ready? What?
Yeah, what are you auctioning?
All right. I guess I'll just reveal it right away. The first of tonight's auctions is a high quality print on fancy paper that I stole from my wife, um, of some Bevan artwork. Here is Jorcer the Sorcerer licking some titty.
Oh,
Lift
put
it
it
up.
up,
It's
lift it up, lift it up.
Lift it right there.
Let me
Is that
maximize it.
better?
Yeah, there we go. That's better. Now we can see it. Oh yeah. Oh dear God.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's some
Ooh.
fancy artwork. I like the transparency of the gauze.
I learned how to do that today.
Oh, I appreciate the level of effort you've put into this
Yeah,
uh,
very professional.
already very sexy picture.
Yeah.
But
It was just Jorcer for a long time, and then I said, now this needs some background.
this is boudoir shot. Chaucer a boudoir.
All right. So let the games begin.
Okay, how does this work?
Who? It's not signed yet, but before I send it to the lucky winner, I will sign it.
How do people win?
They donate money. Like, all right, Rick,
Whoa,
is
whoa,
there a
whoa.
secret I'm missing here? What?
No, I basically just told people it's going to be up for an hour, and whoever bids the most in that time gets it.
Or whoever donates the most.
Donates the most,
It's
yes.
not. It's not a bid because if you lose, you don't get your money back.
Oh, yeah, that's very important. If you
Yes.
lose, you do not get your money back.
Right.
So if you
So
make,
the biggest donation in the next, what time is it? 7:43. All right. Yeah. We'll call it. We'll go an hour and 15. We'll say 9 o'clock Eastern time. So what was that? 8 o'clock Central that nobody here even gives a shit about.
I don't know.
All right. Whatever. An hour and 15 minutes from now, we'll see who's making the biggest contribution, and they will be sent a signed print, the only one in existence, of Jorcer licking some Jorcer titty.
Oh dear. Oh dear God.
If there was ever a print to hang in your bedroom, this is it.
Yeah, if you need
For- for-
to, you know,
If you need to make your wife wet,
yeah, if you need to reinvigorate the spark in your marriage, hang that above your bed.
Yeah, forget about the art that your partner wants.
So I don't believe in magic or charms or anything like that.
you will once you have this hanging over your
Yeah,
bed.
but I think if you put that picture above your bed, it will bring you a long and happy sex life. Maybe not with a partner, but you know, I fully endorse
Uh,
this Jawsera product.
uh, um, then all right, something else that happened last week with Rick. You like all right, yeah, YouTube donations count, of course, but also more importantly and better are what are they? Indiegogo. Just send us, make a contribution, get a perk or whatever. Send us the receipt. That's double dipping, and it counts.
Yeah, double
Yeah,
dip
you
all the
can.
fuck you want.
All right, Aaron Kelly just bid $20, but she's getting nothing for that $20 if somebody bids 21. However, what if she used that $20 to do we have anything for $20? On the
Pretty
oh
sure
yeah, she could have gotten a digital pack
Digital
of the
pack.
Shingles movie. Her bid counts just the same, and she gets that. So you know that was stupid.
I think she may have already bid on the Indiegogo.
I mean, thank you.
So what you're saying is that if somebody gets one of these excellent tiers, they also put
Yeah,
themselves
they
in the
could get a
running,
producer credit for $1,000, and you know what? You probably just guaranteed yourself a Jorcer print.
signed by
So
you. and sent to
Yes.
their very
Sent
front
to their
door.
homes. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
just think. I mean, the bragging rights, like, yeah, I'm a producer on the Shingles movie, but every day when my kids come home from school, they got to see Joyce on the wall.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, in magical talk, you can get like holy symbols to deter vampires, but the Sorcerer picture will just deter like normal
Deter
people.
women, yeah.
Yeah, it'll just deter. If somebody comes to your front door and you don't want them to be there, you can just be like, "Avaunt," and hold up your Sorcerer
Yeah,
holy symbol.
yeah. I was
But
gonna say all
someday
the
there's gonna be a woman that's not turned off by it, and that one's the keeper. That's how you know.
yeah. She's a keeper because chances are, she's at that point she's already has you locked up in a basement somewhere, sawing off your toes.
Just like you always wanted. Well, the good news is we've definitely got enough donations to read another chapter,
Oh yeah, I guess that one counts. All right.
and we're still at 188 backers. I think we can make the 200. I think
Are we?
if we
Are we?
I think if we all
Yeah, we
believe
are.
in ourselves, we can make
Somebody,
200 backers tonight.
Danny D 1199 said, "I just became a 35 buck backer.
That's
I'm
true.
not seeing it yet. Is that or was that the
I think
188?
I think that
Oh,
yeah, there's a couple of backers
oh,
in,
all right, all right.
but well done,
Okay,
Danny. That's what we want.
are we ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Stranger's Thing, Chapter 5. I wished I'd taken the opportunity to go to the bathroom while I was in there, but she was right. It wouldn't take them long to realize Elephant had fooled them again and spring her father from his cell. Elephant led us around the corner where Nikolai and Rurik had come from, and up a flight of stairs. She poked her head out of the large double doors at the top of the stairwell, gestured for the rest of us to wait there, then disappeared out the left door. That girl gives me the creeps, said Luke. There's something not right about her. I think she's kind of cute, I said. What is it that you don't like about her? Is it the haircut? Of course not. I still whacked off to my sister's Barbie dolls long after she cut all their hair off. I'm talking about that telekinetic power stuff. What's wrong with that? Who doesn't want superpowers? She claimed to have superpowers, said Gil. We haven't actually seen a successful demonstration yet. Luke shot him an annoyed glare. She also claimed to have seen movies made during decades that didn't have any culture. A New Hope? A first Death Star? I'm telling you, that girl is cuckoo bananas. Gil frowned and nodded. I'll admit that was strange. So she's got an overactive imagination, I said. That's no reason to be afraid of her. Afraid of who? Asked Elephant, standing in the doorway. Huh? Tears started welling up in her eyes. You said that's no reason to be afraid of her. Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. You interrupted me. I was just saying that's no reason to be afraid of Hercules. He's not even real, Luke. That's just a character in a movie. I'm sure Lou Ferrigno is a very nice, gentle man in real life. Time to change the subject. How do things look out there? Elephant wiped her sleeve across her eyes. I unlocked the front doors, and we're all clear to the front gate. But Sergey is still manning the guard station. He'll have to go to the bathroom at some point, said Gil. We can hide out here until he does, then make a run for it. Elephant shook her head. No time for that. We have to go now. As if to reinforce her point, the stairwell door below us slammed open. They can't have gotten far, said the commander angrily. Bring Elephant back to me alive. The others I'm not so particular about. Just bring them back so we can dump them in the incinerator. There is no point in trying to be sneaky now. I pushed the doors open. Let's go! Justin pulled Guild out, and I held the door open for Luke and Elephant to follow. I exited last and pulled the doors shut behind me. Hoping to buy us a few more precious seconds, I shoved the cooter-rooter through both door handles. Elephant led us to the building's dark lobby. I recognized the blue-painted steel entrance doors from when Luke had tried to get in earlier. We stopped to catch our breath before opening the doors. Okay, guys, I said. Beyond these doors is the parking lot, then the gate, then finally the woods. If we can make it that far without getting shot, I think our odds of surviving the night will be greatly improved. You forgot to mention the guard station, said Luke. We've still got to get past Sergei. Maybe he's still watching the thing. We can sneak right by him, just like making a stealth check in Caverns and Creatures. What is Caverns and Creatures? Asked Elephant. It's this great game where the only limits are your imagination. You should play with it sometime. I think you'd really like it. Elephant smiled. I'd love to. My wiener started to tingle like it did when I looked at pictures of Gil's mom at Hasselhor. But unlike those times, I now felt a tingle in my heart as well. Was this love? I hate to cut the honeymoon short, said Luke, but her father and his goons are still trying to murder us. We opened the doors as quietly as we could, but were denied our stealth checks. Sergei was standing outside the guard station looking right at us, as if he was expecting us to try to escape. Fortunately, he was wearing his hat and his coat. Jig is up, he said. Do not take another step. He pointed his fake rifle at us. I stepped in front of Elephant, hoping she would never find out that I knew the gun was a toy. Step aside, Sergei. We kicked your ass once, and we can do it again. That's right, said Luke. You can't scare us with your plastic replica gun. Damn it. It's not plastic, said Sergei. It's real gun. Now stay back or I shoot you. Gil sighed. We know it's a toy, Sergei. We know you stole those SpaghettiOs. Sergei trembled angrily, then finally lowered his gun. Fine, it's toy, but it's still a formidable weapon. Come on, I said. Look at your face. Don't make us do that to you again. Just let us go. That was no fair fight. Only reason you win is because you slapped me in the face with big penis. Elephant looked at me with wide eyes. He's talking about the cooter-rooter, I quickly explained. That thing I just put through the door handles. Oh, okay. Sergei laughed. Now you have no penis. I cleared my throat and muttered just loud enough for Elephant to hear. He's still referring to the cooter-rooter. I have a penis. She nodded. You are for little children, said Sergei. Weak American children, spoiled by years of not getting beaten with sticks every day while you work in an asbestos mine. You're not frightened, Sergei. 5 children, said Elephant, walking confidently toward him. Stay back. I cannot let you leave. Your father will kill me. Elephant raised her hands, palms facing Sergei, and continued advancing. Don't make me use my powers. Please, Elephant. I'll read you a bedtime story and make doll from dead squirrel. Hands trembling, Elephant closed the last few feet toward him. I braced myself for, I didn't even know what. What was she going to? Was she going to make his head explode? Was she going to make his head implode? Was she going to throw him through a guard station wall? Was she going to crack? Sergei jabbed her in the face with the butt of his toy gun. She dropped to the ground and put her hands over her bleeding nose. Yeah! Elephant! I cried, then scowled at Sergei. You'll pay for that. Sergei frowned down at Elephant. I give her warning. She'll not listen. And I'm giving you a warning, said Luke, pulling Vasily's gun from the back of his pants and pointing it at Sergei. And I suggest you listen. Don't shoot, said Sergei, putting his hands up. He squinted at Luke. Hey, where did you get that gun? I took it off your friend, Vaseline. Sergei glanced awkwardly back at the guard station and wiped his hand on his coat. I cleared my throat. Vasily. Vasily? Cried Sergei. How he get real gun privilege back so soon? He no steal the SpaghettiOs, but he eat the SpaghettiOs is not fair. I was helping Elephant to her feet when I heard a shot fire. Pow! Jesus, Luke, I said. Not only had he just tried to murder an unarmed man in cold blood, but he totally whiffed from 10 feet away. That wasn't me, said Luke. Elephant started to wobble, but held on to me for support. That discharge came from your penis. Everyone, including Sergei, stared at my crotch. What? I said. The gunshot we just heard. It came from inside the building, where you blocked the door handles with your penis. They're trying to shoot their way through. First of all, that's not my penis. It's called a cooter-rooter, and it belongs to Gil's mom. Second, there are a million better ways you could have said that. And third, are you okay? You've got a lot of blood coming out of your nose. Elephant wiped her sleeve across her face, which got most of the blood off. I told you, that's what happens when I use my powers. I'll be fine. We need to leave this place now. Luke kept Vasily's gun trained on Sergei until the rest of us went through the gate. Then he followed us into the woods. That's the end of chapter 5.
Oh
Whew.
shit! There you go. I set up my webcam.
Awesome.
What? Are you with us?
Well, I've always been with you in spirit, but now I'm with you in the person also.
Oh! Oh, look at you. I miss you.
Oh,
Man, both of you are in so much nice, cleaner environments that I'm in.
I'm actually quite. I can't really see much of my room right now. I'm wondering if I've got anything like incriminating showing. I may have something incriminating showing.
It depends on who those pictures of are under your TV. It looks like Laura Palmer on the right.
No, those are my children, so it's fine.
Oh, probably not Laura Palmer.
No. Well, you know, you can't see the rest of my room, so.
You've got her under the bed. Ah, it was you all along.
Yeah,
That would make as much sense as anything that was in that show.
yeah, it could have been anyone. Um, Now, did we have any?
God damn, did we get 0 bids?
I think we got
Have
zero bid. I think
Oh,
you.
we did get a contribution though. We got somebody donated $100.
Oh shit! I missed out.
We're up to 18,860.
Yeah, we're at
Like,
189 backers now.
we don't want your fucking art, but all right, let's make the movie. Just keep your art away from me.
Okay, man, whatever
The
you
people
want.
are-
Just put it
I
away.
will pay you to keep that away from me. That works.
We're nearly at 190 backers, which is only 10 away from 200 backers.
It is.
The magic arbitrary number I have attached to the success of this reading.
I mean, we're also, I mean, a little over $1,000 away from $20,000, which I think is a more noteworthy milestone.
Okay, well, you pick your milestones and I'll pick mine.
All right.
All right. I want 200 people on board. That sounds more
Yeah,
like
that's
a
that. Yeah,
violent month.
that does sound nice. That's just to imagine 200 people want a Shingles movie to be made.
Yeah.
When like 2 people buy them when they come out.
Like if there's a load of cops surrounding your compound, you want them to be talking to each other, and you don't want to say like, "Oh, they've got 185 people in there." Doesn't sound good. So they've got 200 people in there. That sounds like a cult that you can respect.
You're right. I mean, if 100, I mean, for next A&D Con, for example, yeah, if we have say like 180 people show up, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's more than this year.
If some hotel
But
worker with
200 sounds a lot cooler.
some hotel worker with PTSD saying, "Oh, there were 189 people in there dressed as Joshua the Sorcerer, and I'll never recover." Doesn't sound as good as like there are 200 people in there dressed as Joshua the Sorcerer, each of them.
And
thrusting
drowned in
crotch.
semen.
Yeah, like moving that up to 200, that gets you like some pity sex or something.
Yeah,
All right. Gerald Patton says, donates $5. Said, how much for a signed hat? More than $5.
Something to consider for the auction. You never know. See how the other
Yeah, I
auctions
mean,
go.
I got this hat on Etsy. I mean, the only I can sign it and it'll be soaked in my sweat.
There you go. That's what they're
Is
paying
that
for.
all right?
Oh, yeah. So you know something. So yes, bid for the hat and also Bob's DNA in case you want to clone him.
Yeah. You too can have your very
Ooh.
own Bob cloning starter kit. Troy Neenan gave us 5 Australian criminal dollars. Your character's going to make a castle from teeth and sticky porn? Yeah, probably. I can see
$5
that.
Australian dollars. What is that like? Like 12 American cents or something?
I don't know, mate. It might be
No,
the
no,
other way around by now.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know what the exchange rate is.
Ah. Well, thank you for the $5 dues, Troy. And they probably will end up building a castle or something disgusting, I should imagine.
I'd be disappointed if we didn't.
Hmm.
A castle
teeth.
made of sin and teeth.
Sin and teeth. It's the future. Well, we don't really have to stall anymore. We got a pretty sweet contribution there, $100, another backer on the list.
Well, we're not stalling. We're chatting.
Yeah, I know, but
This
I'm also stolen.
uh,
Stalin.
you better stop stalling and pull it out your tuskas.
I came here for you to read. Damn it! Stop stalling.
Look, I don't
All
know
right.
how entertaining talking about a castle
You
made of teeth
know
and
what?
sweat is.
I really hope that there's somebody, like just one person, who has joined each one of these readings just because they're too cheap to buy shingles and they get it for free. Well,
I imagine that's most of the people because I know these fuckers didn't buy it. I got the stats to back that up.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Another like 200 figure looks good on. Like 200 people buying your Shingles book.
I gotta check it right now.
Yeah,
Nope, nobody bought shit.
there you go. Well, I'm just saying that, like, these people have paid their money. If you want to roll on with a chapter, you can. If you want to leave them on tenterhooks and carry on talking
All
about
right.
teeth castles, we can do that too.
You sound like you don't want to talk to us anymore, Steve. All right, I'll read. Yeah, I was having a
Look,
drink,
Dance
wetting my
monkey,
whistle.
dance. These people have paid to wind you up.
we've hit the limit of British politeness here. Where it is like fuck you, stop talking to me and read.
Look,
All right, here it goes.
I've tried to be subtle.
Uh, I get subtlety, believe me. That's
You're renowned for it.
that's the medium I work in. All right. Stranger's Thing, Chapter 6. I'm gonna look ahead, get a feel for how. All right, not too long. Here we go. We ran as fast as we could, but we were still close enough to hear Elephant's father when he started shouting at Sergey. "They're right on our tails," said Gil. "Should we keep running, or try to find some place to hide?" It was a tough call. We couldn't see where we were going without our cell phone lights, which made us even more visible as we ran. But I didn't like the idea of sitting around waiting to be shot either. We slowed down to catch our breath and discuss which would be the better strategy. "No, Commander, please!" Sergey's voice sounded far away, filtered through the trees, but not nearly far enough. "I give back twice as many spaghetti. Pow, 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 pow. Oh!" I turned to the others. All in favor of running? Everyone's hand went up. We ran as fast as we could toward Gil's house. But Nikolai, Yurik, and Vasily's shouts were getting nearer and nearer behind us. "Elephant, stop! It's not safe for you out here. You can hide, Your father will find you. You can no hide. Your father will find you. Don't listen to them, Elephant, I said. I'll keep you safe. Just keep running. Elephant continued running, but her expression looked doubtful. I want to be with you, but they're right. Father will never stop looking for me. I'm putting the rest of you in danger. I don't know what to do. I understood her inner struggle and tried to think of what I could say or do that would sway her to leave the only family she'd ever known. What if I offered you golden delicious Eggo waffles? Elephant's eyes widened. Are you fucking serious? I nodded. We have some in our freezer. She smiled. If I'm going to be with you, we'd better lose these guys. But how? They're too fast. Leave that to me. She looked back as she ran and thrust her open palm out toward our pursuers. This should slow them down. Elephant, I cried. Watch where you're going, huh? She looked forward just in time to slam her face into a tree trunk. I stopped to help her up. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just my power's acting up again. Her nose was gushing blood. It covered her entire mouth and was dripping from her chin. Did I stop them? I looked back and saw the guards' flashlights approaching from about 40 yards away. No, but they look a little winded. Come on, Mac, said Luke. We're almost to Gil's house. I don't think she can run anymore. You go on. Get Sheriff Humper. He's not going to listen to me. I'm black. He will if you use his racism to your advantage. You want me to tell him there's 3 black dudes after us? Do you know how much trouble I'll be in when he finds out I'm lying? I'm not asking you to lie. Just get a little creative with the truth. Tell him there's 3 immigrants chasing a white woman. Luke grinned and nodded. That's good. What about you? What are you going to do? I nodded toward the clubhouse we'd built 3 years ago out of wood we'd scavenged from burned down meth labs. We'll hide in the whack shack. Be careful, said Luke. He ran off after Gil and Justin. Come on, I said to Elephant, leading her to the clubhouse. We should be safe in there. What is that? She asked. It's a clubhouse we built a few years ago. We didn't get much use out of it because we kept getting headaches and throwing up every time we spent more than 20 minutes inside it. But we're pretty sure Gil still uses it to whack off in. As we got closer, the smell started to make my eyes water. There was still a faint trace of meth, but it was overpowered by something far worse. I had a sock at home that I used for whacking off when I looked at pictures of Gil's mom and hustle whore. It started to stink pretty bad if I let it go too long without washing it. The clubhouse smelled like a dumpster full of those socks. Sorry about the smell, I said as I opened the door. It's no problem. After using my powers so many times over the years, I've lost my sense of smell. That's probably for the best. I closed the door behind me and turned on my cell phone light. The inside of the clubhouse had changed since the last time I was in it. Who is she? Asked Elephant as she scanned all the Polaroid pictures that covered the interior walls from floor to ceiling. Natalie? She's very pretty. Elephant's tone sounded guarded and maybe a little sad. Is she your girlfriend? No, she's my older sister. She doesn't seem to like wearing clothes very much. She wears clothes all the time. These must be selfies she takes and sends to Beehive Bobby. I wondered how long Natalie had been using our clubhouse to store her smutty selfies. Did Gil know about this? Who's Beehive Bobby? Asked Elephant. He's the most popular boy in high school and the only guy I've ever seen who can get away with a beehive hairdo. They've been dating for a couple of weeks. He took her to the circus tonight, so I guess things are getting pretty serious. Elephant. Sorry, that's ridiculous.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's what you
That
stop.
I'm sorry. I broke character there. You took her to the circus, so I guess things are gonna be serious. All right, back on track. Elephant peeled one of the stickers off the wall and examined it more closely. Elephant peeled one of the pictures off the wall and examined it more closely. How does your sister take selfies from outside a closed window? I shrugged. She probably uses a tripod and a timer or something. I'd better get rid of these before Gil finds them. One by one, I started peeling pictures off the walls and stuffing them into my pockets. Neither glued nor pinned, they came off really easily. It was as if every square inch of interior wall was just naturally mildly sticky. When I was about a quarter of the way through, I had to give up. My pockets were completely stuffed. I'd have to come back and get rid of the rest later. Elephant put her hand on my shoulder. It felt extra weird to get aroused while surrounded by hundreds of nude pictures of my sister. Quiet, she whispered. I hear something outside. Listening carefully, I also heard the sounds of heavy footsteps crunching twigs outside. They were coming this way. Look, Rurik, said Nikolai from about 20 feet away. It's an abandoned shack. Maybe they hide in there. Go look inside. You go look inside, said Yurik. This place smells like Vasily's uniform. They both laughed at that. It's not funny, snapped Vasily. Like you two never touched your thing in whole life. This conversation wasn't helping my current erection problem, nor was Elephant's hand still on my shoulder. I touch thing plenty, said Nikolai, but I find someplace private and squirt into toilet or sink. Keeps uniform clean. Look at you, hand in your pants. You're Stroganoff right now. I am not Stroganoff. It's itchy down there. Vasily started breathing harder and faster as he spoke. Maybe it's mosquito bite or poison ivy or little girl with shaved head. Yes, child. Calling me Uncle Gorby. Yes, yes. He breathed out a long sigh. That was good scratch. Hey, shouted Sheriff Humper. Stop right there. Oh, Shitsky, said Nikolai. It's American Wolfman with shotgun. The sheriff must have been running through the woods naked. He is a very hairy man. I see you goddamn beaners. I'll teach you to chase after our white women. Should we shoot him? Asked Rurik. Is no good, said Nikolai. Only Coors Light silver bullets stop him. We must run. Don't you motherfuckers run away from me. I'm the goddamn sheriff of this town. Boom, boom. God damn it. Judging by a shotgun blast and swearing, Sheriff Humper had chased the Russian guards past the whack shack. We should make a run for it, I said to Elephant. Can you run? She nodded. I was a little dizzy from the residual meth fumes, and Elephant had lost quite a bit of blood, but we managed to hold each other up as we staggered the rest of the way to Gil's house. And that's the end of chapter 6.
Riveting stuff. A lot of
Oh, yeah.
awkward masturbation things going on, but also some life and
Yeah.
death scenarios.
Ah.
Right, let's see what we
Did we
got.
lose Rick?
He may have
Oh, shit.
heard you talking about masturbating to photos of his sister, and then you don't know.
I think Rick's gone to go Stroganoff.
He's
Oh, there he is.
No,
There
no.
we go, dude.
Oddly enough, I just got a call from my flood insurance adjuster. Kind of had to
That's
take
enough to make anyone Stroganoff.
We had a $5 donation from Gerald Poughton. Said, "Whiz Kid still gives me nightmares. Well done." And then we're just like, there's a big conversation in the chat right now going on about lit RPG.
If we're still going after Stranger's Thing, I might do WizKid. That seems like a good one to do
You should definitely do
when
that.
I'm fucked.
We need to fully alienate everyone and not remember
Yeah,
playing it the next day. That's
that's
the
the
only
spirit.
way these things should end.
And a little bit, everything nice.
What's
Yeah,
happening? Who's?
Everything a little bit nice.
knock it off.
Oh no, all right, no, they're cool. I thought Steve Brzezinski joined us.
Look, they're providing content. That's what we need.
My
Yeah.
kid is in the other room watching TV, and he's just doing a running commentary as he's doing it.
Well, that's kind of what we're doing.
That's just what people do these days.
Except we have the excuse of like being on camera and pretending that people are paying attention.
Vicky Fellows, thank you for enjoying me laughing at my own jokes.
Vicky Fellows also says, I'm watching this instead of finishing 8d6. I'm at asses to asses, and goddamn is hilarious. That probably sounds like ludicrous nonsense to your average person. But
I didn't even see that. Where?
that's back of it. I'm
Oh,
randomly in the chat now.
man, there's a big chat going on.
Yeah. Yes, please, says Aaron Kelly. I love WizKit. Oh my God. Jim Brown just put $30 on the fundraiser, apparently.
Let's go check on that.
Oh shit, we're at 191 backers.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
So we definitely have another chapter, but also
Oh, yeah.
we're 9 away from the big arbitrary number I've decided on.
What?
200 backers, man. We've been through this.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Don't make me sound like I'm crazy. I want to see that 200 by the end of the evening. And, ideally, the next 9 backers will give us $1,000 each. That'd be nice as well. But I'm willing to settle for the 200 backers.
Yeah, we gotta find where all the rich people are hanging out, and like, no. You can be a part. You can be a part of this artesian.
We've got to find out where all the
comedy movie.
rich people are hanging out and then immediately be ejected from the premises.
Yeah,
I don't think
get beaten up by security.
I don't think that's going to help our position much, but I don't know. I appreciate your energy.
Sometimes I dream about.
All right, whatever's going on at Rick's house sounds a lot more interesting than what we got going on here.
Sounds like he's having a more interesting fundraiser than we are.
I know.
Yeah. He's got he's got some interesting little psychodramas going on in his mind there.
All right, well, you guys keep listening to that. I gotta go pee again.
Should I put the peace sign up?
Yeah, you do what you want with it. You can go jack off to it.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Some of us
You wanna
already
jack off
have.
to it.
Maybe. All right, I'm going to put up for a little bit because it's nice artwork. I enjoy it. Some John Luther Davis original there, modified by Rick to have it.
I can only imagine how many of my graphic or how many of my cover artists I pissed off just because I have access to Photoshop and I know just enough to be dangerous.
For those of you not in the know, I assume you're probably all in the know at the moment. That's Jimmy Headshot, one of the characters we are hoping to bring to the big screen in the Shingles movie. But of course, that only happens if we get enough money to do so, which is the entire point of this stream, I guess. But we're getting it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean this is kind of one of those it's I guess it's kind of like a writer dream, but also a writer nightmare. But I mean, like on the one, I guess when you get big enough, like the nightmare is like, oh, they're gonna take my thing and they're gonna put out something like horrific or so, But at our level, it's like, holy shit, they made a movie. It has nothing. Like honestly, if they took one of my books and gave it the Lawnmower Man treatment, it'd be like, yeah, there's still my name there, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree. But at the same time, this has definitely been sprung from our own evil minds and inspired by somebody very compatible with our vision. I'm confident we'll get something out of this. And I'm confident it will do its best to be as shingly as possible.
Yeah, it's not like we're handing like Shingles books to Michael Bay and being like, yeah, have fun with, come up with something good.
Michael Bay does Shingles. Hello, Emily. Just snuck in there.
Oh, hi. I always forget you can see that I'm there.
Ah, well.
How
Okay.
many beers in are, or how many stories in are we?
We're only one story in. It's strangest thing, the chapters are longer. It's a more involved plot. There are more accents going on than usual. Um, I don't know how many beers Bevan is in. I'm at, oh, how many am I at now? 10? 8. 8. That's
Wow.
reasonable. That's okay. That's fine. Everything's going fine. I can still speak. Um, it's not ridiculously early yet. I think I made it till 5 a.m. last time, and I could not speak. I can still articulate myself. We're doing all right. I can still read the messages.
I dream about.
And luckily for you, it's all recorded and on YouTube forever now.
Yeah, luckily for me in my career. And here's Bevan. Emily has joined us.
Hey, Emily.
Hi.
You out.
Welcome,
Game's on.
comrade.
Game's out. Game's
She was asking how many beers we're at. How many beers are you at?
I don't know. I crushed a bunch of cans. You guys can go count them if you want. It's on video.
That's true. There's video evidence of that. If anyone would care to rewind and check, I'm sure they would.
Man, this is my third since the crushing.
The crushioning.
What
Right.
was that, Emily?
It's good.
No, it's all right. I'm referring to a gesture you made about 20 seconds ago. I'm looking at the YouTube. Never mind.
How long? We've done this before, man. You've really got,
Once.
you've got to get over this whole YouTube is in the past thing. Okay.
So
Yeah, those-
I'm really quiet, so I'm gonna step away and get my mic. I'll be right back.
Okay. Put up a
If they
P.
I
watch
thought you
you-
were just
those
talking about your
people could be
personality. Damn, Rick.
What?
What was that?
I was like, hey, you're watching YouTube, like, it's in the past. Those people could already be dead.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the people telling Emily she was too quiet. I thought you said they should be dead.
Don't listen to them.
Uh,
They could be
I,
dead.
I just thought you were like getting really defensive of Emily or something.
You say shit about Emily, I'll find you.
That's fair. Okay. Well, I don't think we've had another donation since. Oh no, we've had a recent YouTube donation from Scott Guyot Paisley for $5.
Oh, hey. This is a little. I mean, the lack of bidding on this point. Let me remind you people of what you're missing out on.
Oh God.
This is on quality photo paper.
Hold it
I
up.
stole this from my wife.
Bring
Lift
up
it up.
slowly. Do it slowly.
Sorry,
no.
not slow.
Yeah.
And
Da, 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 da.
and it will be signed as well, so
Well.
you can make it dance, huh?
Oh God.
Whatever you want. You put it in a frame. Just
For those of you who are young, just getting started, diamond. You don't want to like give the love of your life a diamond. I mean, that's like how many people died for that. But if you give her a Jorcer is forever.
Oh God. Let's hope not.
a Jorcer is certainly until the end of your relationship.
I was gonna say, what year anniversary is that?
Paper.
The final one.
Yeah, Scott Paisley, $5, and I quote my wife: Bevan looks like the caterpillar or wherever it was that was smoking its hookah in Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, with the hat and the vape pen. I can see that. You can sing a song about turtles or whatever the fuck was going on in that story. I can't remember.
Oh,
You get out.
I wanted to remind somebody, after the auction started, that we had one bid for $20. Thank you, one charity person. But we also had a $100 contribution, which could count as a bid if you know send us your intent and proof of
I f-
whatever to. Well, how did you do it, Rick? Who did you have them email that to? Their Indiegogo receipt.
we should get
I
an
mean,
email through our Authors and Dragons Gmail anyway, but it
Oh,
won't hurt you at all to take a screenshot and send it to authorsanddragons@gmail.com just in case.
so has that $100 contributor claimed their bid?
Well, here's the thing. If they made the bid in your allotted time period and we have evidence of that bid, then they automatically get that picture
Well, that's what I'm saying.
whether they want it or not.
Well, I mean, unless somebody outbids them.
Yeah, unless somebody makes a bid greater than $100
But I'm saying,
in the time frame.
did that person count? Did they? That you said
yeah,
if they. All right.
okay. So I would say they count, but I don't know. Give them like a time frame. Be like, hey, you gotta you gotta hit me up within 3 days, and send me your info, because otherwise, well then,
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know.
yeah, just pay attention. Make sure you keep in touch. I believe the
I'm saying
contribution you're
they
talking
sent you
about
the receipt though.
was
They-
at
Somebody
12.58.
claimed it.
Yeah, we've got
The question is our hundred or is our current bid at $100?
yes.
Yes, there you go. That's
We
all I
might
wanted to
have
know.
the thing is you might make this on the YouTube super chats, in which case it's not as reliable. So if you do make a donation and you really want that sweet Jawser action, like I know you do, just make sure you make a little screenshot of your contribution. And I think we have 45 minutes left on that.
Uh,
Half an hour.
Half an hour. Oh shit, time flies.
actually, no. It was 7:45, I think. So we got like 17 minutes.
17 minutes.
I
Oh
think,
shit.
right?
It's 8:30.
I don't
I
know how your time
understand.
zones work.
But you said to round up when you started it, because you didn't want it to go to 8:45. 8:45.
All right, fine, good. Well, that's fine. Let's call it whatever the hell, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Who
All
has
right.
the highest bid? Do you know who it is?
I have a
Steve,
name, but the Indiegogo,
is it secret?
it is a secret unless they say
Okay.
they don't want it to be a secret.
Okay.
right.
All right.
I don't make the
Yeah,
rules.
that's right. Yeah, you're right.
If you
You
make
ready
it,
for another chapter? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
say if you make it a bidding on YouTube, then it's not a secret and everyone can see. Everyone knows what you did.
Mhm.
Everyone knows your shame.
They know what you did. They know what you're doing with that George picture
Oh no,
over and over and over again.
Sarragon X has sent us $5 to say it was me, fellas. I sent it to the Discord. I could send it to the email if you want. All right, Sarragon. Okay, you take that glory. Take that glory in the chat.
Oh man, yeah. Part of me, most of me, hopes that we get a higher bid, but some of me wants Saragnan to win it because
Dude wants it.
that person's always saying kind things about me on Discord,
Oh,
and that's
right on
Kiss
that.
ass.
worth something. Yeah, that counts.
Hey, it works. The squeaky wheel gets the ass, or however that
Hey,
phrase goes.
yeah, most people like censor my name on Discord. I still don't know what that's about. Apparently, that's been explained to me twice, but I don't remember. But Saragnan says nice things.
Well, stop. If you'd stop doing things that would get your names censored on Discord, then
I say things that should be censored, but my name shouldn't be. FBI is not looking at
uh,
that. Well, I mean, they might be,
yeah.
but they can see through your fucking censors.
There's still no sign of Bevan the Jackal.
They're doing it for
If,
your own good, man.
if we say your name enough times, it might summon you.
All right. Uh, if If I could, if I could travel that cheaply, believe me, I would.
With my luck, you'll say Bevan 3 times. Suddenly, I'll wind up there and be like, "The fuck."
Fucking assholes. All right, we're ready to do another chapter.
Let's do it.
This book's not reading itself.
Hmm.
Stranger's Thing, chapter 7. Let's see if there's anything on the news about them Mexicans invading our town. So, oh wait, I should be reading this in a different accent. Let's see if there's anything on the news about them Mexicans invading our town, said Gil's mom as she clicked on the TV. Luke cleared his throat. To be perfectly clear, I said immigrants. Gil's mom laughed. Doing the voice. The news is coming on. This is Dan Whiteman with the Expository News Network coming to you live at Ziggy's Zero Liability Fairground, where tragedy has befallen this small American town. With me here is Town Drunk, locally known as Wino Willie. Tell me, Mr. Willie, can you describe the monster that people are claiming terrorized the circus here tonight? Wino Willie let out a long, loud belch. I don't remember much. I was pretty fucking shit-faced to tell you the truth. But I'll never forget them titties. Dan Whiteman gestured toward the camera, which panned slightly upward so that we could no longer see Wino Willie reaching down the front of his pants. Other witnesses have claimed that the alleged beast is dinosaur-like, but are you suggesting it had human titties? Oh, yeah. Even bigger than juicy fun bags. Bullshit, Gil's mom shouted at the TV. He's passed out between these titties enough times to know they're the biggest in the county. Dusty Whiteman smiled. I snorted cocaine off Mrs. Funbag's titties in 2003. It was like skiing with my nose. Dinosaur proportions or not, I find that statement difficult to believe. Gil's mom sat back and blew out a long plume of cigarette smoke. I think I remember that party. So, said Gil awkwardly, you guys hid in the old clubhouse, huh? I avoided eye contact and nodded. I don't know what you saw in there, but I want to assure you that Guilford placeholder fun bags, snapped his mom. You shut your mouth when folks is talking about my titties on the news. Gil grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the kitchen, then continued in a whisper. I don't know what you saw in there, but I didn't see anything, I lied. It was totally dark. I didn't turn on my phone because I didn't want those guys to see the light through the cracks. We put 3 coats of tar on the outside of that clubhouse. You know as well as I do that no light gets in through those walls. You could develop film in there. His accusatory tone weighed as heavily on me as the hundreds of nude pictures of my sister I had stuffed in my pockets. Did he know about the pictures? Did he think I had something to do with why they were there? I didn't know what to say. I guess you could, if you had the right photography chemicals. Who said anything about photography? You did. Jesus, Mac, can we just drop it already? I was just saying that if you did see anything in there, that I didn't. Ow! A pink cooter-rooter bounced off the side of his head. His mother glowered at us over the back of the sofa. I told you boys to shut the hell up when my titties were on the news. She turned back to the television. God damn it, now they're just showing some of the fucking victims running around. Mac, said Elephant, isn't that your sister on TV? My heart skipped a beat when I saw Natalie on the screen. She was taking a picture of herself as she screamed in terror. Why are people still at the circus? I asked. It's got all kinds of exotic attractions, said Gil. The sassy black woman, the conniving Jew, the Asian kid who's really good at video games. No, I mean, why are they still there right now? It's 3 in the morning. Gil's mom chuckled. This ain't a live broadcast, retard. It's a replay of the 9 o'clock news. Hey, said Gil as he stood up and rubbed the soreness out of his head. How does Elephant know what your sister looks like? I, described her. It was the best lie I could come up with. Stop asking me stupid questions. I have to make sure she's okay. Careful not to let any of the pictures slide out with it. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and scrolled through my contacts until I found Natalie. Hang on a second, said Gil. You described what your sister looks like so vividly that someone who's never seen her could instantly recognize her? Gil, would you shut up? I'm trying to. I sighed and disconnected the call. Straight to voicemail. Stay calm, said Luke. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe she turned her phone off because she was hiding, then forgot to turn it back on again. Did she send you any messages? I shook my head. Here, said Gil, holding up his phone. Check out her Instagram account. I took his phone. You follow my sister on Instagram? I follow a lot of people. There's nothing weird about that. It says here that you only follow 3, and these other 2 are porn actresses. Elephant looked at Gil's phone over my shoulder. They do resemble your sister quite a bit, though. No, they don't. Look, that one's got a freckle. Give me that. He snatched his phone back from me and scrolled through Natalie's post, reading the captions aloud. What's happening here? I've never been so scared in all my life. Hashtag Insta-slutty. Hashtag horny baby. Hashtag jizz guzzler. Hashtag cockholster. Hashtag. Okay, I said. You don't need to read out all the hashtags. Did she take a picture of the monster? Gil shook his head. It's just her face. He scrolled through a few more. They're all selfies. Read some more of the captions. Skip the hashtags. He read through the captions as he scrolled through each picture. It's killing everybody. Somebody help us. OMG, it's looking right at me. Please, I don't want to die. OMG, 50,000 followers. Thank you all. Hugs and kisses. Suck it, Jessica. Gil looked up from his phone. She included 3 kissy lips emoticons, 2 winks, and a middle finger. I sighed. Scroll down to the last post. Gil frowned at his phone and shrugged. It's just another selfie. What does the caption say? My phone battery's about to die, and I might be too. Laters. When was it posted? About 20 minutes ago. Then she might still be alive, I said. We have to go save her. I don't know, man, said Luke. That thing's killed so many people already that we don't even know what it is. How are we supposed to stop it? Elephant stared at him with grim determination in her eyes. I know what it is. How do you know? There's only one creature on this earth that could slaughter so many people so quickly. Gil gasped. The scary Muslim? No, said Elephant. Far worse, I'm afraid. Did I not recognize Mac's sister by his description alone? That didn't give me a whole lot of confidence in whatever she was going to follow it with, but I was glad she was sticking to the story. You sure did. How, then, do you think I would not recognize my own? Whoa. That's the end of chapter 7.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That got
You
dramatic.
just turned it up a level, huh?
Absolutely. I can just remember.
You guys got any theories?
Well, I've read the book, so yes.
Here, like one of 8.
Who've read them all? It's
No, I've
Melissa,
read this one. Huh?
me, Steve. Yeah, people who have read it.
All right. Yeah. Ah,
Okay, how are we doing? How are we doing on audience
I don't know.
engagement?
I don't know. Is it time to shut things down?
Gloria Miller says, "Don't take their clock shot."
What?
I don't know. Somebody said something in the chat. Just a reminder that auctions are still open for the Jawstra licking his own tit original artwork, signed by Robert Bevan, delivered lovingly through your mailbox. Currently,
It
the
looks
high.
like we've got nothing on Indiegogo. in the last chapter.
We are still at 192 backers. We need another backer. Well, we need another 8 backers, really, before I'm satisfied. Come on, make it happen. Bug some fellows, bug some neighbors. Make an
Man,
exciting indie project happen. If you like this horrible uh, awfulness that is happening right now from the lips of Robert Bevan, then wouldn't you like to see it reimagined in a movie format? Of course he would.
I think with the cliffhanger I just left everybody on, all I gotta do is finish this beer, and somebody will bring us to where we need to be to
Because
continue. Because
sheer dramatic
they,
tension.
they can't not go on, right?
Well,
Nobody can resist learning the secrets beyond what I just read.
unless, like everyone else on this podcast, they've already read it. But even then, that's no
That is
excuse.
absolutely not the case.
Well, I agree with you. I don't think they will be able to resist the
All right,
stream of dramatic
all right,
tension.
folks. You got this much time to donate. This many minutes. All right, the clock's ticking.
And a
Or
reminder,
another one of Jerry's kids dies.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Emily's got
What the
her
hell are
own
you doing
strategy.
over there, Emily?
Hey, you let her do what she
Yeah.
does.
Hey, I'm not going to question her fundraising methods if they work.
Like UHF, Crazy Eddie. I'm gonna club this baby seal to make a better deal.
They want to
Slog,
see. Yeah, go ahead.
Slogman says, how much is each chapter? It's up to $20 this time around.
$70,000.
We need a $20 donation, either by one person or by a team of people, before we can go on. Also, a reminder that the Jawsera artwork highest bid at the moment is $100 to beat. So if you want that sensual Jawsera artwork shoved through your mailbox, then you need to donate more than $100.
All right, shoved in your box.
I didn't want to go that far, but now we've gone that far.
I was just making things simpler for you. This is how we say it in America.
Jim Brown says $20 if he goes and gets the cat.
That's to
Cat.
Rick. That's to Rick.
Rick, go get your fucking cat.
That's to you, Bevan.
Catless?
Just go find a
I
cat.
don't have a cat.
Go get one.
You're right next to your garage door. There's got to be cats out there.
There's cats in the
Do
neighborhood.
you really want me to open my garage door again?
Oh no, don't do that.
No.
All right.
That's not going to attract any cats. That's very loud,
No.
unpleasant noise. All right, go get the damn cat, says Tessic X. A lot of,
Problem is,
aggra-
I don't know where the damn cat went.
a lot of
They're cats.
aggressive
They
cat foul.
hide.
Vicky
Oh,
fellows,
I got a
Rick
weasel. Does
Kitty,
that count?
please.
I think he's under the bed, and he's the friendly cat. So if I find him, I can pick him up and bring him. But like, there's another cat I do see, and if I try picking her up, it's just gonna be like picking up like a running chainsaw.
How's
Slowman
this?
donated
That ain't worth 20.
$10. Says half a chapter also showed a cat, but then Caprice George donated $49.99 American
All
hardcore
right, I
dollars.
guess that counts. Woohoo!
Definitely counts. But I think the Weasel
Ron
did it.
Weasel Jeremy says thank you.
Damn, I wish the cat had been there for my reading.
Yeah,
Cat damn more popular than me.
Vicky Fellows says she's going to get her cat. So can that count for 3 chapters? No, it can't. That's not how we're doing it.
No, that does absolutely not.
You sneaky,
Slav,
you
do
terrible
you not want
nemesis.
us to? You support us. You pretend to support us, and then you want to yeah
What a
dig into
sabotage
us
us.
like this, like ouch.
Sitting there wearing his
Slog.
top hat and twirling his mustache, if I know Slaug, and I think I do.
This is vengeance because I did well in a game once.
Probably. Wouldn't put it past him. Anyway,
Oh.
well,
Okay,
All
what do you
right.
want to see?
Well, we're back in the saddle.
mhm.
I guess somebody cares about what happens next in Stranger's Thing. All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
Check the chapter length. Get myself psyched up. Oh, all right. All right. Stranger's Thing, chapter 8. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You have a sister? Elephant frowned. Technically, I have two. What do they look like? Asked Gil. Are they into black men? Asked Luke. Yeah! Asked Julian. I sighed. Guys, cool it. Natalie's in trouble. I turned to Elephant. Can you stop your sister? I may be the only one who can. She started to fall, but caught herself on the kitchen counter. But I've grown weak from blood loss. I need you to help me replenish my powers. I'll do anything. What do you need? Golden, delicious Eggo waffles. I dashed to the living room sofa. Miss Funbags, do you have any Eggo waffles in the house? What do you think? I'm a fucking savage? Of course I do. How's that slogan go? I get prego for Eggo. I don't think that's how it goes. Gil's mom frowned. I sure as hell hope not. Beehive Bobby delivered a whole pallet of them yesterday and shot enough sperm on me to feed the goddamn Vatican. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Beehive Bobby, the guy who's dating my sister, came over here yesterday and paid you for sex with waffles? Fuck no! I sighed with relief and a little embarrassment. I'm really sorry about that. I must have misunderstood what you meant by it. That's fucking ridiculous, said Gil's mom. If Beehive Bobby wants to have sex with waffles, he don't need to pay me. He had sex with me and paid for it with waffles. Hurry, Mac, cried Luke from the kitchen. We're losing her. Do they have waffles or not? I temporarily put aside my complex mixture of anger, hunger, and arousal. Where are the waffles? Gil's mom chugged down the last of a can of beer. They're in the cellar freezer. Thanks. But Mac, she said before I had a chance to run to the cellar. Yes, Miss Funbags? If you want my waffles, I'm going to need you to give me some syrup. The way she said it made me feel like there was something I was missing in such a simple request. But I didn't have time to solve riddles right now. Sure thing, I said. You got it. I ran down the cellar stairs and opened the freezer. As promised, it was filled to capacity with boxes and boxes of Eggo waffles. I grabbed as many boxes as I could carry, and ran back up the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, Elephant was in really bad shape. Her eyes were glazed over, her breathing was shallow, and her hands were cold and clammy. Hang in there, Elephant, I said as I dumped all the Eggo boxes on the shelf and started to open one. I'll have some delicious waffles ready for you before you can say. Elephant grabbed a box with both hands and tore into it with her teeth. At first, I thought she was just really impatient, but then she chewed briefly, swallowed, and took another bite. I could put a couple of those in the toaster if. She shut me up with a look as she tore into the box a third time. The ferocity in her eyes caused me to drop the box I was holding. Yeah! Justin pounced on the box and started chowing down. That was our fault for always feeding him from the table. If she enjoyed waffles this passionately while they were still frozen in the box, I couldn't imagine how much more she would like them toasted with some butter and maple syrup. But she snarled at me when I tried to remove a box from the table and ignored my offer of the syrup I found in Gil's pantry. By the time she had her fill, Elephant had devoured 6 whole boxes. I'm sorry for snarling at you, Mac, she said. Her rosy cheeks suggested that she was embarrassed by her behavior, but also that the waffles had in fact helped replenish some of her blood. I smiled at her. Don't worry about it. Do you feel better now? Much better, thank you. Are you strong enough to face your sister? Elephant nodded. I think so, but it will be dangerous. You should arm yourselves. I grabbed the nearest weapon at hand, another one of Gil's mom's Koodarooters. I already had some combat experience with it now, and it had proven itself to be a formidable weapon and versatile tool. This one was a lighter shade of blue than the one I'd previously used, but I had faith that it would be just as effective. Gil opened the cutlery drawer and pulled out a purple Koodarooter. Luke picked up the pink one that Gil's mom had thrown at us. Justin found one in the gap between the wall and the refrigerator. It might have been orange at one point, but it was so covered in dust and hair that it was difficult to tell. Gil's mom staggered into the kitchen. That humper better have not drank the last of my. She stopped when she saw us all armed with her Koodarooters, then turned to Elephant. Damn, girl, I thought I was hard to please. Mom, said Gil. What? This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. My first time was also with 3 boys and a dog. She leaned in a little closer to Elephant and cupped her hand over the side of her mouth. You might want to ask them boys to give those things a rinse before they stick them inside you. I got this rash around my. What's the best way to say this in front of children? Port of entry that I wouldn't wish on a Jew. Mom! Thank you for the advice, Mrs. Funbags, said Elephant. That's Miss Funbags, Miss Funbags corrected her. But you can call me Juicy. We should really be going now, I said. Thanks for the waffles. I tossed her the bottle I was still holding. Here's that maple syrup you wanted. I ran into the living room before she had a chance to respond. Where are you going? Said Lou. We should go out the back door. It's quicker to cut through the woods than take the roads. Natalie doesn't have time for that. I picked up the sheriff. I, I picked up Sheriff Humper's damp pants off the floor and tried not to breathe while I went through his pockets. Luke folded his arms. But she's got time for this? Finally, I found what I was looking for. I pulled out the sheriff's car keys. Are you crazy? We can't steal a cop car. It's not stealing. The police station isn't far from the fairground. If anyone asks, we'll just say we found the car abandoned and wanted to return it. None of us even know how to drive, said Gil. We've all played enough pole position, I said. How hard could it be? But when I went out the front door and saw the car parked in the front yard, the reality of what a crazy idea this was started to set in. But there was no turning back. We'd wasted enough time with waffles as it was. I turned back to the others. Any of you guys want to try? Hell no, said Luke. I'll ride in the back. If we get caught, I'm going to say I got arrested before the rest of you stole the car. Mac, cried Elephant. Her wide, frightened eyes stared past me. I turned to see what she was looking at, but I couldn't see anything. What's wrong? Then a glint of moonlight on chrome caught my eye. A car was approaching us slowly with its headlights off, as if the driver was trying to sneak up on us. It's my father, said Elephant. He found us. The car's headlights suddenly turned on, and it started driving faster towards us. Shit, I said. Everybody in. I'll drive. That's the end of chapter 8. Man,
Ooh,
I
exciting.
don't know. I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could not donate to keep listening after
Well,
that.
good news is we had a couple of donations while that chapter was
Oh,
going. We are now at 194 backers.
ooze.
Ooh.
Nice. We are 6 away from your arbitrary goal.
And we also had Tessic X give us $5 and a picture of a dog clapping its hands and saying bravo.
Yay.
I don't know what that means. It's lovely.
Or is it a squirrel?
Well, I don't know.
It's a corgi.
Adorable.
We also had
A
Simon,
Shiba Inu.
Simon Strauss say, I'll donate $25 for Rick to get one of his guinea pigs and put it on his shoulder. You people have got
You
some
have
weird
guinea pigs?
kinks.
Oh, they're all dead. I'd have to go dig them up.
Oh my God! All right,
And
All
that's
that's
right,
why
worth
I will.
that's worth
I
more
will
than
pay
$25.
26.
I will double that.
All right,
Look,
that's 2
ghouls,
rich for my blood.
you're all ghouls.
Johnny in the chat said, "Is Bevan still going to be able to speak in 3 more chapters? He'll be a case of beers in at least by then." We're only 3 hours into this, and I believe you lasted about
The last one was
7 hours.
7.
Yeah, 7 hours. I think it will be fine for 3 more chapters. I have faith.
I have.
I think the reading
Stay.
is fine as long as there's no elevators.
Yeah, any escalator
Escalators.
or maybe
Escalators.
elevators.
You're
Learn
right.
your Bevan lore, Emily.
Sorry.
His weaknesses are escalators and internet connections. That is
And
Bevan
hookers.
law. Wow, fair enough. Michael's wife. I will donate $100 if you dig up a guinea pig. Michael, I don't think I've seen you make any other messages except for that.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, I don't even
uh,
know if you'd even
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what
yeah.
Authors and Dragons is, or you just like you just some kind of
They just
wandering
you
internet
want to see
ghoul.
me outside in like a dark night with like a cloak and a, like a shovel there, and it's like, oh, I think I finally found. Nope, that was the sewer pipe.
Oh dear.
My God.
Yeah, Michaela says the last reading also only technically ended due to internet failure. That's true. Although I think by
what is it? Is it true, or is it because? What time was it there for you, Steve? Were you just fucking sick of this and you
no,
said, "Oh, internet failure"?
it was 5 in the morning, but our connection did kick
Yeah.
out. And then it was like, oh, should we get it back up? And I was like, I couldn't remember who had donated or how much we had to do. And it was 5 in the morning, and I've said, okay, uh, you know, the internet gods have spoken.
Yeah. I believe you, man, because I can't remember shit.
I think, well, the
But
evidence
I
is
was.
there on the internet. If anyone has wandered into this, you don't know what's going on, you can find Bevan's first reading and Rick's reading on our YouTube channel. And while you're here, for the love of fucking God, will you give this a like and a subscribe? Smash those buttons and ring that bell and all the other YouTube
Smash
shit.
them.
Yeah, you can take the time to ask me to defile the graves of my beloved pets,
Yeah,
but you can't hit like.
yeah. You sit there and put Rick through some traumatic shit, but you won't smash that like button, will you? Yeah.
See, has anyone? I mean, I'm over halfway through this book. Has anyone been tempted to buy it? Well, let us find out. Oh, they have not.
I don't know if
Man,
the Amazon things are that quick. They might have. You might have sold a couple.
well, I have sold one today.
Ooh.
I think that was before I started this. Might not have been. I don't know. I'm paying that close attention. But anyways, more of you should be buying this because I mean, you're hearing the quality right now. What's wrong with you?
Slag also says that the bid window for the Sorcerer unique sexual artwork is nearly over. So
Oh shit! It's 9 o'clock.
uh,
It is over.
it is
Yes.
over. It's called Serenian X. I believe you are the winner.
Well,
Oh,
that kind of makes me happy, except that it only went for $100.
well,
I'm gonna sign it right now
Daryl Patton with
on
$5
air.
says 1 minute until auction ends. Well, I believe we are
Well, no, I
possibly in the
mean,
future.
my clock says 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we
If
are
you
in the
guys,
future. It's the YouTube delay. But he paid
I
some money.
mean, my name is not gonna change in the next minute. They even put a little heart in there for you.
Oh, no heart.
All right, it is signed and ready to go.
Oh my God. That is glamorous as fuck.
Yeah.
Mallory Monroe, eat your heart out.
Well,
You have
Take
to
it,
dig her up too.
take it down a notch. Wait a
Pussy.
second. Don't start shit that. Just wait. We're not there yet.
Well, that sounds like an odd threat, Bevan. Do you have another auction planned for this evening, or
I do. Or we don't. Yeah, we don't want to get. We want to at least to buffer that with another chapter. I think. 'Cause,
it's up
yeah,
to you?
I don't think they've earned another auction yet. After that. Rick, how much did your ship pull in? Your jizzy.
All right, so
Jizzes.
Jizzes went for 30. But
Oh, all right, that's not too
the
bad.
Arrow of the Gods mask went for almost 250.
All right, that all right. I don't feel so bad then. I was thinking these are higher numbers. Anyways, good. All right.
Somebody bought a calendar this evening,
Ooh.
and the
Oh,
proceeds from that go to the movie as well.
thank you, mysterious patron. I hope you can track the days with whatever obscene image you find on your Shingles calendar. Troy Neenan just gave us another 5 Australian dollary doodads. Drew needs to do an audit of your inventories, give you up-to-date gold swag for all the old free stuff. Troy, it's canon that the free stuff was lost in the transition to in the dimensional shift. And the reason it was lost
Also,
is because no one fucking remembered what they had in their inventory because they did not write it down.
Drew deals with enough shit from us.
Look, Drew's doing his best, all right? The beauty of playing a monk is all the kind of no worldly possession shit. Keeps things very simple.
But I'm gonna improve. I'm gonna impress Drew next week. I got this plan, and you're all gonna be your minds gonna be blown.
There you go, Troy. Tune into the next episode where Bevan's going
Yeah,
to
make sure
blow
to
your
tune in.
mind.
And your dick,
Oh, well,
not
that would be
not just yours.
You know we're hearing all about this, and you know what's gonna happen. Bob's gonna say his thing, and Drew's gonna be like, roll this for it, not one.
yeah.
No. You know what's gonna. Oh, you know what's gonna happen. Drew's gonna say, "No, that's stupid. You can't do that."
And he'll probably be true.
But I'm hyping it up right now so that we can turn the tide against him and his judgment. You know,
Jen
there's
also
too
points
long.
out that,
And I also want to say this is I'm not burrowing into anybody's body and expanding. This is
yeah,
not that. I'm gonna do that eventually.
I have no doubt.
But it's time to put Drew in his place. You know, I'm building I'm building popular demand for what's about to happen. So, when it happens, then Drew's gonna have a reckoning to deal with.
Well, that sounds awful. I imagine it will be highly entertaining.
And
Uh,
just you wait,
And
people.
Drew just throws that and says,
Demand.
like, I can no longer DM.
and Jen also points out that we never actually played 3E. We were Pathfinder and then went to 5E. It doesn't matter. I'll tidy up all this fucking stuff in the comic book adaptation, all right? So just keep on.
Jen's the historian though.
Yeah, no,
She,
Jen's
she knows
absolutely
the
right. Yeah.
I
Troy
think she
Yeah,
donated. I
bugs
think she
Jen.
donated something too. So be nice to her.
I was
Stop being a dick,
I was
Steve.
being nice to her. I wasn't being a dick to Jen. I wouldn't do that. She's the only one who knows where all the bodies are buried.
yeah. If Jen like says jump, we pretty much should just ask how high.
Yeah.
I've never heard of her before tonight.
You fucking have. Oh, you tremendous bastard. What are we
And
doing?
she's gonna like send 40 like pictures of her with Bob from A&D Con.
Was she there? All right, if I see a picture, I'll probably remember.
Yeah, probably. All
I,
right.
like, yeah, it took me like 5 meetings with Lamplighter. Like I can, recognize her now at first glance, without whatever color her hair is.
Oh, well done.
But that's recent.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Anyways,
Well, I'm
I,
confused
I,
now.
I'm gonna do one more chapter before we do the next auction because you're not getting this you're not getting this for free.
But did we get enough donations for a chapter?
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, we got that $49.99.
That was the last chapter.
Was it? Oh shit.
I'm starting to get a little
Do I,
bit fuzzy on when things happened.
do I need to pee again?
I don't even. No one can tell you if you need to pee again.
We don't
Well, I
have the
mean,
bladder token in real life.
well, I'm saying if it's either quit or pee.
If it's either quit or pee. Oh,
We
Troy
got
Green
another
gives us
five
another
Australian
$5
dollars.
Australian dollars. If Rick Drew really wants to mess with their players, they could make all the loot
All right,
plus 1
all
hour.
right. Jen Brown said we got $40 in donations. I think I've messed with Jen Brown enough, so I'll trust her on her word there.
Yeah, no, if Jen says it, it's most likely
Yeah.
very true. I'll take that to the bank of things I can't remember.
Jen said that she hugged me. Did I have a bone going on?
Oh, God.
All right. Next chapter.
Next chapter.
Stranger's Thing, chapter 9. Look at ahead first. All right. Luke, Gil, and Justin piled into the back seat as the other car pulled up to the curb on the other side of the street. Elephant sat up front with me. I put on my seatbelt and put the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. Hurry! Cried Elephant. He's coming. I'm turning the key. It's not working. You have to put your foot on the brake pedal, said Luke. I leaned down to look at the pedals. Which one's the brake pedal? The wide one on the left. Jesus, Mac, I thought you said you knew how to drive. I said I know how to play pole position. They don't make you go through all of this in the game. I pushed my left foot on the left pedal. Okay, now what? Rap, 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 rap. We all screamed as Elephant's father banged his fist against the window. You kids get out of the car. Luke, I cried, what do I do next? Turn the ignition key. It's still not working. Is your foot on the brake? Make up your mind, I said. Do I push the brake or turn the key? Both, said Luke, Gil, and Elephant. Rap, 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 rap. Get out of the car! I pushed my foot on the brake and turned the key. The engine roared to life. Ha ha! I did it! My excitement faded when I noticed we weren't moving. Now what? Luke sighed. Shift to reverse. Elephant's father put his face up against my window and cupped his hands around his face, which did little to help my concentration. Elephant, you get out of this car right now. No, father, said Elephant. I'm not going back to that dreadful place. Mac gave me Eggo waffles. Can you give me that? What am I, made of money? The store brand is just as good, especially when you eat the whole goddamn box right out of the freezer. Elephant faced forward. Drive, Mac. I don't see anything that says reverse. Damn, said Luke. Have you ever been in a car before? Move the stick from the P position to the R. I successfully moved the stick. Okay, next. Elephant's father shifted his gaze downward. Hey, is that a dildo? What the fuck are you little shits doing with my daughter? That's it, I'm getting my gun. He stomped back to his car. Did you hear that, Mac? Said Luke. He's getting a fucking gun. Can we go now? I'm in reverse. The car isn't moving. Push the gas pedal. Which one is that? The one that isn't the brake. I stepped hard on the other pedal and the engine roared even louder, but the car still refused to budge. "He's coming back," said Gil, "and he's got a gun. I'm doing my best. The car won't move." "God damn it, Mac," said Luke. "Do you still have your foot on the brake?" "Yeah, you didn't say it." "Shit!" When I relaxed my left foot, the car flew backward like it had been launched out of a cannon. "What the—" There was a crashing noise on the car's roof. Then Elephant's father rolled down the front of the windshield. I felt bad about hitting him, but I also wished the impact had slowed us down. Fortunately, the car had a lot more stopping power than it. Fortunately, his car had a lot more stopping power than he did when he smashed into the side of it. I took my foot off the gas pedal and stared through the windshield at the crumpled heap on Gil's lawn that used to be Elephant's father. "Sorry I killed your dad." "He's not actually my father," said Elephant. "He created me in a laboratory and has been grooming me since birth to one day be his bride." "Ew," said Luke. "That's all kind of fucked up." "You can't even begin to understand how right you are without having seen his penis." "I'll take your word for it. I'm perfectly comfortable with my current understanding of how right I am." Gil grabbed the cage that separated the back seats from the front. "Guys, he's not dead. Look!" Elephant's father lifted his head. "You sons of bitches. I just finished paying for that car." He started to push himself up. "Mac," said Luke, "foot on the brake, shift to drive, move foot from brake to gas." I followed his direction and was shocked to discover it worked on the first try. We were moving forward. "Now steer!" So excited about my first time driving, I forgot to look where I was going. When I looked up, Elephant's father was standing directly in my path. I swerved to avoid him, but he jumped in the same direction I swerved. He rolled up the windshield and over the roof of the car. I caught a brief glimpse of him in the rearview mirror as he fell off the back. I felt like I should apologize to Elephant again, but how many times can you apologize for killing someone's father before it starts to feel insincere? Besides, in light of all the stuff about him raising her to be his bride and his weird penis, I wasn't exactly sure how to feel about killing him. "He's getting back up," said Gil, looking through the rear windshield as I tried to acclimatize myself to the road. "He's limping towards his car." "Step on it, Mac," said Luke. "Give me a minute. I'm still getting used to this." "We don't have a minute. Turn right up here. We'll lose him on Dead Man's Bluff." "Do I have to remind you that I've only been driving for about 5 minutes now? I'm not ready for Dead Man's Bluff." "You don't have a choice," said Gil. "We have to go that way anyway. It's the quickest way to the fairground." I glanced nervously at the rearview mirror just in time to see Elephant's father's headlights turn on behind me. Before I knew what was happening, Elephant slammed her foot down on top of mine, pushing the gas pedal all the way down to the floor. We took off like a rocket, riddled with dents, scratches, and graffiti on the outside, and littered with fast food wrappers and old issues of Hustle Horror on the inside. Sheriff Humper's squad car wasn't much to look at, but it sure had some power under the hood. We mowed down four mailboxes before I was able to steer us back onto the street. I was actually driving now. I couldn't believe how comfortable I felt behind the wheel. Every new driving student should have a homicidal maniac chasing them. It takes so much pressure off of the driving itself. "You're doing great, Mac," said Gil. "We're losing him." Now that I was finally getting the hang of it, Elephant took her foot off mine and sat back in her seat. Even Luke seemed more relaxed, making small talk with Gil instead of shouting at me. Is your middle name really Placeholder?" "It is for now," said Gil. "My mom wants to let my dad choose my middle name, but first we have to figure out who he is." After driving through a few corner lawns, I learned to slow down for turns. It was a skill that came in handy when we got to the winding road along the edge of Dead Man's Bluff. "He's gaining on us again," said Gil. "Can't we go any faster?" With the wall of solid rock to our right and a 400-foot drop to our left, I was going as fast as I dared. Elephant rolled down her window. This ought to slow him down. She thrust her open palm up at the rock wall. What are you doing? I asked, keeping my eyes locked on the twisty road. I'm going to make some rocks fall behind us. Good idea. Just make sure they don't fall on us. After we went around the next curve, the road straightened out a little. Elephant's father accelerated towards us, and I had a good idea of my own. I slammed hard on the brakes. Smack! Elephant's face cracked the dashboard. Everyone in the seat merely grunted as their seatbelts dug into their guts. Sorry about that, I said. You should wear your seatbelt. Elephant pushed herself off the dashboard. Her face was bruised pretty badly, and blood was gushing out of her nose. She must have really exerted herself, but I didn't see any fallen rocks behind us. What are you doing? Asked Luke. Why did we stop? The hunter has become the hunted. I narrowed my eyes and smiled at Elephant's father's car, which had sped past me just as I'd predicted. It likewise screeched to a halt, then started to back up. I pushed the gas pedal all the way to the floor. Ah! Everyone screamed as I plowed straight into the other car. There was barely any resistance. I felt like a bull pushing a baby carriage. Eventually, he would slip up, miscalculated turn, and smash through the flimsy guardrail. I didn't want to kill Elephant's father for the third time in 10 minutes, but he wasn't giving me any choice. It was either him or scream. He turned toward the rocky wall, caught a piece of it, and spun to the right. I was now bulldozing him sideways, and there was suddenly a whole lot more resistance. Tiny pieces of rock pelted the windshield as smoke and dust obscured our view. Stop, said Luke. Stop the car. I took my foot off the gas. Do you think he survived that? I don't know, but he's got to be in bad shape. What do we do now? We can't bulldoze that car all the way to the fairground. Back up a little. We're going to have to put his car into neutral and push it off the bluff. I turned around. What if he's still alive? Luke shrugged and held up his cooter. Then we'll just have to take care of him. Well, that was the end of chapter 9.
Starship Troopers.
Oh shit.
This is Pathmark.
That's getting bleak.
Yeah,
Well,
man. I didn't promise you,
Mad
roses and rainbows.
well, the chat seems to be responding to it. We have Jeff Hennessy giving us 20 US dollars. Another chapter, please. 20 US dollars will absolutely buy another chapter. Troy again
Absolutely, yeah.
with his 5 Australian kangaroo books. You should read each other's books. The reaction would be worth it. It's not a bad idea. And Drotok,
Nah, I think if Joe reading any of our books.
yeah, that would be worth it. But it's got to be a tough one to swing. Dro Talks Audiobooks is back with 4.99 US dollars. Yes, you're all still at it. Told you we would be, man. Theragon X says, "We love you, Jets." Don't know where that came from. Filth Planet, $5. Ah, shit, here we go again. That's true. Gerald Payton, $10. No need to read another chapter. Just hope the movie happens. You're all great people. Oh, thank you. But you get another chapter anyway, so fuck you.
Yeah, you just pay for half a chapter. Just
Jo-
enjoy what you're paying for.
Johnny in the chat says,
If you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it.
Johnny in the chat says, amazing how many donations came in since the threat of Sorcerer has passed. I don't believe that for a second. But here's what's really cool is we have gone up to
This is Spain.
196 backers. 4 backers away from the big 200, where I can finally shut my mouth about my arbitrary goal. Only 4 more backers to go. Round people up. Get it done.
Man,
Let's do it.
will we get there before I
We're
finish peeing?
we're
That's
also only $10 away from 19,000.
Well, that's true as
uh,
well. But one arbitrary goal at a time, Emily.
I think we'll probably hit the 19,000 first.
Yeah, probably. I mean, That's good. I'm looking forward to hitting that. But that 200 backers is important for me for reasons I can't quite articulate.
We'll have like the next like 6 people like donate $1 a piece. So we get
It's fine. I guess that'll teach me a lesson, but still get that big 200. That'll make me happy
Yeah,
for
I mean,
some reason.
if all our fans donated $1, then we wouldn't have enough, but we'd have something.
At least we know you are paying attention.
Yeah.
Without red shop. Without
Johnny said,
Somebody says he's gonna go make it happen. The 19,000.
nice, do it. Johnny in the chat said, I decided my boss needed a Blu-ray. Damn straight, everyone's boss needs a Blu-ray.
Oh, I have to drop my hat.
NC-17 film.
Come back.
we need to do, Bob, what you were with you like, or you. I haven't seen you do it in a while, but you used to do with the Cavern of the Creatures books. Be like, you should donate now before it's cool.
6 $1 donations, tempting, says Laug man. I'll take it. I am not a fussy man. My goals are arbitrary and my satisfaction easily bought.
We have wrong dinner.
But we've definitely got enough for another chapter. That was a strong chapter that inspired a lot of
yeah.
donations. I'm impressed.
But it didn't have any Russians in it.
No, maybe
What am I?
maybe they don't like casual xenophobia. I don't know. I don't know what these people want.
That's not xenophobia. Those Russians were adorable.
What is there a technical term for patronizing other countries? I don't know.
All right,
Seems like there should at least
could
be a
count.
Britishism for it. Definitely an Americanism for it.
Probably not an Americanism for it. Like I said, I think I'm doing them a favor. But no, you're right. I'm being patronizing. I think, what I'm doing is adorable, but maybe Russian people don't feel the same way.
Oh,
I don't know, what's wrong with them?
yeah,
It's okay. They'll get back by taking over our elections.
yeah, they'll sort it out.
You're gonna get a knock on your your garage door there from the Bratva.
They'll be like, yeah, keep patronizing me, comrade. I am
Yeah.
hacking your
Good luck,
election.
comrade. This fucking door doesn't work. Go around front, asshole.
Vicky Feller says, does Joe know we need him reading a Shingles book? Look, Joe's integrity has a price. All right?
Yeah. We haven't found that price yet.
But
Not to let him. We found he's read, but he hasn't allowed himself to be broadcast.
you guys, it's going to be between you guys and Joe. You're going to get a big sack of money together and see how much it is to buy Joe's soul. That's between you, Joe, and Satan. Troy Needham, $5 Australian. You still have to deal with the slime's kamikaze fart back in the god sewer level, and Klaus needs to retrieve and again lose his grappling hook. I don't know where Klaus's grappling hook is.
I thought somebody said I thought like I need to go back and get my grappling hook, and somebody said, yeah, you've had that for like three sessions now.
Probably. I don't know what the fart in the slime's kamikaze fart in the god sewer means. That sounds like beat poetry to me. I don't know. Vicky Feller says there are no cats on the screen right now.
I'm still.
They're cats. They don't come to you when you ask them to.
I still need to pee, but I'm waiting for that guy to donate $10 first.
Oh,
Like that cat that was here earlier. That's Zim. That's our 22-pound half Maine Coon. My wife was asleep this morning. I got up. She's there, dead asleep, and he just walks over and just jumps on her, and then she wasn't asleep.
Well, that's the
That's
cat.
what cats do. They're not here for our
refresh.
convenience. We're here for their convenience.
Said refresh, and we should be at 19,000. I've refreshed, and we are not. You fucked up.
Do harder. Donate harder next time.
Are you Becky? No.
As in, do the donation harder, not be harder while you're doing the donation.
No, both.
All right, Jim
I'll
Brass
know
says
if you don't.
Kyle's grappling hook died, and they haven't picked up the one at Landport that was going to take a month to make. That's what I thought, and I said that much, and somebody posted the comment, "Yo, yeah, that happened 3 sessions ago. You got your grappling hook," and I felt like I was the stupid one, but no, apparently. Well, I mean, whatever. I'll try to use it, and if Drew doesn't remember, then I'll just say I have it.
Ah, okay. Using our own chaos against him. Bold. A bold strategy.
But that's not the bold strategy I'm going to use on our next session. So stay tuned for that, because I got something good coming. I got the post-it note right here.
Now you got it psyched out. If it's basically just like, I shoot my crossbow, no sharpshooter, no anything.
No, I got something good. You know
Slogman
what?
says
If you-
refresh harder.
I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing like a motherfucker.
Scott
It's not
Gaia
happening.
Parsley says, sorry I didn't rub one out while I clicked submit, but the bank has already done me hard and taken it from my account. That's the kind, yeah, there you go. That's the kind of passion we want from our backers. Scott, thank
I
you.
want the kind that actually shows up.
Well, showing up is the first part. Everything else after that should just be pure sex.
Well, I lied. I'm not gonna wait until this happens to go pee. I'm gonna go pee right now and hope that it happens while I'm gone.
Okay.
We need the peeing graphic.
Ready
Yeah,
to
yeah.
pee.
You do what you want. You can all jerk off to it. Whatever.
Phil Flash just sent us $10 with more bleak, please.
Vicky Fellows just says, show us. And I really hope she's not talking about the pee break.
Troy Eden with $5 Australian. It was the ooze that promised wishes back on the island. The demonic horse attacked. It gave one final attack, and Drew said, "Doom clock starts ticking." I thought we killed it before it fired. I could be wrong. I'll check. I'll check the lore.
We often are wrong.
Yeah, we often are wrong. That's fair.
I fully expect us to just hit like some random adventure and Drew be like, the world ends. Why? Because you guys completely forgot about it.
You forgot about the big red button with "End the World" on it that you just pressed. You fucking idiot. That'd be fitting. I could see that happening. Did we already buy the next chapter? I think between Troy and Filth, we would have
Yeah.
bought it anyway. Yeah, we've definitely bought another chapter. I thought Bevan was going to surprise us with another auction, but we'll see.
Have you given any hints as to who might be reading next?
No, and there's a reason we don't do that, Emily. It's because we don't fucking know. Somebody Bevan
Don't put us on the spot, Emily.
wasn't supposed to be reading this weekend. I don't know what's going on. I could if you guys are around on October 1st, Friday, October 1st, perhaps, probably, I will be reading a Shingles for money, providing nothing catastrophic happens between then and now. You can put that in your diary or schedule or whatever Americans say. I don't know.
Dear diary,
In the
the
future, I will.
strangest thing happened today.
I never thought it would happen to me. Oh wait, that's Dear Penthouse.
Same thing.
There, I refreshed. It's there.
Aha. Oh, I want to see it now.
Yes, it is.
I should put it up on the window, maybe, probably.
Well, yeah.
19,000. Nice one, everyone. 197 backers. 3 away from the big 200. Ooh.
We have votes for Drew reading and Steve reading.
Guys?
Well, democracy works in a more organized world. In our in our world, it just gives us a vague sense of what we should be doing, but probably won't. But I will definitely try and do a Shingles reading. I can't speak for Drew; he's not here. But you know
Oh, we
what?
should speak for Drew.
Yeah, you know who,
Let's commit him.
you know who could speak for Drew? A load of commenters just like sending him emails going, "What the fuck, man? Read a Shingle." Saraganek says, "Dear Penthouse, have you heard of a series called Shingles? Now that is premium
Do
foreplay.
that.
Well done."
Do that.
All right, I'm back.
Well, you'll be pleased to know we're at 19,000
I have refreshed again. I see that. Yes.
and 197
That's.
backers.
Oh man, what a beautiful set of zeros there.
Yeah.
And everyone playing along at home, please flip your bladder tokens back to empty.
For now.
Yeah. Maybe we should play some kind of guessing game. Can you guess from now how long you think before Bevan will take another pee? Put in the chat now. The closest person will have to remember that they were the closest person because I will not be keeping track of it, and you will
Yes.
win.
Oh!
pretty
I
much.
got a better idea. Why don't we could do another auction and it ends when I have to pee. When I can't hold it anymore.
Well, that doesn't give him a lot of
I,
time.
I try to keep it going as long as possible. I'm
Works, Steve.
suffering.
Sense of urgency.
Yeah, and he could also
Uh,
be bidding for Bevan to piss himself live on camera, potentially.
That's true. If you guys just keep bidding higher and higher, I'll hold it as long as I can. And yeah, I'll hold it. If you keep going at it, I'll piss myself. And I mean that's when it will ultimately end.
There you go. We,
But
we've reached the nexus of internet entertainment.
is that I don't know. We can give it a thought. Well, I'll do one more chapter and we'll think about that more.
Okay.
That might not be something we want to do. Not maybe not a precedent we want to set. I don't know.
Precedent.
Uh-huh.
Ah. Look, I just want the dollars. I don't care what it takes. I don't care what you have to
Yeah.
go through.
You could always get a new pair of pants.
Oh, guys, I'm not the weak link here. I'll do it.
All right. Well, they've definitely bought another chapter.
Yeah.
Shall
So keep that in the back of your minds, unless you're so entertained by what I'm about to read. All right, chapter 10 coming up. This one's a little longer, not too much, but here we go. Stranger's Thing, chapter 10. Dust and smoke danced and swirled in the headlights of Sheriff Humper's car. We could barely see 5 feet in front of our faces. But when I pressed my face against the other car's passenger window, there was no sign of Elephant's father in sight. Are you kids looking for something? He asked. His voice was coming from behind me. He must have sneaked around the back of the car. When I turned around, I saw him standing at the edge of the bluff. He had even more blood on his clothes than Elephant had on her pajamas. We could easily take him, but he'd probably take a couple of us off the edge with him if we tried. What do you want? I demanded. You know what I want, he rasped. My daughter. He gazed lovingly at Elephant through the curtain of blood that was dripping from the gash on his forehead. She doesn't want to go with you, so let us go. I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, Elephant is a special girl, and I need her back where she belongs. We know what you need her for. She told us. You're nothing but a disgusting pervert. I brandished my cooter at him, daring him to make the first move. I don't want to kill you, but I will if I have to. My sister's in trouble, and I have to rescue her. Elephant's father spat out a bloody tooth and smiled at me. You're, you're headed to the fairground. I take it your sister was attending the circus. Yes, so? She was attacked by that big scary monster everyone's been talking about on the news. That's right. He wheezed out a pained laugh. Boys, do you have any idea what you're up against? Elephant told us it's her sister. And you think you can simply appease her with 4 plastic dildos, like she's the woman who works the night shift at the Quick Fix. Hey, said Gil. My mom works the night shift at the Quick Fix. Oh. Elephant's father broke eye contact with Gil. I was speaking metaphorically. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and lit one up. Let me ask you, kid, something. Have you ever seen St. Elmo's Fire? Luke sighed. Yes, we've seen it, and yes, it was really good. It's more than just a good movie, Elephant's father said. That film was the first time I ever saw the actress Demi Moore. Even though I was only 12 years old at the time, I knew that she and I were destined to be together forever. Elephant took a step forward. Father, no! I watched her films obsessively at first, he continued. I wrote her letters every week that she never responded to. I even sent her toenail clippings and pleaded with her to return the favor. By that point, she was on her way to becoming a Hollywood A-lister. He blew out a long, thin plume of smoke. There must have been a million chumps in line ahead of me for her to give her toenail clippings to. This is so embarrassing, said Elephant. Nonsense, said her father. There's nothing embarrassing about following your dreams, and I wouldn't be deterred. I started taking construction jobs on movie sets to help put myself through community college with a major in genetic experimentation. While working on striptease, I was able to get the DNA I needed to fulfill my vision. As curious as I was about the striptease he'd mentioned, the DNA seemed more relevant to our current objective. DNA? Oh, yes. That set was covered in it. Granted, it was mostly mine. Securing a sample of Demi's proved somewhat challenging. I got thrown off the set, and she filed a restraining order against me. He smiled. But at least now she knew who I was. What did you need the DNA for? What do you think? If Demi Moore would not have me, I would make one who would. I turned to Elephant. You mean? The experiment got off to a rocky start. Father went on. Any good scientist will tell you that you never get it right on your first try. Such is the nature of experimentation. It took 3 tries before I created my dear sweet elephant. But if elephant was your 3rd attempt, what happened with the other 2? He sighed. The 2nd attempt would have been a success had it not been for a childish prank by a colleague of mine. He was collecting samples of dinosaur DNA for some silly theme park he wanted to open. He slapped some velociraptor DNA into my gestation chamber while I was in the bathroom. It was months before I realized what a dangerous abomination it was growing into. I created a terror unlike any the world has ever known. I called it the Demi-Morgon. That's the creature that's killing everybody right now. Why didn't you destroy it while you had the chance? Elephant's father shrugged. Science is expensive. I sold it to the circus. Are there any more of these things running around? Asked Gil. What about your first attempt? No, please, said the elephant. There are some questions you just don't want the answers to. Her father frowned down at his crotch. Science is about learning. In my early days as a scientist, I had much to learn. I made more of my demi-DNA gel than I was ever going to use, and I noticed a pleasant sensation when I rubbed some on my thing. Do you mean my penis? Yes. Can we try to be mature about this? I just thought maybe you were talking about John Carpenter's The Thing. John Carpenter can rub his own thing. I'm not that hard up for research funding, he sighed. I started to notice changes, subtle ones at first, like hair growing on the tip. The, the tip of your thing? WebMD assured me it was lupus, but I had my doubts. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I knew in my heart what I had done. I had to play God and masturbate at the same time. You have to compartmentalize those things. My worst fears were confirmed when it grew arms and a face and little boobies on the shaft. Your thing has boobies? Asked Gil. He smiled. Would you like to see it? Luke and I shook our heads. But I want to show it to you. We don't want to see your thing, I said. I don't know, said Gil. My curiosity is piqued. Yeah! No, I said. If we look at his thing, he'll kill us, just like he killed Levka. He frowned. You saw that, did you? In that case, I'm going to have to kill you anyway. So you might as well look at it. No, we didn't, said Luke. We were in the dumpster. We heard it, but we didn't see anything. I don't think that's admissible. Behold, gentlemen, he said as he unzipped his pants. Let the last thing you lay your eyes upon in this lifetime be something worthy of such an honor. I turned away. No, please. Wow, said Gil. Yeah! Holy shit, said Luke. That is some fucked up shit. My curiosity was too overwhelming. A quick peek wouldn't hurt. I took a glance in his direction, but what I saw held my gaze. It was too mesmerizing to look away from. A naked, 6-inch upper body of Demi Moore smiled at me from where his penis should have been, and I started to feel that same tingling sensation in my own penis again. Can I touch it? Asked Luke. Absolutely not, he said. What's the hurry? She doesn't like that. And she bites. He turned to Elephant. Come now, child. We must be getting back to the lab. Elephant stepped up between me and Luke. No, Father. I'm never going back. I'm going to stay with Mac. I think not, my dear. Your little friends will soon be borscht for my staff. Ew, said Gil. How can you do that? Asked Luke. He shrugged. Beef is expensive. I put so much garlic in it that they can't even tell the difference. I've eaten enough of your enemies, Father, said Elephant. I won't let you cook my friends. She thrust her palm out at him. He sighed. What are you doing, Elephant? Her open hand quivered as she concentrated. I'm using my telekinetic powers to throw you off the side of that cliff. You don't have telekinetic powers. That's just something I told you to justify keeping you alone in a cell. I got the idea from Frozen when Sergei and Levka were watching it in the staff break room. You lie, she cried. I have power. I can feel it. Enough of this childish nonsense. I'll deal with you later, young lady. But for now, I have to deal with your friends. He reached for his gun, but Elephant got the drop on him. With her free hand, she grabbed the gun out the back of Luke's pants and pointed at him. Let us go! Shit, said Luke. I was so fixated on his Demi Moore dong that I forgot that I had that. You insolent little brat, he said. You're just like your mother. After all the love, attention, and toenail clippings I've given you, this is how you repay me? Stop comparing me to Demi Moore. I'm Elephant. Both of her hands were trembling now. If you're going to shoot him, said Luke. But if not, you should really take your finger off the trigger. That's just basic gun safety. He laughed. You won't shoot me. I created you after all. I knew you better than you know yourself. That's right, said Elephant. I'm not going to shoot you. I'm going to throw you off the cliff with my mind. Luke cleared his throat. In that case, you should really take your finger off. Shut up, Luke! I'm trying to concentrate. I'm just saying. Also, the way you're holding it, the recoil is going to. Luke, shut! Pow! The injury wound was just a relatively small hole in his forehead, but the back of his head exploded like a bomb had gone off in there. He and Elephant He and Elephant dropped to the ground simultaneously. The recoil from the gun had slammed it back into her face. Elephant! I cried. Are you okay? She looked up at me with blood flowing out both nostrils and nodded. I tried to warn you, said Luke. I scowled at him. Give her a break. Her father just died. Elephant gasped. He's dead? Gil glanced over at his body and grimaced. Oh yeah, like super dead. His head looks like a salsa bowl. Yeah, said Justin as he ran over and tried to lick some of his remains. But Gil pulled back his leash just in time. No, Justin, it's not actually salsa. I crouched down next to Elephant and looked into her eyes. Did you mean what you said about coming to live with me? She nodded. Unless you don't want me to. No, I'd totally love that. I just wish you'd let me run it by my parents first before you shot your dad in the face. I can't go back to the lab. I'm afraid of what all the guards will do once they find out they're not getting paid anymore. Don't worry, I said. I've got a secret place in my basement where you can hide until we come up with a more permanent solution. I'll just have to move some magazines out of the way and give it a good scrub first. Elephant smiled. Thank you, Mac. Should we just chuck the body off the edge here? Asked Luke. Or should we put it in the car before we push the car off? I shot him a stern glare. Elephant, would you like to say a few words first? She wiped some more blood off her face. Huh? No, those both sound fine to me. Maybe the car thing would make it look more like an accident. No, I meant about. No, never mind. Did you bring any more of those waffles with you? I just drained a lot of my power. I brought some, said Gil. They're in the back seat of Sheriff Humper's car. Elephant didn't give her dead father even a passing glance as she ran back to the car. While she was greedily devouring two more boxes of waffles, the rest of us picked up her father's body and put it in the driver's seat of his car. Luke put the car in neutral, then we all shoved it off the edge of the bluff. And that's the end of chapter 10.
Oh,
Chapter 11's a big one.
ooh, well,
Oh,
I
That
hate
was
to
some
say it.
world class monologuing, I wanted to say. Villain monologuing.
no, thank you.
Yeah.
You don't have psychic powers. What a great twist. Oh, I think we've got sufficient donations for the next chapter. Let me go through these. Troy Ninon gives us five. Ninan gives us $5 for the music scores for the Shingles movies. Are you guys going to hire a chimp with a Japanese synthesizer? Uh,
That's
no.
racist.
I think maybe we'd probably just kidnap a chimpanzee if we were going to get him to do the music for us. That would be cheaper. Sandra Lemme, $5. Bevan wetting his pants would be amusing. It would be. Michaela, $5. Request for
How
Steve.
amusing would it be?
Uh, $5
Apparently only
worth,
$5 worth.
apparently.
Not enough.
Michaela, $5. Request for Steve to do the next check segment wearing the gold branding glasses. I am doing that because I am a whore. Vicky for $5 just gives us a little animation of an avocado lifting weights. Thank you, Vicky. And we also have from Stephanie Taylor, $9.99 US dollars. Since Rachel wrote a sequel to her Shingles, does anyone else have plans for follow-ups on theirs?
Steve.
Yeah, I should definitely do a sloppy sequel. That was kind of hinted that he
All
might
right.
come back. And you,
Also, I gave you a perfect title, Sloppy
sloppy
Seconds.
second. That's the only good reason to do a sequel is it had a perfect title. Also, there's a couple of
Not the only good reason. That character, that's the face of Shingles.
it's also the ass of
This
Shingles.
hat's hot.
I also have some characters I'd like to use again, but maybe not sequels to stories, but some characters I'd like to put in
I
different
left.
scenarios.
I left. Just Say No open for a sequel.
Oh, God,
I I don't remember what that was, but I remember purposefully doing that.
it seemed
I have to go back and read it again.
fair enough. I mean, why not scratch the wound?
I was thinking about maybe a sequel to Demon Load, like Demon Load 2, Bigger Load, ever since that up. I actually
Spin cycle.
so I actually gotta run. I got some stuff to take care of. I'll see if I can pop back on later.
Okay,
All right. Well,
All right.
hoping I'll still be here. It
Yep.
all depends on the audience.
how much money?
Yep. Keep it going. All right. Later, guys.
See you later, dude.
All right.
Good luck.
Thanks for being here. Emily, you gonna hang around for a while?
I hope he's not going to dig up his pets or anything. You guys
I
just
hope he is. We got offered money for that.
His entire yard just flooded. It'll be like poltergeist where they just pop to the
oh
surface.
no.
You
Wow.
moved the headstones.
Yeah, I can stick around for another half hour or so.
That could be
Well,
long enough.
we got another donation from Filth Planet, who has the best name, for 15 US dollars. Awesome read. Now pee yourself.
You think I'm gonna pee myself for $15?
Well, combined with the other person, that's $20, and we'll see.
No, no. I want. I might pee myself for free, but that's not gonna be on purpose.
Troy Neenan says, "Is the sloppy doll on the Indiegogo anatomically correct? I think it would sell immediately if it was." Sadly, Troy, I cannot guarantee anything about the doll puppet's penis at this stage. If I could, I
It,
absolutely would. I would have put that in the description.
it has it where it counts. You can put your hand up its ass.
Yeah, it might not be able to give it, but it can certainly take it. But we'll see.
Does does other Steve have the sloppy doll right now?
Not yet,
Not yet.
but he knows where to source one. He's got his eye on something. And I trust that man's judgment. Well, they definitely bought another chapter.
Do you want to do another auction? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's do one, cause yeah, it's time. I'll wait till at least the end of the book before I do the next one, but we owe everyone another one. All right, we're gonna get a little sexier here.
Ooh.
Still, George pick. Still will be signed
You
by
can't-
me, and still I made use of this new curtain technology that I learned about on paint.net.
Ooh, fancy.
Huh?
Look at that. He's
How's that?
doing the Burt Reynolds pose.
There's
Yeah.
the rug.
Sandra LeMay is not distracted at all. $5. How much will it take for Bevan to wet himself? Come on.
More than $5.
Pay attention, Sandra. We're getting sexy right now. Oh my
That's
god.
if,
Look at
if
that.
that's Sandra's version of sexy, Sandra,
Look at
send
that.
me a message or something.
Look at that fine figure of a man.
Again, this is on fancy like photo paper. This is not just copy paper.
This could be signed and
It will be
inserted
signed.
lovingly into your box.
Oh, there you go. Now Steve's getting into it.
There we go. I found my mojo. And that the time is now. Oh shit, what's
All
the
right.
local time? It's like
Who wants it?
2:57 where I am. What's the time where you are?
9:57 p.m. So 10 o'clock. That's
10 EST. Is that
yeah,
right? Eastern Standard Time?
yes, 10 EST. So I guess we'll call it 11.
11 EST. The
Yeah, that sounds right.
the biggest bid between then and now gets some signed
Oh, Filth
Chaucer
Planet
filth.
needs that with 3 exclamation points for $10. I don't think $10 warrants 3 exclamation points.
Yeah, I think you need to examine your priorities, filth. I
How
think
much do you
if you
need that
need
Filth
that,
Planet?
then you need to pay more than $10.
Maybe Filth Planet does. Maybe Filth Planet doesn't.
Mm,
We'll see what other folks have to say.
I'm not Filth Planet's guardian. I can't tell them how much they need that Chaucer artwork on their wall,
I
hanging
I
above their
didn't
bed.
I did not set a minimum bid, so $10 might have it if everyone else sucks.
Well, there you go. You might be lucky. As long as everybody else fails to live up to our expectations, filth, you might be onto a promise.
Did you use
All right.
a live model for these drawings?
I used my imagination of myself.
Oh, that's
Also, Burt Reynolds for this particular one.
no, I see it.
Yeah,
Well,
there's no secret there.
Johnny, I already spent what I can on the fundraiser. No, thank you. Everyone who has spent what they can, or given whatever they can to this. Thank you very much. We are trying to make something cool happen, and we can't do it without you guys. So, I like to think we're all a part of this crazy um, dream, nightmare, sex dream. Yeah, we're all a part of it.
Oh snap! Janelle Jimenez comes in at $10.01.
Oh,
You Price is Right playing motherfucker.
you know what? I don't think I've seen Janelle donate anything else. I think he's just surfing the internet looking for a sweet deal. Just swoop down like an eagle. Like, I'll
One
take
of
that,
those
Joshua.
ninja bidders.
Yeah, nice. I can't fault. Can't fault it. It's a warrior instinct.
$1, $1. Ah. Oh
Ooh,
snap!
Sandra Levy.
Sorry, Janelle.
There we go, Sandy.
People are getting a bit serious now. Sandra LeMay kind of wants that for $20. All right.
And 20. Oh shit!
Oh, Filth
Oh shit!
Planet. It's like now we know how much you want it for bathroom art. You want it
Phil
$50
Planet's taking
badly.
the gloves off.
And it definitely has to go in your bathroom. It is made to hang above your shitter.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Or your mother's urn.
Oh, Jesus. And on that, uh, horrible deviation from polite conversation, I think it's time for you to begin another chapter while people start fighting about
Oh
how
man!
fucking serious they are about having this unique piece of sensual artwork.
All right, guys, you keep fighting. I'll keep reading. This is a bigger chapter. I'm gonna wet my whistle a little more.
Gonna need that.
Oh, it's about time to hit the crusher again soon. But not yet. Alright, Slog wants to see it again. Alright, Slog. Here it is. Pull it on the waves.
Making it dance.
Mm. Alright, now it's on to read. Stranger's Thing, Chapter 11. Sheriff Humper's car made it the rest of the way to the fairground without incident, but there was a loud rattling noise coming from somewhere under the hood. They should definitely have checked out if he hadn't been shot by the Russians. The fairground was quiet when we arrived. The giant circus tent was torn and splattered with blood in several places near the bottom, but I was pretty sure that was normal. I parked the car in front of the main entrance and left the headlights on. We got out and stood in front of the car. You guys don't have to come with me, I said. Natalie's my sister. Gil held out his mom's cooter-rooter. She may be your sister, but she's my... His expression suddenly looked panicky, like he'd forgotten what he was about to say. You're what? My, friend's sister. Jesus, Mac, do you have to make everything so awkward? I was just trying to help. Sorry. I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. So I touched the tip of my cooter-rooter to his and hoped that would be the end of it. Luke touched his cooter-rooter to ours. I've got to get a look at that monster's tits. Yeah, said Justin, then picked up his dust-covered cooter-rooter and held it up to ours. Elephant didn't have a cooter-rooter and appeared hesitant to touch the business ends of ours with her bare hand. She held her hand slightly above them and nodded. Be careful and stay close. When we stepped through the large empty flaps of the circus tent, I was relieved to discover that the electricity still worked. The inside of the tent was illuminated well enough for us to see all the blood, gore, and miscellaneous body parts strewn about the interior. My relief was short-lived. I ran out into the center ring to get a better view. Scanning all the viscera, I paused to see if any of it looked like my sister. Mac! Her voice called down on me from above. Oh God, I was too late. She'd been taken up. I closed my eyes, dropped to my knees, and shouted up to the heavens. Why, God, you rotten piece of shit! Why did you take her? Mac! She spoke it again to me from up on high. Shut the fuck up! That thing's still around here somewhere. When I opened my eyes, I spotted her and some others staring down at me from one of the trapeze platforms. I recognized Beehive Bobby's immediately, thanks to his fabulous chestnut nest of hair. Next to him was Natalie's much less attractive friend, whose name I could never remember. Barn or something. She was easy to spot because she looked like Mr. Belvedere. There was also one person up there with them who I didn't recognize. A skinny man in a blue sequin leotard. Oh, there you are, I said. Are you okay? Do I look okay? My cell phone battery died on me like over an hour ago. Where's the Demi Moore gone? I don't know. Natalie's voice cracked as she started to sob. I haven't been able to follow her Twitter feed. The monster, I shouted. Where did the monster go? Natalie was crying too hard now to give me any coherent answer. We haven't seen it for a while, said Beehive Bobby. It might have gone away, but we thought maybe it was waiting for us to climb down so it could eat us. That's all right, said the skinny man in the leotard and a borderline offensive Italian accent. She's a clever girl. Who are you? I asked. I'm a Tortellini Alfredo of the Flying Alfredo Brothers. Shouldn't there be more than one of you? Tortellini made the sign of the cross, then kissed his fingers. My brother, Manicati. He got so scared when he saw the monster. His knees, they'd become weak like his palms. They'd become sweaty. He looked down over the edge of the platform at a pile of gore and blue sequins on the floor. Now he looked like a Mamma Mia spaghetti. Standing next to me with his cooter held at the ready, Luke scanned their surroundings. With all the noise we've been making, I think the Demi Morgan would have already attacked us if she was still. The horrible sound filling the massive tent. It was like an 8-ton dolphin going through puberty while getting stabbed. What the heck was that? Asked Gil. Elephant narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist. My sister. Hurry! Cried Natalie's unattractive friend. Come up here with us. You can't climb up ladders. Luke, Gil, and Justin ran for the ladder. Elephant looked determined to stand her ground and fight, but I grabbed her arm and pulled her along. No, said Tortellini. There's too many people. The platform can only hold so much weight. All right, I want to make sure everybody gets that. Cannoli was one word. The platform can only hold so much weight.
Oh, Jesus.
That's funny.
Oh, God. You had me at borderline offensive Italian accent.
All right, keep it going. We didn't have any choice. It was either take our chances with the platform or face certain death from the Demi Morgan. I let Elephant go ahead of me to make sure she didn't try to stay and fight the monster alone. When she was up far enough, I grabbed the highest rung on the ladder that I could reach. Then I saw it, stomping out from backstage. The beast was every bit as fearsome as the surrounding carnage would suggest. Its cold reptilian eyes, its razor-sharp teeth dripping with fresh blood, its amazing wreck. I try not to think too hard about that last part. The last thing I needed on that overcrowded trapeze platform was to be poking people with my erection. Looking up to see how far Elephant had climbed, I caught a glimpse straight up her pajamas. Her pink flowered panties did little to help alleviate my situation. Closing my eyes, I tried as hard as I could to picture Natalie's ugly friend, but my mind wouldn't shake the images of Elephant's panties and her sister's massive tits. Mac! Cried Elephant. Look out! When I opened my eyes, I saw the Demi Morgan running at me. It climbed like a coked up spider monkey, but the Demi Morgan was just too fast. Oh, I climbed like a coked up spider monkey, but the Demi Morgan was just too fast. It swiped at me with one of its clawed toes. I thought I was done for, but its claw only shredded one of my overstuffed pockets. Nude photos of my sister started to fall out of my torn pocket. We somehow managed to survive this. If we somehow managed to survive this, and she discovered that I found out she'd been hiding these in Gil's wax shack, I didn't even want to think of how awkward that would be. I took what photos remained, stuffed them down the front of my shorts, then started climbing again before the Demi Morgan could make another pass. When I got out of the monster's reach, I climbed more slowly, willing my erect wiener to calm down, but it was no use. The only thing I could do was to turn around and sit on the platform, facing away from everyone else as I got up there. Yes, that would work. I'd flip around really fast, and no one would be the wiser. Confident with my plan, I started climbing faster again. Maybe I'd even be able to rub one out real quick while everyone else's attention was focused on the. Don't worry, buddy, said Luke as he grabbed my left wrist. We've got you, said Gil, grabbing my right. What? No, I. Before I could say anything else, they lifted me up onto the platform. Natalie gawked at my crotch for half a second, then turned away in disgust. Oh my God. Whoa, check it out, said Beehive Bobby. Little Max sporting a major rager. Looks like someone's finally got the hots for you, Barf. That's not my name, said Barf. Beehive Bobby shrugged. Whatever, you'd better make your move while the iron's hot. Luke and Gil snickered, but Elephant gawked at me like I'd just stabbed her in the heart. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't think I was into Barf. She couldn't possibly. No, I said. You don't understand. I don't. I understand, said Barf, stepping right up into my personal space. Her breath smelled like. I feel bad for this. Her breath smelled like a corpse decomposing in a swamp. Her braces looked more terrifying than the Jimmy Morgan's teeth. I stepped back to the edge of the platform and strongly considered taking one more step. No, I don't think you. Shh. She pressed a sausage-like finger against my lips. I've always liked you, Mac. That's so gross, I said before I could stop myself. Then quickly tried to follow it up with something less hurtful. I mean, I'm way too young for you. We're all going to die here, and I'll take what I can get. Let's face it, you're the only boy here who's biologically inclined to be more attracted to me than you are to Natalie. That was like saying I'd rather get mauled by a bear than set on fire, but her rancid breath was making it hard for me to articulate my thoughts. Please, I said to anyone who was listening, help me. I'll do more than help, she said. You just stand there and enjoy the ride. She ripped open her shirt, blinding me with her pale breasts. As soon as I turned my head away, I felt her hand plunge down the front of my shorts. Oh, God! I convulsed as my sore balls ejected my seat into her hand. I couldn't help it. Barf or not, this is the first girl who'd ever touched my thing. What the hell is this? She said. When she pulled her hand out of my shorts, it was holding more than sperm. Huh? No, those aren't. This is too much, said Barf. The one guy in the world who should be more attracted to me than Natalie has naked pictures of her stuffed down his shorts. She burst into deep, wet sobs that sounded like a choking walrus. Mac, said Natalie, how could you? What's wrong with you? Tortellini looked over Barb's shoulder at the pictures. Mamma mia! Those are some nice Chiantis. It's not what you think, I said. I didn't take these. Luke stared at me in disbelief. Gil's horrified gaze kept darting back and forth between me and Natalie. Finally, it stopped on me and lightened, as if an idea had suddenly occurred to him. Ew, he said. Mac wants to fuck his sister. No, I don't. I stared pleadingly at Natalie. You got to believe me. I'm not into you. I'm in love with Elephant. Beehive Bobby grimaced. Easy there, Mac. Sure, Barf's a little heavy set, but that's kind of harsh, don't you think? Barf sobbed even louder. Elephant gazed curiously into my eyes. What is love? How could I ever explain such an abstract concept to someone who's never experienced it? I did my best. Love is when you shove your hand down someone else's pants because they want you to. Do you want me to put my hand down your pants? I'd love that. I mean, maybe not right this minute. It's a little swampy down there right now, and I need a couple of minutes to snap. Beehive Bobby held his hands up to protect his hair as he looked at the source of the sound. What was that? The platform, cried Tortellini. I told you, we got too many people. Quick as a frog tongue, he snatched the photograph out of Barf's hand, the photographs out of Barf's hand, tucked them down the front of his leotard, then paused briefly to look with disgust at my semen on his hand. Hey, said Beehive Bobby, I was going to take those. Tortellini laughed. I don't think so. He leaped for the trapeze bar, attempting to escape to the platform on the other side of the ring. Unfortunately, his grip was compromised by the jizz on his hand, and he plummeted toward the floor. Oh, shit! He landed with a soft splat on the remains of his brother. Snap. This time I felt the platform shift under my feet. The wooden post that supported it was starting to give. Everybody hold on to something, said Luke as he lay flat on his stomach and grabbed the edge of the platform. There wasn't a whole lot else up there to grab onto, so the rest of us followed Luke's example. With the third prolonged crack of splitting wood, we started going down fast. Fortunately, some of the ropes and wires supporting other structures inside the tent slowed our descent, and none of us died when we hit the floor. Unfortunately, however, we are now easy prey for the Demi-Morgon. It stopped devouring tortellini and looked at us. What are we going to do? Asked Gil. What we came for, I said, holding up my cooter-rooter. We're going to fight it. Beehive Bobby laughed. You in what army, geek? He snatched the cooter-rooter out of my hand. Stand back and let me show you how a real man fights. He walked up to Barf, who was still crying. Hey, girl, don't be so sad. Barf looked up at him with tearful eyes. I really wish you wouldn't call me that. Don't worry, Barf. You'll meet the right man someday. Do you really think so? Sure I do. He pointed behind her. Maybe that's him over there. Hope gleamed in Barf's eyes as she turned around. Crack! She dropped like a sack of potatoes when Beehive Bobby whacked her on the back of the head with the cooter-rooter. Everybody run! He cried as he bolted for the exit. Unfortunately for him, Demi-Morgon didn't take the bait. Instead, it ran after him. I almost felt bad for Barf. Even the monster rejected her. The Demi-Morgon cut off Beehive Bobby at the entrance. He screamed and raised his arms to shield his hair, but was unable to pull his terrified gaze away from the monster's fantastic tits. Please, no, not the hair! The merciless beast ignored his plea, bringing its head down swiftly. In one big chomp, it bit off not only his hair, but his entire head, both of his arms, and the cooter-rooter. Stop, sister! Shouted Elephant. She took a step in front of me. I have killed our father, and now I must destroy you as well. She thrust both palms toward the Demi-Morgon. It gulped down what parts of Beehive Bobby that still remained in its mouth, then snarled as it walked toward Elephant. She shut her eyes tight, and her arms trembled with the effort of her concentration. What is she doing? Asked Natalie. I shot her a glare. She's fighting the Demi-Morgon. By waving at it? She's using her telekinetic powers. Shut up so she can concentrate. But even my faith in Elephant's powers was starting to falter as, once again, they seemed to have completely no effect whatsoever. Until they did. The Demi-Morgon stopped about 10 feet away from us. Its previously emotionless reptilian eyes now wide with panic. It's working, I said. Elephant, it's really working. Luke lowered his cooter-rooter. I can't believe it. She really does have superpowers, said Gil. As Elephant kept her open palms fixed on her, the Demi-Morgon fell into its side and started convulsing. You've got her, I said. Whatever you're doing, don't stop. The Demi-Morgon coughed and flailed wildly. Its long tail whipped in our direction. I was barely able to jump out of the way, but it smacked Elephant right in the face. She flew back and landed hard on the floor. Her nose was gushing blood again. It's not under her control anymore, cried Gil. Luke stepped up and brandished his cooter-rooter. Hopefully, she weakened it enough for us to finish the job. What? I said. The Demi-Morgon may not have been under Elephant's control, but it was still writhing on the floor. It looked even worse now, scratching furiously at a series of red spots that started to form around its cloaca. Luke grimaced. What is that? When a greenish-yellow ooze started flowing out of its cloaca, I recognized a familiar smell. Suddenly, Everything made sense. Gil's mom. Gil looked up from the monster's jiggling breast. What? Where? It swallowed your mom's cooterooter. Before we left your house, we wore an elephant to rinse it off because of all the sexually transmitted diseases she collected over the years. The Demi Morgan's immune system wasn't prepared for that kind of mass assault. Gil frowned. So Elephant doesn't really have superpowers? Of course she does, I said. She was getting really close that time. I could feel it. After a final groan and shudder, the Demi Morgan fell still and silent. Its reign of terror had come to an end. I rushed over to the elephant and knelt beside her. Elephant, wake! Oh, sorry. I rushed over to the elephant. One more time. I rushed over to the elephant and knelt beside her. Elephant, wake up! Are you okay? I'm fine. She groaned as she struggled to open her swollen eyes. It's just my powers. As if suddenly remembering where she was, she sat up quickly. My sister! You don't have to worry about her, I said. She's never going to hurt you ever again. It worked? Her eyes opened wider as she stared down at her open palms. My powers worked? I looked up at Luke and Gil. Hell yeah! Luke finally said, much to my relief. Gil sighed and smiled. Yeah, they totally worked. And that's the story. I'll stick to it as long as no one mentions jack shit about anything they may or may not have seen in the clubhouse ever again. That seemed like a strangely random stipulation to make, but it had been a rough, tough night for all of us. Alright, that was chapter 11.
Well, man, that's
Ooh.
a lot of action going on there. A lot of
Oh, had a lot of chapter.
aggression against Italians.
Out of all that, the bad breath part was the part that you felt bad about?
Not the part that I felt bad about. I felt bad about the character Barb
Well, every,
Barb.
everyone
from
felt
Stranger Things.
they all felt about bad about Barb before you created Barb. At least your
But
version
her
was like,
name's not Barf.
I know her name's not Barb. All right, I got some good news. Thanks to our
What's that?
competitive donators, we are A, above $19,000, and B, one away from the 200 make Steve happy number.
Oh, snap.
That is
Sweet.
awesome.
And other than that, we've had some more donations in the chat. Quite a lot. I think we've had Surgeon in X and Filth Planet competing for the sensual Jawser art. And I think between them, I think Surgeon X is currently in the lead, but definitely between them, they've donated enough for another chapter.
Don't.
So
Yeah. All right. Don't say what it is between them. Just let them fight.
no,
What's the highest bid right now?
I'm not getting involved. The highest bid is $105, and I should
Oh,
point
snap.
out something to point out a technicality. Bids do stack. There is a bidding window, and if you bid 10 instances of $10, that's the same as bidding $50. We probably should have made that clear at the start, but we've been telling people in the chat.
Wait, what?
That's okay. As long as they understand it, we're all good.
Yeah, they understand it, Bevan. It's fine.
All right.
Uh, Sagma says, Steve, do you have like a scheduled video waiting for 200 backers? No, I don't. It was just an arbitrary goal I made up that makes me feel good. But it does make me feel good, so come on. Let's get that 200. Oh, I love you guys. 200
Did it just
backers.
happen?
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Ooh. Look at that sweet 200. That's a sexy number.
Wait a second. The backers changed, but the amount of money didn't.
Somebody probably like backed us for like 50 cents or something. But I'll take it.
Dicks. All right, yeah.
As long as they're still bid warring for Jawser art, that's fine.
Mm.
Or maybe that earns them a little ASMR.
Oh no, I can't do that anymore.
Have you been banned?
I've
Yeah.
been warned against it.
Hemorrhoids?
That's not what ASMR is.
No.
It's not whispering into somebody's inflamed asshole.
What is it?
That you know of.
Oh, it might be. It's audio sensory asshole whispering. I don't know. It's something that people claim isn't sexual, but it's clearly sexual. It's just somebody whispering into a mic. We've done this. We've done this before. You can watch the video.
I've been doing it all night.
Yeah, this is just
Especially that
yeah,
noise.
yeah, 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 yeah. People get off on that, man. On them sensuous tones.
Oh man, it's taking a toll on me. I'll tell you that.
Michaela says, Emily, how could you? Sandra says, oh, Steve, please give us some creepy ASMR. No. Well, we'll see.
What?
I got a couple of beers left.
Oh, you got your
See how creepy we
200
get.
people, and you're just gonna fuck us over now?
Oh, what? You're not gonna whisper about eating a cat, an alive cat?
Whisper about eating a cat. What's that gonna hurt? You don't have to eat the cat.
I don't know. I felt pretty bad about it last time I did it.
No, we have a theme and it's hemorrhoids.
Oh, I'm not gonna whisper about eating hemorrhoids.
Oh.
Come on, Steve. I thought you were a team player.
I'm not gonna whisper about eating hemorrhoids.
Man, now my dick's hard.
Mine too.
Apparently, it's autonomous sensory meridian response. Whatever. It's pure filth, and you know it.
That's Latin for hemorrhoids. You know, say hi. My wife's here.
Hello.
She doesn't. She's throwing the recycling into the bin because
She's
she doesn't want to
hiding her.
be.
She's hiding.
She doesn't
behind-
want to show herself.
Well,
Did you make it? Oh, she did.
she probably heard
That was.
what we were talking about before she walked in, and I don't blame her for not wanting to be involved in any of this.
She threw an empty gallon milk jug into the recycling bin
It
from
was
across the
just
garage.
like magic, except we saw her walk over there.
Oh, you saw her? Oh, never mind. I didn't see her. Oh no, I see her now. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, on the playback, you've seen her.
Let's
Yeah.
watch the replay.
See, the old
Oh,
YouTube delay is pretty
you
handy.
can see me looking back right after she goes away. All right.
No one's blaming you. We all saw what happened there. You've had a bit to
Well,
drink.
I'm seeing it now.
We've raised a lot of money. Time is
Yeah.
confusing.
Now my son is going to contribute to the recycling. Jack, what did? Don't just leave it on. Oh, or did he go too and I missed it?
He
Yeah,
almost crawled.
God. All right.
it's not everyone
Now I
else's
feel like
problem.
an
This is
asshole.
specifically your problem.
I wasn't asleep.
You're the one having problems with time right now. Everyone else is fine. Everyone else is moving normally through time.
And now I see him crawling, and man, this YouTube playback is weird.
It shows you what
But
actually happened.
I'm living in the future.
The future.
You can spend those Australian dollars because they're in the future.
1.21 gigawatts.
1.21 Australian dollars. Derek the next says, Bevan, make a jar of your wife's homemade kimchi an auction item.
That would go for something because it's good. That's
Hmm.
I mean, I've had quite a bit of store brand kimchi since I've been here, and it does not compete.
Johnny says we all sort of 30 plus beers. Might be 30
What?
plus beers. I don't know. How's he say?
No, not yet.
Oh wow, Filth
Uh,
Planet says my total should be at 360 now. $360 for the Jawsora art. Oof,
Look at the backers. Look at the
nice.
backers.
all right. Well, all right. You guys say you understand the math stuff here.
Well, we have record of the donations made. Let's put it that way.
We're at 200.
We're at 200.
All
Ah,
right.
I can die happy. No, I don't really want to die. Don't. I will still be annoyed if I died right now. We haven't funded the movie.
Not unless
Oh,
we get
somebody remembers the
40,000.
Golden Girls
Yeah.
painting.
Are you Golden Girls painting? Do you still have that?
No, that was a commission that somebody won from another thing I did, a raffle thing.
Well,
I think that was when I put out Critical Failures 5.
that was a lovely painting.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's out there in the world. I don't know if it was as sexy as the Jawsora paintings. It was erotic.
I'm in that.
Man,
All
this
right,
mi- this
well,
this
you know
might
what?
be the sexiest stream we've ever done.
We're not done yet because we still got half an hour to go for the Georgia giveaway.
Well, it's
But
looking
how,
good for Filth Planet.
how do we top the Shrek porn? Or have we already?
I think we already have. I saw that picture of Jawsora licking his own nipple. That'll do
That
it.
one didn't go for shit.
Well, people were just warming up.
Yeah.
Vicky says Steve needs to do a thing because we reached his arbitrary 200 number. I don't, because
Yeah,
it was
do a
arbitrary.
thing.
What kind of thing?
Yeah, we can do an arbitrary thing.
I wasn't
Lick your
wearing these glasses.
nipple.
I don't think I can. I can't lick my
Okay,
nipple.
I can. Next, all right, I can lick your nipple.
Well,
You're too
not
far away.
Well, I mean,
distance.
I'm talking about in the future.
Well,
In the
maybe.
future, 1.21 gigawatts.
Filth Planet says I've put like $600 plus into this damn movie in total and have no indie perks, just a giant sperm and an angry bank. It sounds like you're
You
on
had a
top of the
giant
world.
sperm. You paid for the giant sperm, and
Your
the
bank's
six
always
hundred
going to
dollars
be angry,
could
all
have
right?
bought you a bunch of perks.
Your bank manager's always going to be like, "What did you spend $600 on?" And you're going to be like, "Well, I have an angry sperm, and I had a good time." But look, I hate to break it to you, but this is how indie things happen. I don't hate to break it to you. Let's just let me look. This is how cool things happen because cool people pay for them to happen. You know, I wish I could just win the lottery and just make a load of weird, cool stuff and give it to you guys for free. But I haven't won the lottery, so this is how it happens. Cool people make cool things happen. You guys are all cool people.
How about this? Filth Planet, if you want to message me your mailing address, I will get you a Shingles calendar.
Aw, you see that, Filth?
You're opening yourself up here for everybody's gonna be milking you. I don't know. I don't know. If there's a good precedent to set.
I can't be milked. I'm done with that. Those days are over. I'm
Those days
safe.
are over. No more milking for me.
We can try.
Phil Planet says the
Um,
sperm was $30. I don't know how much you'd pay for an angry sperm. But you know what? Sandra LeMay says, I don't know how much I've spent, but it's worth it.
that's true.
And that's
Both
because
planets, stop being so selfish.
we're all part of this thing now.
I'm just kidding, Phil Planet. I love you.
We're all stained with this thing now. And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. I'm getting a little bit emotional now that we've hit
Yeah, yeah.
my
Phil
arbitrary.
Planet got the big sperm, but we're all stained with it.
Yeah, we all got a little. We all got a little bit of that giant angry sperm.
I have a short story to tell you.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
shit.
it's good. It's totally fine. I uh I got a promotion at work,
Ooh,
and I am no longer the lowest rung on the corporate ladder. I'm now like a middle
nice.
management type of person. And the first thing I did when I got this promotion was I picked up producer credit on the Indiegogo.
Ooh.
What?
I did.
It's like a karmic kind of passing. So you're a
Right.
shingles producer now.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Holy
And
shit.
I
Oh
might,
man.
you
That
know,
that's better than
You
a
know, this is
promotion.
gonna bite us. This is gonna bite us in the ass. You know, she's gonna make a fortune off of this, and we're gonna be sucking dick for sandwiches.
Hello, I like sandwiches.
I do too, and they're especially nice to wash down the dick taste.
Oh wow, so you are an official producer credit. You can put that on your business card. Yes, I've been promoted in the corporate ladder, but I have some of this. Shingles
and
producer.
it'll probably get me fired.
There is that. There is, karma does work both ways. That's true. Vicky Fellows, I am way less monetarily involved than Surgeon in, but I need this movie to happen. Well, this is only going to happen because of the combined efforts of people like you. And I hope, at the very least, whether you are able to donate more or not able to donate very much, I hope you're all having a nice time
I am.
and feeling excited about being a part of this.
This something's gonna happen. It's up to you how great a thing happens, but something's happening.
Yeah, we'll get something out of this. We won't let you guys down.
We certainly won't refund your money.
You guys are great. And I think we have bought another chapter. I seem to remember coming to
All
that
right,
conclusion at some point.
we got the last chapter. Are you ready for the conclusion to Stranger's Thing?
Oh shit.
Here it comes. Stranger's Thing, chapter 12. The sun had risen by the time I pulled Sheriff Humper's car up onto Gil's front lawn. I parked it against the tree he'd hit when he'd arrived. If he was still alive, I hoped he wouldn't notice all the additional damage I'd done to it. Gil's mom was on the front porch, smoking a cigarette and chopping a hole through the wall with an axe. Mom, said Gil, what are you doing? Huh? She stopped chopping and turned around. Oh, nothing. There's a spider. She grinned at Natalie. I see you boys got yourselves two girls now. Luke chuckled. Three, if you count. He turned around and peered to the car's rear window. Shit, did we forget Barf? She'll be okay, said Natalie. She's a big girl. I'll see you guys later. I got to get home and charge my phone. When my sister was out of earshot, I turned to Elephant. You must be exhausted and traumatized after killing your father and sister. Elephant yawned. I am a little sleepy. Do you want to go back to my house? I can show you who will be staying in our basement, and you can put your hands down my pants. I'd rather hear more about the Caverns and Creatures game you mentioned earlier. It sounds like such fun. Oh, sure. That is, if that's okay with Gil. I winked as conspicuously at Gil as I could. I mean, he's probably tired, too. We all are. It's been such a long night. No way, said Gil. Come on in. He led Justin inside. Then Luke and Elephant followed after. Gil's mom winked at me. I remembered watching the Demi Morgan writhe in agony after eating one of her cooter rooters and hurried inside after the others. Chopping a hole in the wall wasn't the only DIY project Gil's mom had undertaken while we were gone. The living room was all decked out in Christmas lights. They were all over the walls, strung across the ceiling, everywhere. What's with all the lights? Said Gil. Isn't it a little early in the year for that? His mom poked her head through the hole in the wall. Hannity says it keeps the blacks away. Oh, said Luke, barely masking his discomfort as he led the others down the stairs. How about that? I started to follow them, but Gil's mom wasn't done with me yet. Hey, Mac, she said. I turned around to find her staring longingly at me, her batting eyelashes and full pouty lips framed by rough heart shape of a jagged drywall and exposed insulation. Even after I witnessed with my own two eyes the effects of all the diseases she was carrying, I wasn't sure I could resist whatever she was about to ask me. I cleared my throat. Yes, Miss Funbags? You ever seen E.T.? That seemed like an odd topic from which to segue into asking me for sex. Sure, I said with a nervous laugh. Who hasn't? She smiled. Remember when they dressed that little freak up like a Klansman? I assumed she was referring to the Halloween scene. I think he was supposed to be a ghost. Then why did he start running after that Jew? What? I replayed the scene in my head until a disturbing thought occurred to me. Do you mean Yoda? She shrugged. They all look the same to me. Anyway, that was fucking hilarious. I laughed nervously. It sure was. The awkwardness of the silence that followed was too much for me to bear. Is there anything else you wanted? Nah, just something that popped into my head. Run along and gangbang your escaped mental patient. Okay. I felt a little bad for not explaining that Elephant wasn't an escaped mental patient and that we weren't gangbanging her, but I was grateful for any means to exit this conversation that I could get. I'm not saying I wasn't scared, said Luke when I got down to the basement. I was just a little disappointed. I thought we were going to see his gruesome Cronenberg monstrosity like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly. Instead, it was just a dinosaur with tits. Gil grinned. They were great tits, though. Yeah! Would you guys shut up? I said. Elephant's sister just died. Maybe now's not a great time to talk about how great her tits were. I turned to Elephant, who was standing quietly at our gaming table. I'm sorry about that. This is the game? Yeah, isn't it great? She stared quizzically at me. It's an empty table. I can understand how it could look like that to a layperson, but there's so much more to it than that. There's also a 20-sided die, but that's missing right now because... Justin! Cried Gil. What did I tell you about shitting on the floor? Justin looked up from where he was squatting. Yeah! He sounded like he was in some kind of pain. I grimaced at the all too familiar sound of a turd hitting the linoleum, but this time there was another sound accompanying it, a clatter, as if he was shitting out. The die, said Luke, staring down gleefully at Justin's poo. He crouched down and squinted at it. It landed on 17. He and Gil looked up at me with hopefulness gleaming in their eyes. Does it count? Asked Gil. I wasn't sure how I felt about setting a precedent for rolling dice with our buttholes, but I was eager to get Elephant alone in my basement as soon as possible. Yes, I said, you win. We all cheered and jumped and high-fived each other. It was one of the best times of my life. When the celebrating calmed down a bit, I grinned at Elephant. So what do you think? This game sucks, she said. Let's go home and put our hands down each other's pants. And we never played Cameras and Creatures again. The end.
That sounds like the story about how most people lose their virginity.
Ah, man, when I think back about Stranger Things, I I think, all right, yeah, I had some like '80s movies references. I had some Russians, but I forgot how much of it was motivated by what bothered me in Stranger Things, like when they were playing D&D, it's just like, oh, roll this one die and the whole game is won or lost.
That's
Do you
true.
remember this?
I do. They did not really expand very much upon the Dungeons and Dragons
Yeah,
playing. It was more like, hey, cool, they're playing Dungeons and Dragons. They're just not doing it very well.
but that's the thing. I mean, they're clearly like pandering to an audience who's like, oh god, like everybody was jizzing their pants, like, oh my god, Dungeons and Dragons is being popular, and but what the fuck are you wearing?
Oh, I'm doing my arbitrary 200
Oh,
thing.
all right.
I thought it was John from
Anyways,
Uh, well, it might be John. You don't know. You don't know who
Lu-
I am.
Lucha Librio. What's he call it? Lucha Librio.
Some kind of Luke or something. Yeah. Look, it's just something I
anyway,
had
I
lying around.
thought that had to be a joke in my book. Just like,
It was true. It's like everyone's like, "Oh, D&D's like making a huge comeback," because they showed them roll for victory or defeat. Phil
ah,
Planet says for $5,
I feel
what a
pretty good about that.
sweet ending. It was a sweet ending.
Thank you.
It was a solid story overall.
Very solid. A lot of great 80s movie references in there. I like
Yeah.
how you didn't try to embed them into the story at all, but just had
Oh no,
people say literally,
I mean,
remember
that
this
was the
great
joke.
movie that you used to love? No, it's just like
Yeah,
it's a
that
much
was
more
great.
efficient
All
way of
right.
doing it rather than awkwardly hamming it into a scenario for nostalgia's sake. Just write your story and then halfway through have someone say, "You remember Ghostbusters? Yeah, that was great." And then just carry on with the plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still better than Ghostbusters 2016.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. We've had $5.
Wait, is
Hmm,
that FU Mark? He just came in the chat.
Uh, yeah, that is him asking who's in the wrestling mask. That's Steve.
that's me. Or John. We don't know. Nobody knows. There's no way of telling because we sound exactly the
They
same.
they've both got accents. You
We-
just never know.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has an accent.
I'm up to 7 beer cans. That's time for a crush.
Ooh. It
And
is crush
if I
time.
can, I normally do 3 cans or 4 cans at a time, but 7 cans is the max. But it's tricky.
Uh-oh.
Can I do it?
Do we get to witness
Well,
the
Oh,
maybe
you get to
challenge?
witness. You
maybe
get to witness my pass or fail here.
maybe you should wait for someone to donate $5 more.
Oh, I will. All right, that's a good idea. I'll set them up for free. But if you want to see them smashed,
You got to
well,
smash that like button first.
that's right. Oh God, do people even realize? Because I worried about that last time. Do they realize we're like when we say we're over the top saying smash the like button? We're making fun of other people that say that, or are we
Maybe we're just
legitimately saying that?
maybe we're just normal YouTubers now. I mean, we are making
We
fun
are.
of people who say that, but at the same time, please do absolutely smash that like button, that subscribe button, that
No,
bell button.
click the like button.
No, smash
That's
it.
all you gotta do. Oh God, Steve, you
Look, they're right, all right? They may be douchebags, but
No.
they're right. You've got to fucking
Click,
smash
click,
it.
click the like button. Click it. That's all it takes.
Do you think that's really going to engage them enough to?
I think it will. I think I'm respecting them.
I don't know.
Not being a douche.
I don't know. I think they need us to be douches.
I don't think so. I actively do not click the like button when somebody says smash the like button, regardless of how I feel about their content. Because, why do you have to talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Like you're. I'm
Who do
watching
you think
a
you
video
are?
about.
How
I'm
dare
saying
you?
if I'm watching a video about like riding motorcycles or something, fine. But no, this is like I'm watching a video about book marketing. You're not that fucking intense, you know.
But
I'm
I
not
think
smashing anything for you.
have
I
you
think
seen this
I
mask?
Steve needs
I
a straw
I have
for
to
his beer.
re-look you up because I didn't want to like your fucking video because you're being
All
a
right.
fucking prick.
Gently caress the like button.
No, just click it. Just click it.
Tickle
Click the
the
like button.
bell.
Click my balls.
And subscribe. Click my
Yes.
balls. Yeah, people who say smash the like button are douche. Why don't you click my balls?
All right, now you drove me to that.
I didn't drive you to shit. Look, it doesn't matter how they get there, so long as they get there in the end.
Oh man, we got a dislike on this already.
Right, we've had a dislike for a while.
Ah,
I assume someone's just doing it to like mix things up a bit, make things a bit dangerous. Or they just might not like the video. I don't know. I'm not their mum. I don't have a straw, you're right. I didn't
this,
think this through.
we found a Russian viewer.
I don't know. I might be their mom. He just got home.
Yikes.
Speaking of which, I gotta go for tonight.
Oh no,
Oh
Yeah.
dear.
it's
Uh-oh.
Saturday. What are you got going on tomorrow? You got nothing. You going to church?
After this, I probably should.
It's not a bad idea.
Do they take Jews?
Well, they do, not in the way you want.
You can always find at least
Oh,
one Jew in a church, but it's not an encouraging depiction of him, I guess.
well. Say about Emily, she's gonna be nailed to a cross tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe stay away from church. I feel got an unhealthy obsession.
All right. Well, if anybody feels like donating a couple bucks, letting me know if I should stay or if I should,
Oh, that's a
you
good
know,
point. Somebody in the
fuck
chat
off and cut back.
should have said, "No, don't go. Here's $5." Like Zach, for example. Okay,
Zach looks like
$5.
he wants to smash.
And Filth Planet, who said $5. Actually, he said $5 for Bevan. Thank you for teaching me what a cloaca is. By the way, it's just a belated $5 there.
I think that's
Huh?
all of us. We all have learned what a cloaca is, thanks to Bevan.
Jack, you don't have to hide. Everybody saw you last time.
We all know you're there, Jack.
Hello, Jack. Jack, be nimble.
Yeah, that was pretty nimble.
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
All right, well, I got paid $5 for a smash. All
That's true.
right, the 7-can smash. This is the ultimate. It's
Oh, you need to put the camera down a bit.
not easy. Oh shit! All right.
Oh, and we got Sandra LeMay, $10. Please stay, Emily.
Aw,
Aw.
aw, aw. Aw,
$5
Will
from
you be,
Leslie Mann. Don't go.
you are very sweet.
are you gonna betray your Jewish people to stay?
Yeah, I might have to go make a
All
sandwich
right.
for my son. But you go ahead. I'm riveted here.
Come on, let's do
All
this.
right. Can you see the cans?
7-can smash.
All right. Here it goes.
Nice.
Wow, he's got good aim with that thing.
All right,
It's a
now I gotta
perfect
just clean up a
killing
bit.
machine. You see, that's what you have to do to the subscribe button.
See if they all balance on top of each other. That was a good smash.
You're a
Dang.
recycling machine. You're the most environmentally friendly thing I've ever seen.
I get that all the time.
Troy Needham for 5 Australian dilly dolly didgeridoo dollars says, how much to shill other authors' books on the main game? Wink, wink. Now, we thought about that. It's quite hard to set up an advertising system. When we work it out, we'll let people know.
$500. I'll show you your book right now.
Like I said, outside of Bevan's fistful of book promotions, we'll see. We might work something out with the podcast eventually. Slogman says years of practice shown right there. Is it years of practice, Bevan? Is it all technique, or is it down to the genius
Well, I
device
mean,
of the
years
can
of
crusher?
practice is technique.
Uh, I was trying to sell you can crusher for you there, man. Is it
Yeah.
technique, or is it the wondrous device you
Well,
use?
it is a device that has a surface area that can crush 7 cans at a time. I have seen novices try and fail, and we have seen me try and fail. I mean,
Not selling.
7 cans at a time is no easy task.
You're not hallmark channeling this. Not hallmark.
I'm saying the device can handle the task. You need to develop the skill.
You were gonna you, you brought that to Con Carolina's one year, didn't you? To Charlotte?
Yeah, yeah, and there is a video of me out there fucking it up.
That's true. You didn't
And
quite get it
now
right.
there's a video here of me doing it exactly right.
Well, maybe you need to sell it along with like 7 steps to perfect can crushing booklet.
Yeah, I mean, I can sell a course.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you don't just sell someone a black belt. You sell them you sell them the bullshit around it.
The mystique.
The mystique. You sell the
I'm getting a
mystique.
beer.
Look at him disappear in his smoke cloud like some kind of ninja. Get a
That's the
beer.
mystique.
Poof.
The funny part is it probably smells like cotton candy or something.
I didn't think you were going to say cotton candy there, but yeah. All right, well, you've been paid enough for another chapter. Are you going
Yeah.
to start something new, or
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have any more chapters in the book I just read, so
you
it's
could
time to start something new.
freestyle it, I guess?
And what?
No, I'm drunk. Carry on.
Yeah.
I saw some votes for Whiz Kid.
Well, that was the plan all along.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Oh,
I
God.
don't, I don't give a shit what people vote for. It's no people. The whole problem with shingles is nobody knows. They think, no, I'm not gonna like this. And even when I ask them, what do you want to hear? They pick the wrong ones. So here I am to tell you what you should be reading.
Well,
before this though, Michaela said she's getting really excited because she can wear the scarf that I made her because it's getting cold up where she is. But I know that I made a scarf for your little weasel puppet too, if you didn't lose it.
I didn't lose it. In fact, I sorted through that box to get my hat today, and I saw the scarf, and I was like, wow, goddamn, it's hot as fuck here still. I don't need that for a while.
oh, I'll be wearing my Emily scarf soon as well.
Woo!
But also, we have from Mark Wilcox, $5, giving it because he feels guilty for not working on his writing project today. Good. If that profits us, then your guilt is acceptable. Join in, and again,
Mark,
$5 Australian.
you should. Mark should not work on his writing project every day
Yeah.
and just pay us $5. So
Uh,
should everybody else who
Troy
doesn't work on writing projects.
Troy's $1 million idea is a novelty sex doll can crusher with a hydraulic press. That doesn't sound sexy to me at all, but then again, each to their own. You want to put your dick in a hydraulic press made of wood and
Ouch.
sexiness? Uh, you do that.
Now that I think about it, your face mask there kind of looks a little gimpish.
Well, you know, it does. There's no escaping that. It is a bit gimpish.
Like Planet of the Robot Apes.
I'll take that as well. I'm fine with that. Okay,
All right. Well,
pulled up for
we're
another
not
chapter.
we're not out of prizes yet, but we're also not out of will to read.
Oh, wait a minute.
And
Did we meet our deadline for the auction?
oh shit, I guess we did. It's 11.
I think Filth Planet swung it.
With what?
Let me just scroll really slowly and hope that Filth Planet actually turns up and reminds me.
Your math skills get worse and worse
Well,
as
memory.
hours
That's-
go by.
His maths skills.
Yes,
Math.
That rolls off the tongue.
Maths.
I think it was 320, but I could be wrong.
Whatever. It was a substantial amount, and thank you for that.
Well, I think
You
it's
will be
Filth Planet.
rewarded. Oh, also, hey, people that are winning shit tonight, I need your mailing addresses because I don't have them.
Hmm.
So send them to me at robertbevan@gmail.com.
Do that.
All right.
Oh, he did 360 apparently. $360 for the Jawsera sex work.
That's fucking amazing.
It's fucking amazing. Nice one, everyone. Michaela mocking me. Maths with a double S. Double F there. Yeah, maths. Maths. Math. Math. Like it's one thing. You know how many fucking numbers there are. Anyway, carry on.
All right. We're ready for a new story?
New story.
Did we get to a new story by 11 o'clock last time?
I can't remember.
I can't either. All right. New story.
Do it.
Uh, Whiz Kid. This was actually this doesn't really count as a horror story. It's something Steve told me I should do, and I had some ideas and I ran with it. And Steve was right.
Hey, wait, don't put this on me.
No, you did. You absolutely told me I should do this.
Look, the outcome of what happened is that you're making it seem like it's my fault. It's not my fault. What happens?
All right. I wasn't trying to give you fault. I was trying to give you a little bit of credit.
Oh, well,
But
it sounds more like an implication to me. Like,
eh, you see, I think I'm. It's,
like that
you
maybe.
sound like a woman. Like I'm trying to give you a compliment, but you take it as an insult.
Look, no, I'm just defending myself. I don't want to be in a court one day and somebody say, "Look, Mr. Wetherall, is it true that this this is basically your fault?" No, I don't want to. I'm distancing myself. I haven't read this one yet, but I just get the
Oh,
strong impression that I should
you haven't
distance
read this
myself.
one?
No, I don't want to
You
be
inspired this one.
that. Well, let's
Wait, I
not
mean, and no, Steve, don't get
let's
me
not
wrong.
say inspired.
I don't expect you to read everything I write, but I'm surprised that you read Stranger Things, but you didn't read this one.
Well, I'm getting there. I've got a lot of shingles to get through, But I
Oh,
don't.
Steve.
In a
I,
very legal sense,
I,
I don't want to be associated with the birth of whatever it is you've done here.
I sincerely hope we get through a lot of this together tonight.
Well, it'll be a bonding experience.
I think you're gonna like this one.
Well, we'll see. Let's do it.
But I think I shared chapter one with you, so we'll kind of rush through that. Oh my. All right. Stranger's Thing. And I got something special for fuck you, Mark. I didn't realize this until just now, but my dedication for Pauline Wilcox. Happy 80th birthday. I uh, I imagine that's related to fuck you, Mark, because I don't know. I've got no fucking idea who Pauline Wilcox is. But there you go. Happy birthday. And fuck you. All right. Chapter 1. The day started out just like any other in the dark basement I called home. Judging by the lack of water dripping down the wall from the crack in the foundation, it was sunny and warm outside. I couldn't tell you exactly what day it was on account of it was difficult to keep track of such things with the calendar I'd been using for the past 5 years. But if I had to guess, I'd say it was somewhere in the middle of September. Through the vents of our old house, I could hear Mum and Dad eating butter crumpets and blood biscuits while they prepared my older brother Nigel for his first day at dandy school. "There's a strapping lad," said Dad. "Now remember, what do you say when the teacher asks you a question?" "Nothing," said Nigel, "because I'll have his willy stuffed in me gob." "That's my boy." "And don't forget," said Mum, "there's nothing wrong with taking a bit of initiative. If the fancy strikes you, shove a finger up his bum." She sniffed and coughed up something big and wet that hit the floor with a loud splat. "I can't believe my little boy's going off to school. You'll be the first of our family in 5 generations to get an education. So mind you don't boom, boom, boom." I hadn't heard a knock on the door that loud since Constable Hubbleton suspected my parents of harboring a known Irishman. As it turned out, it was only a potato that had rolled behind the rubbish bin. "My heavens," said Dad. "Who could that be so early in the day? I've not yet had my morning jollies. Could it be the lorry come to pick up Nigel for dandy school? At this hour? Not bloody likely. Perhaps it's the vicar come to watch football on the telly and make me pudding in his trousers." Boom, boom, boom. "Well, then you'd better answer it," said Mum. "I'll put the kettle on." I wasn't supposed to see what happened above ground, but I accidentally gnawed myself a little passage in the walls over the course of a couple of weeks when they forgot to feed me. My curiosity got the better of me, and I peeked through the hole. Dad had punched through the wall when he didn't have enough brown sauce for his bangers and mash. Reminding them that I exist was often worse than going a week without porridge, but I had to know who was banging on the door. "Pip, pip, and cheerio," called Dad as he strode briskly to the door. "Keep your knickers on, I'm coming." When he opened the door, a ghastly beast of a man darkened our doorway. He was a full head taller than Dad, and easily 3 times his girth. His clothes and big bushy beard were as black as a chimney sweep's bumhole. "I'm here for the boy," he said in a gravelly voice, like he'd sucked a dozen fags before his morning tea. Dad staggered back a couple of steps, steadying himself on the Chesterfield. "Are are you from the school?" The giant man grunted as he stepped into the house. I am. Nigel, Dad called. Your ride is here. You might want to bring some extra lube. Nigel stepped into the room and gasped when he spotted the huge looming figure. Who's this? Sneered the giant. I'd not molest this tubby piece of shit with your mum's cock. Where's the other one? I looked down at Scurvy, the albino badger who lived in the basement with me. Could he be talking about me? Scurvy hissed at me while white foam dripped down from his mouth. I shushed him and locked him. Ah, I shushed him and looked at the punch hole again. Dad let out a droll chuckle. Surely you don't mean Henry? The giant pulled a slip of crumpled paper out of his pocket and squinted at it. Henry Potty? Does he live here? Yes, yes, he lives in the basement, but he's useless. Nigel is the boy you want. Look at those plump cheeks, those luscious full lips, that tight arse. Nigel's face was even paler and pastier than usual. But, Father, I'm not sure I want to go to dandy school. My instructions were clear, said the large stranger. I'm to retrieve Henry Potty and any money or drugs I might find lying around. Where's the boy? Dad stomped his foot and wagged a finger at him. Listen here, you dim-witted oaf. If my Nigel isn't good enough for you, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to. Whatever he was going to say was lost when the man grabbed him by the face with one enormous hand. Dad's head crunched like a packet of crisps, and he fell to the floor. Father! Nigel screamed, dropping to his knees next to his dad's crumpled remains. He sobbed like a Frenchman over an empty tub of butter until the big man kicked him in the face. Nigel's head flew off his shoulders, then through the wall about 3 feet away from me. I couldn't help but be reminded of the winning goal in Liverpool versus Arsenal in the 2001 FA Cup final. What's all this then? Said Mum as she carried a tray of teacups into the living room. Nigel, where's your head? Is that any way to greet a boom? Mom's head evaporated into a fine pink mist shortly before her best teacup shattered on the floor. While I'd been distracted by fond memories of football matches, the large stranger had pulled a sawed-off shotgun out from under his coat. Henry, he called out, are you here, lad? Clearly, he was not a man to be trifled with. I leaned to the side. I was looking through the large hole my brother's head had put through the wall. Here I am. He grinned at me with yellow teeth and wild black eyes. Hello there. My name's Hugglebum, and I've got good news for you. That sounded nice. If I was honest, the day had started off on a bit of a sour note. Pleased to meet you, sir, I said. I'm Henry. Oh, I know all about you. Everyone does. If they weren't dead on the floor, my parents would have been rather distraught to hear that. They've been trying to keep me a secret for so long. Who does? I asked. What do you know about me? Hugglebum smiled broadly at me. You're an orphan, Henry. All right, that's the end of chapter 1.
You're an orphan, Henry. Oh dear.
Oh, man. And like, I thought that was pretty bad, but it gets so much worse.
Yeah.
What is that hat?
Well, Bevan was being culturally insensitive, so I thought
What are we looking at? What are we talking about?
We're looking at Steve's head.
Oh, look at that.
I'd be what just a typical American is. The big stupid gold
Yeah,
hat.
you got me fooled.
Troy
Do
Neenan.
your, if you do your best Texas or Southern accent, I'll try English.
I can't do a best Texas or Southern
I
accent.
can't do
Holy
English.
shit. We got $300 since last time I checked. on the Indiegogo.
When was the last time you checked?
I don't know.
Holy, you're right.
Just
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
happened.
We're at 201 backers, y'all.
Oh, so that one. What did he get $300 for? Do we have a $300 perk?
Yeah, we got loads of expensive perks for high
I
rollers.
know, but a $300 perk?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I guess we
maybe.
got some. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well done, whoever that was. You certainly squeezed some grits on that biscuit.
Man, I guess I need to read another chapter.
Definitely.
Are you
Yeehaw.
Man,
trying to tell me, Steve, that you rode a mechanical bull and you didn't come away with a, a southern accent?
I may have. I was drunk at the time. And I hit my head pretty hard on the way down from that bull. Before we move on, Troy Neenan, 10 Australian dollars, says, I've contributed 36.40 US this session on YouTube. Those $5 all add up. Do you have a different table for the YouTube stuff, or do you add it to the Indiegogo after the stream? We will add it to our total after it's been filtered through YouTube's demon accountants and paid into our account. So we will either add that directly to the Indiegogo or just to the film budget. We'll see. Whatever's going to be more effective. And another one from Filth Planet. Yeehaw, Steve. Yeah, exactly. I'm a genuine American. And another one from Troy. You should have had Steve read this story. No, I think that would have been I think that would have lessened it somehow. I think Bevan's
oh, I don't know.
Bevan's British accent is
Oh,
perfect.
Steve, do you want to alternate
What do you mean alternate? I don't have
chapters?
I don't have a copy of WizKid.
Oh, then that wouldn't work.
No, I'd just be
Well,
making up.
it's available on Kindle.
Oh, don't ask me to do. Don't complicate
Yeah,
things, guys.
I'm not gonna ask anybody to do anything that involves technology. I'm not a cruel man.
Okay, good.
Draw, draw Highland Scott, and it'll come out nearly southern. Is that
Draw
true?
Highland Scott. What?
If you
I don't think that's a. I don't think there are any verbs in there.
Draw
draw,
Highland Scott.
that's the verb, draw.
Highland Scott. Highland Scott. No, I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. I'm just gonna keep on saying y'all misunderstanding what biscuits are and assuming grits are actually food and
And
not.
assuming spit is beer.
Well,
Oh, that was my shining moment in England.
yeah, you put me off an entire range of ale.
uh, I'm sorry. My first reaction, that's what it was. I didn't not like it though.
Well, you didn't have to ruin it for me then. It still is. It was very nice, very flavorful. Golden
Yeah,
ale is very nice.
it was lovely.
But now that you
Was
mention it, it does have the consistency of spit.
was it
Yeah.
warm?
No, it wasn't
No,
warm.
it was just that consistency.
That stereotype is like 20 years out of date. We we've developed refrigeration technology now. We don't just like hold the beer outside for 10 minutes and hope it does the job.
Yeah. All right. We're still talking about Scottish accents. Um.
No, I've heard Americans do Scottish accents. I don't think this is going to go anywhere productive.
No. Well, I've heard Scottish people do Scottish accents, and the difference between that and Southern people is I can understand Southern people.
That's fair. Sandra,
I
let me say, it's a very nice hat, Steve. That's all I was waiting for.
I think Sandy's
and
actually in Texas too.
Well, there you go. She'd know.
She would know.
I met quite a few Scottish people when I was in Korea, and I look. I think I had to pay closer attention to them then I had to pay attention to Koreans, understand what they were talking about.
Well, there is kind of an inverse law of Scottish, just that the further away you get from Scotland, the less intelligible your Scottish accent becomes. It's a belligerence thing. It's very much part of the character.
Lovely people.
Oh, I was wrong. She's in South Carolina.
That's like Scotland.
Nearly Texas, I assume. Probably. Anyway, the hat is genuine. This is a culturally appropriate hat.
Genuine what?
Uh, awesome.
Okay, fair.
Right, did we get enough for another chapter?
Yeah, we got $300.
Oh shit, yeah, that'll get a chapter.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Do it.
Let
Let's
me
have
see how
some
long
more.
this one is.
Let's have some more offensiveness.
And not too bad. No, the chapter one was pretty tame.
He just murdered a boy's family.
I didn't do it. Hugglebum did it. This one takes a little warming up to get going, but it gets going. It didn't take me long to pack since I didn't actually own anything besides my pee bucket. I emptied it in the garden and let Scurvy ride it in as I followed Hugglebum out into the world beyond my parents' basement. Where are we going? I asked, excited about starting my new life. Hugglebum stepped next to the rear garden wall. Why, we're going to Pig Scabs, of course. Pig Scabs? What's that? Don't tell me you've never heard of Pig Scabs. I shook my head, fearful of what he might do if I actually told him. It's a magical place where you either learn how to be a wizard or suffer a horrible death due to our criminally negligible disregard for student safety. He gave me a wink and a grin. Or both. That sounds lovely. Maybe a little too grand to be true. I was still a little skeptical. Why have I never heard of pig scabs before? Because before today, you didn't matter. The only ones allowed to attend pig scabs are those specifically invited there by Headmaster Dingledongle. I laughed. That's a funny name. Ugglebum stared at me severely. You might not find it so funny when he pulls out his dingle-dongle. Oh. I sensed a bit of tension in the air between us as I noticed we were still standing by the wall. So how does one get into pig stabs? It's just on the other side of this wall. I ran my fingers down the bricks of the old garden wall. Who would have guessed that it was a secret magical portal to a wizard school? All I had to do to get there was walk through. Eager to start my new life, I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and stepped into the wall. Fortunately, Hugglebum had a couple of spare marshmallows in his pocket. I shoved them up my nose to stop the bleeding. Scurvy hissed at me for putting a dent in my pee bucket. You're a moron, Henry, said Hugglebum. That's a fucking brick wall you just tried to walk through. But I thought, you'll probably have more luck going over the wall. Here, let me help you. He grabbed me by the jumper. Before I knew what was happening, he hurled me clear over the wall. Fortunately, my fall was broken by the ample bosom of a girl who appeared to be about my age. I'm terribly sorry, I said, picking myself up off her as I noticed a strange tingle in my wiener. Don't worry about it, she said. This ain't the first time a man's jumped out from behind a wall to grab me tits while I was on my way to school. I didn't mean... It makes me wet in the knickers. I suddenly became aware of my own knickers were wet as well. It seems I don't take well to being thrown over walls. My name's Harmona Minger. You've got a big cock then, have you? Huh? I laughed nervously and held up my pee bucket. Oh no, That's just my pet badger, Scurvy. Say hello, Scurvy. Scurvy hissed at Harmono as white foam drooled from his mouth. He's adorable! Thanks. My name's Henry, by the way. Henry Potty. Harmona gasped. You're Henry Potty? The Henry Potty? Have you heard of me? Everyone's heard of you. She turned toward a red-haired boy who'd just been thrown over the wall. Hey, Ginger Balls! Top of the morning, pip pip, said Ginger Balls. What can I do for you? Do you know who this is? Asked Harmona, pointing her thumb back at me. Can't say that I do, but he appears to have a leak. I wasn't expecting to be thrown over a wall, I explained. I have a nervous bladder. I'll tell you who he is, said Harmona. Henry Potty. Bullshit. Gingerballs looked me up and down. Him? You're having me on. That's what he claims. Gingerballs put his hands on his hips and sneered at me. If you're really Henry Potty, show us your arse. What? Why do you want to see me arse? Everyone knows the real Henry Potty has a picture of Jesus tattooed on his arse because his mom thought it would make queers think twice. Do you have a picture of Jesus tattooed on your arse? I don't know. I never thought to look. Well, go on then. Drop your trousers. Let's have a look. Harmona licked her lips. Let's see that big black cock of yours. I don't have a black cock, I said, and I'm only going to show you my arse. I turned around and pulled down my trousers. Cream my crumpets, said Gingerballs. It really is you. What? I hurriedly pulled my knickers back up. Do you mean to tell me I have a man's face tattooed on my arse? Not just any man. I was fully prepared to put me willy in your bum, but then I saw the face of Jesus. I'm still game, said Harmona. You want me to put something up your bum? You want you want to put something up my bum? How about that rat? Scurvy's a badger, I corrected her, and he's not going up anyone's bum. Why does everyone know me? You're the one the prophecy spoke of, said Gingerballs. You're destined to fight he whose name cannot be pronounced. That sounded a little overdramatic to me. Why can't we say his name? Because nobody can figure out how to pronounce it. He's a Russian foreign exchange student. And I'm supposed to fight him? Gingerballs and Harmona nodded. But I don't want to fight anyone. My brother punched me once and I pissed me trousers. You can't escape your destiny, said Harmona. But you can give me a good rogering first if you think that will help. That's a lot to take into my first day of magic school, I said. Let's go check in. Maybe Headmaster Dingle can straighten things out. And that's the end of chapter 2.
Ah, this is so offensive and yet so familiar. Reminds me of my own school days.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you remember your Headmaster Dingle?
I do remember my headmaster's dingle dong. Uh, you know what?
What's that?
I've got some good news.
What's that?
Good news and bad news. Scott Gayer
Uh-oh.
Pasley is out. He says, I'm all out. Thanks for another fun chat. I've paid for the next chapter as my thanks to you all. Steve, Robert, you guys are rock stars. Aww.
That's true.
It's flattering and entirely true. But, he has paid for the next chapter, so that's done.
Oh, is that the good news?
Yeah, that's the good news. The bad news is
Oh, all
he
right.
had to leave.
Yeah.
The good news is you get to
Didn't-
read more of your offensive diatribe against my people.
Oh, Emily's still here. All right, I thought she'd ditch us too.
Well, it's more good news.
I was thinking about it.
Oh,
Emily, it's fine. If you want to abandon this rapidly sinking ship,
Not without her dingle dongle.
I think he just called me a rat. I was wondering while you were reading that, is that where Jolly Roger comes from?
What?
The name of the ship? You were talking about Rogering, right?
What, just happy anal sex? Maybe
Yeah.
on a
Yeah,
pirate.
yeah.
If I was on a pirate ship, it's like, what are we all about, fellas? Probably buggery. Yes.
Jolly Rogering.
We're 24 men on a boat. Why not? Plunder and booty.
You know what? Just I'll stick to hand jobs.
That's fine. You can splice the main brace or whatever it is they do.
Something about the poop deck.
Something, something, poop deck, Roger the cabin boy. Look, pirates are gay, is what I say. I don't know how did we get onto pirates being gay anyway?
I don't know. You're saying something about Jews, and you want Emily to leave.
What the fuck?
I'm going
I
to church tomorrow.
I didn't mean to offend your pirate culture, Bevan, but there's no reason to take it out on Emily.
Hey, I was defending her honor.
Well, we got an extra $5 from Filth Planet. It says this is so much better than Harry Potter. I have to agree with Filth Planet. So far, it's a lot better. It's a lot more authentically British. It's a lot more magical.
Oh, it's gonna get a lot more something.
Oh
You have
God.
definitely captured the magic.
Mm,
All right, well,
capturing
I'm
that.
gonna go let the toilet capture my pee.
What time is
You
it?
wanna?
How many minutes was that for the P token?
It-
I don't know. It's been a while.
It's 4:30 in the morning. I don't know what time that is
I think
where
I
you
think
are.
Rick was here last time.
That's true.
Rick's probably dead by now. I mean, that's been ages ago.
Rick's probably dead.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
You hurt my feelings.
How did I feeling? Oh man. I mean, this has been going pretty strong.
Yep.
We started a little later than last time, so it's not as strong as last time. But we've had some pretty decent donations from everyone.
2 hours. It's been more than 2 hours,
Yeah, it's been way
hasn't
more
it?
than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Well, let me check actually. It's been 5 hours and 34 minutes.
Oh, they're talking about the pee break.
Oh, I see. Oh, two
That
hours.
must
That's
be
pretty good actually.
dang.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm impressed. We are at 19,350 US dollars, 202 backers, plus whatever we made on the YouTube. So 32%, maybe 33% once you include the YouTube stuff. But
It's impressive.
yeah, well done everyone. Still not there yet. We still need to get strangers involved in this. We need to start reaching out to people and making it their problem.
Reach out and touch those strangers.
Yes. But for legal reasons, no. But yes. Oh man. Well, this has been a good one. We've had some combative I won't say auditioning, but that's entirely auctioning of Jawsera art. Don't want to
You're
audition.
losing your words now.
Yeah.
Did he do all of his art pieces? Are there any left?
I know that I've seen another secret Jawsera artwork, but we'll see.
Mm.
I might have to wait for another time. It's a
You know
rather
that
special
one
one.
with the nipple licking, which I think he auctioned off first,
Yes.
and the tongue is quite long in that one.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I picture him as he was drawing those. With his tongue out to the side.
What just drawing like that?
Yeah, the concentration,
Oh,
but much
concentration. Okay, all
longer,
right.
much longer and much more lewd.
uh, I just thought you meant he was just licking his nipple while he was
Shh,
drawing.
he's here. Hey,
Oh
we
no!
weren't talking about you.
I was licking my nipple. All right. So what did I miss?
Oh, nothing in particulars.
Nothing.
I can rewatch this, you know.
Oh shit.
But you won't.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, Filth Planet gives $5. Said so much better than Harry Potter. Everybody was taking bets on your pee break. Apparently, you did pretty well. It's been a while since you've been for your last pee break.
Yeah, I told you that.
Sarragan and X says, Steve, have you guys tried outsourcing in sex business folk? No.
Does that mean have we hired hookers?
Is that what you're trying to say? I
I
don't
think we're
know.
prostituting ourselves. But
Yeah, well,
yeah, what does
no.
that
Yeah,
mean?
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, I mean, if I was,
Uh,
I'm a figurative whore. If I was an actual one, I might make a bit more money than I do operating. Aaron Kelly, Gene Simmons, tongue sorcerer.
that must be referring to my first picture.
Yes, I'd assume so. Either that, or it's just a way to summon a demon.
Mm.
Filth Planet says, "Where is John? Is everybody else out there really drunk as well?" Oh, Surgeon X
Well,
is
no,
getting sponsored by soap
John.
companies. All right,
I
that
think
makes more
John. I think people were expecting John last night, and it didn't happen.
sense. Didn't happen. We're not on a particularly organized crew.
I
But
suspect that's why you brought some of the Janes aboard. It's because some of them are really good organizers. They write things down
Well,
and
there
they
you go.
follow up.
That's a good.
if I had the presence of mind to hire organizers, then I'd be organized myself.
That's true. I always think that it's like when you like, all right, if I don't write this down, I'm going to forget it. So I should write it down. But you're thinking like, look, if I was going to remember this, if I write this down and that's all it takes me to remember it, then I'll probably remember it anyway. And that never works out.
Well, I did write something down for the next Authors and Dragons game.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how my theory pans out. Aaron Kelly for $20 says, Happy International Talk Like a Pirate Day and my birthday, September 19th.
Our
What?
Arg, me
Is
booty.
your birthday like tomorrow?
That's today. Well, it's today where I am,
yeah, in the
Oh
future,
shit. Yeah, it's
so I can talk
alright.
like a pirate.
we've got like
Well, I can too.
21 minutes here.
Yeah, 21 minutes, then you can talk like a pirate. Whereas I'm going to be like, Arg, me hearties, etc. Dro Talks, audiobooks,
I'll talk
$4.99.
like a
So
pirate whenever the fuck I want. Happy birthday, Steve. I love you.
it's not my birthday. It's Aaron
Wait,
Kelly's
whose
birthday.
birthday is it?
Aaron Kelly's
What?
birthday. You've
Oh,
disparaged you've disparaged International Talk Like a Pirate Day and you've disparaged Aaron
God
Kelly's
damn it! I
birthday.
thought it was your birthday.
Not my birthday fucking ages.
All right, Aaron. Let's see. How much did you? Yeah, Aaron, $20. All right, I love you too.
$4.99 from Dro Talks audiobooks. An idea for you all. How about auctioning seats to a virtual D&D game? It's not a bad idea at all. But I would have to look up how to actually do that. And
Yeah, I sure should don't know how.
yeah, I
When's
mean,
your birthday, Steve?
November 3rd.
All right, well, we got a while yet.
Between Halloween and Bonfire Night, the two coolest holidays.
Yeah, you're right smack in the middle. Remember the 3rd of November.
Yeah, because that is when I was born.
Mm.
For a while, I thought my birthday was the 5th of November, but then I just remembered that, that's just an easier date to remember. So I think, like, as a child, I was like, remember the 5th of November. And I just got confused.
I have to confess something.
Go on then.
All right.
My birthday
We
is
know.
what?
No, go ahead.
Are you gonna guess something terrible?
You were going to say
Uh,
something terrible there, weren't you? Don't
You
worry.
probably you
Yeah.
probably
no,
was.
nothing. Go ahead.
My birthday is in January, which is in
That's not very terrible.
that's
Mine too.
coming up soon. I'm gonna be 50.
Whoa.
What?
I know.
Fuck off.
I know.
You're not going to be 50.
I don't like it.
Why don't you look 50?
I'm a gnome. I don't know.
What if you're a gnome? 50 means nothing. It's like, for a gnome, like 50 is 25. You're doing fine.
I'm gonna go with that. That feels much better.
It feels accurate. I mean, I look 50, and I'm not. I'm a fucking orc, apparently.
There's only one person in Authors and Dragons who's older than I am. Actually, that's not true including the Janes, but without the Janes,
You're part of the Janes. Why wouldn't you include them?
there's only one person in the main crew, the main cast, who's older than I am.
Not me.
Well, Rick's like 300, isn't he?
Yeah, it's Rick, but he's only like 2 months older than I am.
No, he's not. He was like, he fought in the Prussian Wars. Rick's been around.
He looks young as well,
Oh, he's very good. He looks really young for like a 300-year-old. Looks great.
though.
Fantastic. It's not about, your chronological age. It's about your physiological age. And I
It's
have,
not the years, it's the mileage.
yeah, my mileage is fucking high.
I have no alcohol tolerance. That probably has to do with it.
Well, I've channeled all my alcohol tolerance into aging more quickly.
Yeah. That,
That was
yeah.
a bad
I don't know.
a
I
bad
feel like
trade-off.
I'm right in the middle. I yeah, I'll look worse than both of you, but
Oh, I don't think you look
I
worse.
got a bunch of alcohol and um I don't know.
You look great. You've got a nice hat.
Yeah, that helps.
It's 4:45 in the morning, and you've been drinking for 5.5 solid hours, and you're still putting on a
Has
good
it been
show
that
for
long?
people. Yeah,
It hasn't been that. Has it been? Oh
yeah.
shit.
Why would I
Oh
lie
wow.
about it? I mean, this is not a great situation for anyone.
Oh, so if you're in a hurry, we should do another chapter.
I'm not
We
in a
need.
hurry.
All right. We should still do another chapter.
We
I'd
should do
like
another
to.
chapter.
I'd like to get through as much of this book with you as I can,
Oh,
because I think you'll enjoy it.
oh, thank you.
Anyway, we've earned another. The fans have earned another chapter.
They have earned another chapter. They're wonderful.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Whiz Kid.
Yeah.
Chapter 3. Shit, it's a long one. Gingerballs and Harmona seemed to know where they were going, so I followed them through the forest. Eventually, we met some other kids traveling in the same direction. Many of them were wearing matching black robes with one of 4 sigils embroidered on them. Before long, we were part of what seemed like a swarm of children heading towards some mysterious place called Pig Scabs. It didn't sound like a very nice place, but I knew better than anyone that names could be deceiving. Before Hugglebum blew her head off, Mom used to call me her little her organ garden, but I didn't know the first thing about gardening or playing the organ. Still, I was nervous. I hugged Scurvy close to my chest, partly to reassure him and myself that everything was going to be okay, but mostly to keep him from biting me. When we finally emerged from the trees, I stood in awe of the magnificent campus before me. In all my years locked in a basement, I'd never laid eyes on anything like this. Lush green fields and colorful gardens surrounded a beautiful ancient castle with walls 100 feet high. There it is, said Ginger Balls. Henry, welcome to Pig Scabs. It's breathtaking, I said. It's beautiful. It makes me horny, said Harmona. What do you say you and I go into the forest of certain death and you can show me your wand? But I don't have a wand. The magic is inside you, Henry. She winked and licked her lips. You want I should suck it out? Stop it, Harmona, said Ginger Balls. You know we're not allowed in the forest of certain death. Besides, Henry needs to put on the sharting hat to get his house assignment. What's the sharting hat? I asked as Ginger Balls led us toward Pigscab's enormous castle gate. It's a magical hat that tells you which of the 4 Pigscab's houses you'll be staying in while you're here. What are the 4 houses? There's House Protagonist, which is the house Harmona and I belong to. Then there's House Inconsequential, House Extraneous, and House Shitheads. One of those sounds nice. When you put on the sharting hat, you tell it which house you think best suits you. If you're wrong, it makes you shit your trousers. That sounds terribly embarrassing. Don't the other children laugh? Ginger Balls shrugged. Oh, only at the first couple of kids. When the smell starts to kick in, they tend to get angry and throw things. That's horrible. Don't worry, Henry, said Harmona. I don't care if you shit yourself. You can even shit on me if you want to. Ginger Balls and I walked faster toward the gate. The inside of the castle was even more spectacular than the outside, at least visually. The smell left something to be desired. Looks like they've already started, said Ginger Balls, his eyes watering as we proceeded to the dining hall, where a multitude of angry students in wizard robes were throwing food and tableware at a little girl in a bowler hat on the far side of the room. She was bawling her eyes out, but the old man with the long white beard behind her was doubled over with laughter. That's Headmaster Dingle Dongle, said Ginger Balls. He never gets tired of laughing at children shitting their trousers. The ancient headmaster eventually calmed down enough so that he could stand up. He raised his right hand, and then the dining hall became silent. No student dared throw so much as a spoon or chicken wing. Even the girl in the bowler hat choked back her tears temporarily. So, child, Headmaster Dingerdongle said solemnly, you thought you belonged in House Protagonist, and mayhap you would. He broke into a fit of laughter again. If you didn't just shit yourself. The students resumed shouting and throwing things at the little girl until the headmaster raised his hand again. Goblin slaves, he shouted. Take her to House Extraneous and beat her. 2 horrible little creatures climbed up onto the stage and removed the hat from the screaming girl's head before dragging her out of the dining hall. Headmaster Dingle-Dong sat back down on his throne. Bring me another. Come on, Henry, said Ginger Balls, shoving his way through the crowd. It is almost Dickless Rick. I looked ahead in the direction he was leading me, and I was shocked to see a translucent white figure floating above a mass of students. Is he a ghost? He sure is. Why do you call him almost Dickless Rick? In life, he was a priest. One of his altar boys attacked him with a knife during confession. It wasn't a very sharp blade, though, and Rick bled out and turned into a ghost before the boy finished cutting off his member. So now his ghost member is forever just hanging on by the tiniest bit of ghost skin. He'll show it to you if you ask him. No, that's okay. Maybe another time. Hey! Gingerball shouted, waving his arms at the ghost. Almost Dickless Rick! Come over here. There's someone I want you to meet. The ghost hovered toward them over the crowd of rowdy students and peered at me with his blank white eyes. And who might you be, child? Who, me? I said. Oh, I'm nobody. Just a This is my new boyfriend, said Harmona. Wait, what? We were going to get freaky later. He's going to piss on me. Whoa, I said. I never agreed to any of. This is Henry Potty, said Ginger Balls. Almost Dickless Rick's ghostly white eyes widened. The Henry Potty? Nearby students gawked up at him and started to whisper. Within a matter of seconds, the entire dining hall was abuzz with excited whispers. Headmaster Dingle rose from his chair and slammed his staff on the floor until everyone quieted down. What's going on? What is the meaning of all this hullabaloo? Almost Dickless Rick cleared his throat before speaking. The child has been found. Henry Potty. Is that so? Headmaster Dingle narrowed his eyes and stroked his long white beard. So, the prophecy is true. Bring him to me. I was terrified as the students parted, leaving me a wide path directly to the headmaster. Ginger Balls gave me an encouraging pat on the shoulder, and Hermione took my hand in hers, which is suspiciously damp and a little sticky. Together, we approached the headmaster's elevated platform. Hello, sir, I said. I'm Henry Potty. Headmaster Dingle stared at me for a moment, his ancient eyes scrutinizing me. So you say. But what evidence do you have to support so bold a claim? I don't know. My parents might have a birth certificate back home. They're dead now, so I'd have to do some digging around their files. Or I might be able to dig up an old library card, or... Can you talk to snakes? I looked up at him, unaware as to whether or not I'd heard him correctly. What? The prophecy states that the true Henry Potty can talk to snakes. I'll take a mouthful of his... Oh, sorry. I'll take a mouthful of his snake, said Hermione. Her hand started moving toward my crotch, but I pushed it away. Quiet, slutty imbecile, snapped Headmaster Dingle. I shall meet with you later for your evening buggering, but for now I must focus on matters of grave importance. He turned back to me with a severe look. I ask again, can you talk to snakes? I shrugged nervously. I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried. The headmaster snapped his old fingers and shouted an incantation. Snarfloob nagla biggle boogle. After a long puff of smoke and a crackle of magical energy, an 8-foot boa constrictor was resting on his shoulders. Whoa, I said. How did you do that? Headmaster Dingle rolled his eyes. How the fuck do you think, moron? I used magic. All right, sorry, I forgot. Now, child, if you are truly the Henry Potty foretold by the prophets, son of Porter and Squatty, speak now to the snake. Go on, said Gingerballs. You can do it, Henry. Hermione moaned. God, me knickers are sopping. I pulled my hand free of hers and waved nervously to the snake. Hi, snake. Holy fucking shit, shouted Headmaster Dingle. I never thought I'd live to see the day. The prophecy has been fulfilled. The dining hall erupted in student cheers as I was pelted with food. I breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Gingerballs. That wasn't so bad. Headmaster Dingle shook off the snake, which slithered to the rear of the platform, then wrapped itself tightly around one of the headmaster's goblin slaves and began constricting the life out of it. That was only your first test of many, young Mr. Potty, he said. If you are to defeat he whose name cannot be pronounced, you must be well trained in the ways of magic. He sat on his throne, slid a hand under his robe, then grinned at me. Put on the shouting hat. My heart froze as I gawked at the black bowler hat sitting on the stool next to the headmaster. So soon after that brief moment of glory I just experienced, was I really going to soil my trousers in front of hundreds of other kids? In truth, I'd already peed a little, but it was hidden by the orange juice that someone had thrown at me. But it would take more than orange juice to cover a massive shart. You'd better let me hold your rat, said Gingerballs. Huh? I looked down at Scurvy. He's a badger. Whatever. He'll interfere with the psychic connection between you and the hat. Don't worry, I'll keep him safe for you. He took Scurvy, who immediately started to bite and scratch him. Eventually, Gingerballs managed to get him under control. With every eye in the school watching me, even those belonging to paintings on the walls, I walked over to the stool and picked up the sharting hat. Headmaster Dingle-Dongle moved his hand up and down vigorously under his robe. Go on, kid, put it on. Every student stared excitedly at me, their eager hands filled with edible projectiles ready to launch. The sooner this was over, the better. Following the example of the girl who'd gone before me, I sat on the stool and put on the hat on my head. Christ Almighty! cried a no, I can't do Scottish. Christ Almighty! cried a Scottish accented voice in my head. When's the last time you washed your hair, boy? What? I responded. Who is this? What's happening? You've got more lice than a Cambodian orphanage. Stop it. Get out of my head. The sooner the better, laddie. Which house do you think you belong to? My mind went blank. I completely forgot what Gingerballs told me about the different houses of pig scabs. Well, what were my options again? The sharding hat sighed, and I felt a threatening tingle in my sphincter. The four houses of pig scabs are as follows, it said. House protagonist, house inconsequential, house extraneous, and house shitheads. Now choose one so I can go and have myself boiled. I considered my options. If I chose house protagonist and failed, I'd ship me trousers. That was the same for any of the houses. If I chose one of the other houses and succeeded, I wouldn't ship me trousers. But I'd be in a crappy house with no friends. There's only one way I had a chance to come out of this truly happy. I choose house protagonist, I declared. Yes, cried Headmaster Dingle Dongle, his wrists oscillating wildly under his robe. You and every other dipshit on that hat. What say you, Sharting Hat? The entire dining hall was silent, anticipating my explosive self-deprecation. I tried to will my butthole closed in spite of the growing tingle, but the hat's will was much stronger than my own. Then, just as I was about to surrender control of my sphincter and accept my shameful fate, the tingle stopped. You are content, Mr. Potty, said the shouting hat. Congratulations. Headmaster Dingle Dongle removed his hand from under his robe and sullenly sniffed it. God damn it. I can't believe it, I said. I'm a protagonist. Yes, 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 said the hat. Good for you. Now, please take me off the deceased and drain clog. Uh, sorry. Now, please take me off the diseased drain clog you called a scalp. As I set the hat back down on the stool, the dining hall roared with cheers and applause. The kids all threw their food at me anyway, but I didn't mind. It saved me a trip to the loo. My trousers were covered with so much juice and milk that nobody noticed me pissing myself in front of all of them. Ah, that was chapter 3.
That was gruesome.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's a long chapter, too.
It was a lot.
Chapter 4
Got
is.
their money's worth there.
Chapter 4 is a little
Oh.
more reasonable.
Words are getting harder. I can tell.
Yeah, I'm starting to slur a bit. I can feel it.
Well, I was looking in the chat, Emily, and no one believes that you're nearly 50 at all. Everyone thinks you're a liar. So, I don't know, do with that what you will.
Pay no attention to the bodies of my sacrifices over here.
Filth Planet gave us $5. My girlfriend just joined me in watching and seems very impressed by the fact Bevan is drinking a ton of beers and reading. How drunk is everyone? I don't know.
Considerably.
Yeah, I'm a
I'm
little bit
I'm
drunk.
just tired. Tired drunk.
I'm just tired and emotional.
Are you drinking at all, Emily?
Not a bit.
Well, that's not tired drunk. That's just tired.
Well, yeah. That's what I
Hate to
meant.
nitpick, but
It was hyphenated.
This is why Emily looks like a 32-year-old, 50-year-old.
yeah. All right, I'm
Make bad
starting to
decisions.
sweat in my sharding hat.
I also got a message from Michaela. How about a fuck you for Erin Tiggy since it's her birthday tomorrow? Fuck you, Erin.
Is that who was talking to us before? Was that somebody else's birthday? Fuck you, Aaron Tiggy.
Fuck you.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
I don't say that. I only say that if someone needs to win bingo.
Happy birthday?
No. Fuck you.
Oh.
Fuck you, win the bingo, I guess. But that's it. I don't know, unless I'm wrong about, have we had any more?
Oh yeah, we
Oh,
had a big donation. We had
oh yeah,
almost $100.
203 backers. We're now at nearly 19,500 US dollars.
We are
We,
so close to 20.
we can get 20 tonight.
So close to
Can we
20,000.
get 20? Well,
Oh, what? Steve, you were saying something?
it's like, can we get 20? Can we do this?
Yeah.
Do you have faith?
Um, I I am starting to fade a little bit.
Yes.
I think I can make it through WizKid. However, I want to at least get our last auction off the ground.
Do it
Okay, do it.
quick.
You can do this.
All right, we got
Time is
12.
5:04
All right, well it's midnight here.
midnight.
Yep. All right, we got one more sexy Sorcerer picture. This one's a good one. I think you're gonna like it.
Oh, that is sexy.
Huh?
That's golden.
Look at them ankles. Look at them gams.
Mm.
Look at his little circle mouth.
Oh, look at his little circle mouth. Oh God, look at his little circle mouth.
Look at that twerk. Ooh, ooh yeah.
Such
Look at that.
Huh?
a
Look
full
at that
figure.
cake.
Jossa is thick. Okay.
Oh, Jack Coia asks, "Is can crushing on the table?" Somebody just joined.
We've been crushing cans, man.
How many do I have? I got 2 cans.
All
I
right.
can crush 2. What?
So from now, midnight, until what? Quarter to one?
Oh, we'll go to 1.
We'll go to one. All right. Till 1
Yeah, we
a.m.
gotta give people a chance to earn this.
Okay.
This is art. You know, this is my soul. I pour it out onto a piece of
Your horrible mockery of a
fancy
soul.
fancy photo paper.
Okay. So,
This is not copy paper. This is the real deal. You know, you put this in a frame. You put
so
it over the fireplace. You know, you
from
pass it
now
down to your kids.
until 1 a.m.
You take down your picture of Jesus.
You
And
must
you
fight
put
it
this up.
with Jostra. What would Jostra do? But the rules are the highest bidder from now until 1 a.m. will get
That's
a
right.
Jostra picture signed and delivered tightly into their box. And cumulative bids count. So if you bid 20 at the beginning of the hour and then another 50 at the end of the hour, that counts as 70. So get bidding. And I believe we have a chapter bought, so take it
I was
away.
waiting for a bid.
Are you waiting to see who bids for the Jostra?
Oh,
What shameful
oh,
being bids for the Jostra?
yeah.
Who does it?
Who's worthy?
Who is what?
Nobody.
But it's classic Marilyn Monroe style Jostra extraordinaire. John Luther Davis
All
is
right, John
leaving
Luther
the
Davis, you are welcome to leave. You have work to do.
show. You're welcome to leave. I can understand how it must feel for an artist to look at whatever it is Robert Bevan has done there. I understand that you want to leave. That's
John Luther Davis is currently in the process of committing my war crimes.
fair enough. Right, you're not starting this chapter until somebody makes a donation. Is that what you're saying?
Ah, no, I'll start reading. This is for you, Steve. This is what you wanted.
Oh, thank you.
This is
What
your
I
fault.
deserve. You are the hero I deserve.
Is that? Yeah.
All right, do it. Let's see what you got.
Whiz Kid, Chapter 4. You stupid, worm-brained, ugly pieces of shit, said Professor Snipe, my potions teacher, when Gingerballs and I handed in our first assignment. You call this a white Russian? It doesn't even have any milk in it. You didn't give us any milk, I said. We did the best with what we had available. We did the best with what we had available, Professor Snipe repeated in a mocking tone. Hermona's drink had milk in it. That's not fair, said Gingerballs. She's lactating. I'm not interested in your excuses. 50 points to House Shitheads. Gingerballs gasped. What? Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Now, both of you get out of my classroom. I'm not drunk enough to bear the sight of you. Nice going, Henry, said Blondie Bitchface, Snipe's pet, as he poured vodka into his glass. You suck and your family is dead. The whole class shared a good hard laugh. Even Professor Snipe choked on the Bloody Mary he was drinking from his advanced potions class. Nice one, Blondie, he said. 50 more points to House Shitheads. Gingerballs and I skulked out of the room in disgrace. I think Snipes got it in for me, I said when we were a safe distance away. Gingerballs shrugged. Rumor has it he's the only man your mom wouldn't shag. But don't let him get you down, Henry. He grinned at me. I know it will make you feel better. Let's go watch Snatchball practice. What's Snatchball? I asked. He gawked at me like I was some kind of filthy minority. You've never heard of Snatchball? No, I haven't. What is it? Only the greatest sport ever invented. Come on. Before I had a chance to respond, Gingerballs was 20 yards ahead of me, running like he was being chased by a pack of Vickers. When I finally caught up to him, he was leaning out one of the windows overlooking the playground. But instead of looking down at the basketball courts, he was looking up. There they are. I leaned out the window to find a bunch of students flying around on what appeared to be some kind of garden tools. What are they riding? garden hose, said Gingerballs. We'll be able to start flying them next year in Professor Pimpus's flying class. He'll teach us how to handle our hose. As I continued to observe the hoe riders, I saw that they were throwing and catching balls of various sizes through floating hoops. What are they doing with those balls? I asked. Gingerballs laughed. Playing snatch ball, of course. Those big red balls are called floobles. The smaller white ones are called glorpnarks. A player scores 5 points for every flooble that successfully passed through a snublub, and 10 points for every glorpnark they put in a flimblim. I stared up at the players, figuring I'd catch on after I watched a few games. How many points do you need to win? None. The winner is the first team to catch the golden snatch. That sounded familiar. Maybe something I overheard my dad talking about to my brother. Isn't that when a group of guys pee in a lady's... What? No! It's a tiny golden ball that zips around the snatch ball course. Something about that still didn't make sense to me. If points don't matter, I reasoned, then why doesn't everybody just go for the golden snatch? Gingerball shot me the crazy person look again. Are you suggesting they play snatch ball without floobles and glorpnarks? I sighed. I guess not. All the juice I'd drunk during lunchtime was starting to catch up to me. Hey, Gingerballs, I've got to take a whiz. Where's the nearest loo? He pulled his head inside. Just around the corner. Come on, I'll show you. I followed him into the men's room and was shocked to find Hormona in there. She was on her knees in front of some giant hideous monster. I immediately pissed my trousers. Hormona, said Gingerballs, get away from that troll. As Hormona pulled her head back, the monster's enormous member slid out of her mouth. It seemed impossible that she could have fit so much of it in there. It must have gone down into her leg. Troll, she said, wiping her mouth as she looked up at the beast. Shit, I thought this was Headmaster Dingle-Dongle. I'm drunk as fuck. The troll let out a ferocious roar as it stroked its huge member with one hand and pointed at it with the other. Oh no, cried Gingerballs. What are we going to do? Keep him busy, said Hormona. I know what to do. How are we supposed to keep him busy? Hormona sighed. Do I have to think of everything? Henry, put your wand up his butthole. Wait, what? I said. Gingerballs, play with this sack. After hearing Gingerball's assignment, I reconsidered my objection. I pulled my brand new wand out from the inner pocket of my pig scab's uniform. I couldn't believe I'd only had it for less than a week, and I was already inserting it into a monster's butthole. At least Hormona's plan seemed to be working. The troll stopped roaring, seeming content to stroke its member while Gingerballs and I provided him with other stimulations. As for Hormona, she lay down on the bathroom floor with both hands up her skirt. Hormona, said Gingerballs, what are you doing? I thought you were going to help. She moaned and writhed on the floor while her hands made increasingly wet noises. I am helping. You're having a wank. You should pay more attention in monsterology, she said. Oops. She said, sitting up as she raised her slimy hand from a dripping crotch. Now, get away from him. He'll tear you apart as soon as he shoots his load. I pulled my wand out of the troll's butthole and ran to the other side of the room. I cast a spell of protection on him, but my wand was covered in troll shit. Hormona, however, ran straight to the beast. As it leaned down to attack Gingerballs, Hormona grabbed it by the ears and pulled its head back against her bosom. Hormona, I said, what are you doing? He's already spent. The troll easily pulled himself free of Hormona's slippery grasp, but it collapsed against the wall behind it. screaming in agony as the skin began to bubble all over. Screams turned to gurgle as the creature continued dissolving before their eyes. A minute later, there was nothing left of it but the puddle of. Alright, that was chapter 4.
Going strong. Ish.
Oof.
You know,
Yeah,
you
I actually don't remember most of that one.
get well, you did say that the auction didn't stop until uh,
Oh, I'm
45
not
minutes
saying I'm
from now.
quitting.
Well, you can't. You've got like 45 minutes till this auction's done.
Yeah, well, Steve, like I said, this was written for you. It's my ode to Steve.
Oh, I feel privileged and offended. Right, did we have any new bids while we were doing this?
I don't know. Let's take a look.
Dro Talks audiobooks $4.99. There goes my bid, my man. For Jawster.
What?
Sandra Lemmy, $20 for Jawser Monroe. Dro Talks audiobooks $4.99. I remember when it was beautiful strippers who took all my money. Now it's bold men reading. Not sure when my life took this turn. It's better this way. It's better.
Mm,
Okay, well,
indeed.
so far Sandra is leading the way with $20 for the
All right.
Jawser Monroe.
Did we lose Emily?
We have lost Emily.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
She did
She
say
gonna
she
say
was going to go.
goodbye. Oh, did she? Okay.
We've been at this a while, and
Yeah.
you've got another 40 minutes to kill.
Steve, are you worried?
Uh,
You think I'm not gonna? You think I'm not gonna go through with this?
Well, we'll see. Just we'll get this 40 minutes,
Uh,
get this Jawsera resolved. I'll be happy.
all right. Well, you know what? Excuse me. You know what covers 40 minutes? Some just chitter chatter. I'm awake.
Well, we don't
I
need.
I want to finish this beer and go pee. I don't want to start a chapter before I do both of those things.
Okay, well that's fair. Uh,
Oh, excuse me.
it, I hope you continue to read the next chapter and finish it, and that people bid a lot of money
Yeah, I
for
hope so too.
Jawsera Monroe erotic picture.
Mm.
Ah, let's
How you
just.
doing, Steve?
I'm doing okay. I'm tired. It is 5:20 in the
I'm pretty
morning. I'm
tired too.
tired. I'm not that drunk. Doing all right on the booze
Are
front.
you drinking?
Yeah, I've had about 12 beers.
Oh, all right. Yeah, me too.
You've had more than
Yeah,
12 beers.
yeah, probably more than that.
Yeah.
No, smash more than that.
You're drinking light beers. You don't even know how many beers you've had. That's not how light beers work. Light beers for light years. Filth Planet, $5. Shout out to Kirkland Light. Pour some on the
Oh,
floor for Kirkland Light. Except don't, because
that's
we're frugal. We're frugal beer drinkers.
yeah. If I was gonna pour a beer, I wouldn't be drinking Kirkland Light.
Vicky Fellows, I've already blown my budget, but I'm listening and drinking too much. Well, good. I'm glad you're having fun. Jack Coe, lol, I was saying goodnight to Emily. He's trying to give us money, but his card is being dumb. God damn it. Stop standing in the way of art, commerce.
I gotta go pee.
Okay, well, I'm going to put the P graphic up. Just
All right.
'cause I want to use that.
Oh, don't fall asleep.
I'm not going to fall asleep. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, I'm going to go grab a cider, though, because I've got to stay awake for another 40 minutes. And I'm not going to do that sober. So, I'll tell you what, talk amongst yourself for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. 40 minutes left for the remainder of the Joshua Monroe artwork auction. Filth Planet with $5 says, "You'll like Wendy's?" I don't know. Does anyone like Wendy's? I have not eaten at Wendy's in my American excursions. That's somewhere I've yet to be. All right.
Okay, I've returned.
Okay. Let's see if we can do this.
Anyways, so I've said before, WizKid was the shingles that I felt like maybe I crossed some lines,
Yeah.
and it was there. Hormona was sucking troll dick.
Yeah. I can see how that might
That's
offend some people.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's always gonna offend some people, but I'm talking my own personal lines. In my shingles up to now, no child has ever been harmed. But yeah, this one, I guess
I guess maybe you think like you'll save children, but not the British children. Is that what you're saying?
there you go, like George Washington. Yes.
Yeah. It's very American of you. Okay, right. Well, we've got like less than 40 minutes before
All
the
right.
end of the Chaucer auction.
Yeah, before the end but yeah, before the end of the whole thing, who knows? This could keep going on until Wednesday. We don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's do this.
All right. All right. Again, dedicated to you, Steve. WizKid,
Thank you.
Chapter 5. All right, take a look at this. All right, not too long. The rest of my first week went by without incident, but I was more than ready for the weekend by the time Friday finally came around. My last class of the day was Defense Against the Dark. Oh, God. My last class of the day was Defense Against the Darkies. Our teacher, Professor Queerman,
Oh no.
was quite the. Sorry,
Oh
it's a
no.
whole
This is
lot to
so
unpack
well.
there. All right, and again, I want to say what I felt bad about was in the last chapter. This is just,
No, this is you should feel
the
bad
source
about
material is begging for it.
this.
You know, when you're doing a parody, you go with the tools you're given.
The worst tools you were given.
All right. My last class of the day was Defense Against the Darkies. Our teacher, Professor Queerman, was quite the flamboyant character who wore only the finest wizard robes and a large purple turban. Entertaining as he wasn't saying anything about darkies that I hadn't overheard my parents say hundreds of times before. My attention kept wandering out the window, where I could see snatchball players flying around on their hose. 9 times out of 10, you're better off just handing over your wallet, said Professor Queerman, wrapping up the day's lesson. But of course, the best defense is to steer clear of those neighborhoods. The bell chimed, and the whole class started shuffling for their bags. That's all for today, he continued over the din. Have a good weekend, and remember to read chapters 2 to 5 of Some of My Best Friends Are Darkies before Tuesday. Ginger Balls and I waited for Homona to wipe up the puddle she'd left on her chair. Then the three of us headed for the door. Mr. Potty, said Professor Queerman just before we got there, please stay behind. I'd like to have a word with you. That couldn't be good. He must have caught me staring out the window during class. Yes, sir, I said, then turned to Gingerballs and Hormona. Go ahead, I'll catch up. After they left, Professor Queerman stared at me in silence for an uncomfortably long time. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Was he waiting for an apology? But what? But that would be an admission of guilt, and I wasn't even sure that that was the reason he asked me to stay behind. I was so nervous, I almost blurted out an apology, but he finally broke the silence. You must think you're some hot shit, he said. Excuse me, sir? I've seen you strutting around like you're some kind of pimp daddy. I had no idea what he was talking about. I'm not a pimp daddy, I said. I never meant to. I heard there was a troll in the loo the other day. Professor Queerman cocked an eyebrow as he awaited my response. There's no point in denying it. You knew about that? He pointed sternly at me. I know everything, motherfucker. I know you pissed your pants like a little bitch. I hung my head in shame. Yes, sir. I've got the knowledge, Potty, he said, poking himself in the head through the turban. It's all right here, and don't you forget it. I nodded. Yes, sir, I won't, sir. You're goddamn right you won't. I know it all, son. I know what number you're thinking of right now. It's 12, isn't it? I actually wasn't thinking of any numbers at all, but I really wanted to leave. That's right, sir. He laughed incredulously. I know it's right. You ain't got to tell me. You know how I know? He slammed his hand down on his desk before I could respond. Magic, motherfucker! Yes, sir, I responded. It was all I could think of to say. Professor Queerman reached into his desk drawer, pulled out a handgun, and pointed it sideways at me. Don't step to me, Potty, he said, or I'll bust a cap in your bitch ass here. I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life as I felt the familiar rush of warmth run down my left trouser leg. I I won't step to you, sir, I said, not even sure what that meant. I promise. He lowered his gun and smiled. Good. Now go on and get the fuck out of here. Yes, sir, I said, relieved to still be alive. I briefly considered cleaning up my pee puddles before I left, but he just told me to leave. What disobedience would leave him behind a piss puddle more likely to set him off? Having no idea, I went with the option that got me out of there the soonest. One more thing, Mr. Potty, he said just as I put my hand on the doorknob. Oh, snap. I should have stayed behind to wipe up my pee. Now he's going to shoot me. I turned around. Yes, sir? I fucked your mom. Again, I found myself at a loss for how I was meant to respond. Oh? Professor Quillman grinned and nodded. Oh, yeah. It was 3 years ago. She came to me, looking to score some buttercrack. She didn't have any money, so she paid me an ass. That sounds like Mom, all right. How is she these days? She's dead, I said. Uncle Bum blew her head off with a dungeon. Professor Quillman sighed as he scratched the back of his head over the turbine, over his turban. Well, oh, all right.
You got this, man.
Okay. Yeah. I was checking the progress. Where was I?
You turban.
Yeah, I'm looking. I fucked your mom. Yes. I'm gonna go from this page. Again, I found myself at a loss for how I was meant to respond. Oh? Professor Crewman grinned and nodded. Oh, yeah. It was 3 years ago. She came to me looking to score some buttercrack. She didn't have any money, so she paid me an ass. That sounds like Mom, all right. How is she these days? She's dead, I said. Hucklebum blew her head off with a shotgun. Professor Queerman sighed as he scratched the back of his head all over his turban. Well, rest assured that she wasn't the first load anyone's ever shot. Rest assured that that wasn't the first load anyone's ever shot in her face. Yes, sir. That will be all, Party. He gave me a friendly wave. Have a good weekend. When I finally made it back out of the classroom, Gingerballs and Hermione were waiting for me at the hall. What was that all about? Asked Gingerballs. I honestly have no idea, I said. I don't think Professor Goosewell has. I think Professor Goosewell has some issues. Goosewell laughed. He's harmless. Say, what are your plans for this weekend? I haven't given it much thought. I've never been a I've never been out of a basement since a few days ago. We've got things that big Persian test on Monday, so I'll probably just stay here until and practice until we live long and die. I'll probably just practice. That was dark. All right, man, this sentence again. All right, okay. We've got that big potion test on Monday, so I'll probably just stay in and practice making Long Island iced teas. Different. Not me, said Hermona. I've been saving up my dick sucking money for months. Tomorrow I'm going to Hello Kitty to buy the biggest vibrating hoe they've got. What's Hello Kitty? I asked. I thought you'd never asked. She started to lift up her skirt, but Ginger Balls pushed her hands down. Not here, Hermona, he said. If you spill milk all over the floor again, it might attack wood gnomes. Once they get in the school, we'll spend the rest of the semester pulling them off our crotches. Crotches. He turned to me. Hey, why don't you come to town with me and Hermona tomorrow? We can check on Hello Kitty and then get as high as balls up underneath. Sounds great, I said. I'll see you tomorrow. Come on, said Hermona, tugging on Gingerball's arm. I need your long arms to help me get that snooker out of me, Fanny. Or let me read that one more time. I need your long arms to help me get that snooker ball out of me, Fanny. That's about right.
That's perfect.
Thank you. Oh man, I barely remember any of what I just read. How are you enjoying the story, Steve?
Well, needed long arms to get the snicker out of a fanny. That's this is all very familiar and not at all offensive.
Oh
Uh,
well, not every chapter's gonna be a winner.
Sandra Lemmy gave another $10. What the hell am I going to do with a Jawser? I believe that put Jawser a bid up to $20. Joe Talks
Oh
Audiobook
snap!
gave us 99 cents for no reason, I guess, but didn't say anything. That is not enough for another chapter, I don't think.
No.
And it is enough for don't fall asleep. No sleeping.
What? Oh shit! You can see me.
We've got like another 20 minutes.
All right, sorry. All right, yeah, I'm here. I'm awake.
Another 20 minutes on the Jawser.
Dude, we got all night.
We haven't got a night realistically.
Dude, we got this, man.
This has been a long old stream,
What?
a very long stream.
How long are we going now?
I don't know. I think my counter's gone all weird. I think it's like maybe 6 hours or so. Like
All
six
right,
and a half
6 hours,
hours.
nothing. We did 7 hours last time. We can
Yeah,
beat that.
we're at 6.5 hours now.
All right, well, we have to beat that because we still got one more prize to give away.
Yeah, got
Excuse me.
20 minutes left on that
All
prize.
right, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Well,
Don't worry.
uh oh, Sandy LeMay says she's actually up to 40 for jewelry. And
What?
Sandy LeMay says she's up for $40 so far for jewelry. She's going to decorate her closet. Dro Talks
All right, so
audiobooks.
does that mean we've definitely earned another reading?
Yeah, Dro Talks audiobooks, $4.99. No Rest for the Wicked. Slogman, $10. Keep working. Gentronome doesn't pay for sleep.
Oh man,
Jeff Jeff
I'm about to
Hennessy
keep
says
working. Guys, this is the longest chapter I've read tonight.
Jeff Hennessy says reshow the picture, please. Well, she didn't say
All right,
please.
I
I
can
asked
do
her,
that.
please. She was just like reshow the picture. She's a
This is what,
boss babe.
yeah, this is what we're fighting for. This is your freedom.
It's what we're fighting for, boys. Oh, the beautiful Josra's back home. God. Oh, that's that's wonderful.
Torque and
And so far, we got $40.
ah.
If anyone donates more than $40, then that signed Josra will be crammed into their home hole by a postman.
It might have some DNA on it
Well,
that you could clone me with. So
maybe.
bonus. Probably not. But yeah, there's always a possibility.
Come on, Bevan, you got 20 minutes. Sit up. Let's get this chapter
I'm
done.
sitting up. Also, this this chapter's a monster.
Holy shit. We best let's get reading then, hombre.
Let's go.
Do it.
Steve, thank you for staying up with me.
That's fine. I really want this movie to happen.
Yeah, me too. Um, Whiz Kid, chapter 6. I woke up late the next morning with a splitting headache after studying for my potions test until 3 in the morning. Checking the rat trap under my bed, I was pleasantly surprised to find that 5 rats devouring the remains of a sixth. Having neither the time nor much of an appetite, I didn't fancy making a trip all the way to the dining hall to pack up food for sorcery. I dumped all the stats into. I'm sorry. I dumped all the rats into Scurvy's cage, then watched idly as he viciously tore them to pieces until a loud rapping on my dorm room door snapped me back to attention. What is it? I called out. It's me, said Gingerballs. Pip pip and cheerio. Are you okay? Are you ready to head into town? I just woke up. Let me go to the bin. I can't wait. Shit. Are you heading into town? I just woke up. Let me go to the loot. Can I watch? Asked Ramona. I need to take a shit. I need to take a shite. That doesn't answer my question. No, I said. Just give me a minute to curl one off and I'll be right out. Later, after I finished freshening up, the three of us left the campus on foot. It was a 3 mile walk to the nearby village of Pigspiss. Professor Snipe mentioned something about you yesterday. I said as we walked. Oh. Ginger Balls turned to me with a hopeful look on his face. He gave you some points?
Points.
Points. Alright, sorry. Alright.
Points.
Ginger Balls turns to me with a helpful look on his face. He gave you some points? No, I'm not talking about what he said in the class. 50 points to house shitheads. Okay. His hopeful expression turns to quiet silence.
Be awake, Bevan.
Alright, I was having visions. Sorry.
They're called dreams because you fall asleep. Read the damn book. You got 15 minutes.
I'm working on it. They're called visions, man. I'm I'm communing on a higher plane than you. Yeah, I don't expect you to understand. So there. All right. Where was I? Oh, his hopeful expressions turned to annoyance. Yeah, I remember. What's that all about? What are these points for? They're for the weekly pizza party. Hermione explained. Every week, Headmaster Dingle takes the points for each house. Whichever house has the most points uh, in a week gets a pizza party. That sounds fun, I said. How do you earn points? Sucking dick, mostly. He didn't mean you personally, Hermione, said Gingerballs. Oh, man. Come on.
You can do this. Come on. You got like 15
He didn't
minutes.
mean you personally, Hermione, said Gingerballs. The professors give them out to whoever and whomever they want. Professor Snape always gives Blondie Bitchface points for being a prick to kids who aren't in house shitheads. He cited Hermione and you. Probably also for sucking his dick. That sounds a little unethical, I said. Does Headmaster Dingle Dongle know about that? Sure. But he doesn't give out permission for it. Oh, shit.
Doesn't get your permission for it. Come on, dude.
Alright, I need a second wind. Alright,
Permission for it.
I'm looking for that. I think I misread that. Alright. Does that sounds a little unethical, I said. Did I read that already?
Yeah, carry on from there.
Alright, yeah, alright, so. That sounds a little unethical, I said. Does Headmaster Dingle Dongle know about that? Sure, but he doesn't give out points for it. Not permission, points for it. That's good. Gingerballs grinned. He pays for it with cold hard cash. For the rest of the way there, Gingerballs droned on and on about Snatchball and Hermona, bragged about how many flubles she could cram up her vagina, and at the same time, Pig's Piss was a quaint and picturesque village full of cottages and shops, including the one we were headed to. It's the longest chapter I've ever written. There it is, said Ginger Balls, pointing to the largest shop on the street. I read the sign aloud. Hello, Titty. Alright, just gonna wet my whistle for a second. Not sleeping.
I didn't say you see, just having some visions.
I had a vision. That happens. What do you got against the Native Americans, huh? We do that shit all the time.
Oh, pulling the old Native American defense card, are we? Carry on reading
All right,
your awfulness.
hold up. Uh, excuse me. Where did I leave off? Do you remember?
Oh, no.
Check.
My
God
mind's
damn,
gone
I
blank.
wanted it. All right. Do we get to Hello Titty yet?
Yes.
Oh. All right, I read the sign aloud. Hello Titty? Oh God, mourned Homona. I'm totally gushing right now. She ran for the door, leaving a trail of fluid dripping behind her. By the time Gingerballs and I caught up, she was already at the corner talking to a large-breasted shopkeeper about their selection of hose. If girth is what you're looking after, said the shopkeeper, you can't go wrong with the Crotch Rocket 2000. She took a bright orange hoe off the wall and placed it on the counter in the heart in front of Hermona. Hermona stared at the hoe as the puddle on her feet steadily expanded. It's beautiful. Would you like to go outside and take it for a spin? Outside? Well, sure. You certainly can't use it in here. Whatever, prude. Pomona took the hoe and walked past me and Gingerballs and on her way out. Have fun, Henry. Thanks, I said. You too.
You too.
Yeah, okay. She flipped a switch on the bottom of the hoe and it started vibrating violently in her hands. Oh, believe me, I will. When she went outside, the shopkeeper walked over to greet us. Is there anything I can help you find today? She asked. I didn't know how to answer. I wasn't even sure what kind of shop this was because all the ingredients were hose. Uh, magazines, DVDs, and normal vessel.
Finished a chapter, Bevan.
Alright, working on it.
DVDs, I believe.
DVDs and massive rubber dicks. It wasn't clear to me who the target demographic was. No, thank you, said Gingerballs. We're just browsing. He took me to a rack full of magazines with pictures of naked people on the covers, but they weren't normal. They weren't normal pictures. Jesus Christ, it's a long chapter. They were moving. Every magazine on the rack had full motion pictures on their covers of young people. Intriguing. I, I take a little walk about as they do in Australia.
Look, man, we don't have to kill ourselves to do this. We got like
We're not killing ourselves.
5 minutes.
What?
We got 5 minutes until the Jorsera extravaganza ends. And Sandy is still leading that. No one's outbid her.
Well, that sucks. We want to be outbid.
Well, it's pretty late, and these people have come with us on a long, strange journey.
It's Saturday.
I've been.
What the hell else are people doing? We should be. Uh,
You know what?
ugh,
I don't
huh?
think, I don't think we're going to finish this chapter. I think we should just wait out the 5 minutes.
You
See.
know what? No. God damn it. You're a quitter.
You
And
barely
I
know
might
what
be
book.
too,
You
but
barely know.
not yet.
In 5 minutes' time, we can both be quitters.
Yeah. All right. Where are we? DNA. Yeah, that was. Oh shit.
There's a quality control issue at this point.
All right. Yeah, you're right. I don't feel I'm doing this story justice to you, Steve.
Well, I think you should put a little fold in the page, and that's what you owe people is the rest of that chapter because they haven't paid for another chapter yet, and that's fine.
Man, this chapter is a fucking monster. What was I thinking?
I don't know.
I got a post-it note. I'm gonna put it there.
Sandra Lemme gives you $5. I love you, Bevan. Of course we do. We all love Bevan. Dro
Oh,
talks audiobooks 49. How much to beat Sandy's bid? To beat Sandy's bid, I think you'd be at $50, more than $50.
yeah. For all this. This is what why we went to Afghanistan.
Jesus. I mean, it's not wrong, but I look at that picture and I do see the wonder of American expressionism and freedom. You know, I want to live in a world
Oh man.
where that can happen, but maybe shouldn't happen.
I did make it past midnight.
Oh, I did make it past. I'm gonna make it to 6 a.m.
I probably am as well. But man, reading takes a toll.
Well, you should have a nice snooze after this. We got like 3 minutes to close down this Jawserer.
I have 2 nights a week to drink. So I make them count.
Anyone plugging for another chapter right now? It's probably not going to happen. Or, if it does, it'll
No,
be at another time.
yeah, I would like, I like this story, and I'd like to keep going. But man, this in my current state, this chapter is, it's like the troll in the bathroom, except it doesn't want me to suck his dick. It just wants to beat me down.
You're such a poet. Yeah,
Yeah,
well, if anybody wants to beat the $50 bid for the Jawser original artwork, now's your time. It's not going to get you another
that's right.
chapter tonight. It might get you a chapter down the line. I think we need another $5 for a chapter. So if anyone pays another $5, that'll be one in the bank for another time. Joe talks audiobooks. Freedom is not free, bud.
What? No, I'm not saying freedom is free. I mean, that's why we're here. You're
That,
supposed to pay
no,
for
I think he
freedom.
was agreeing with you. I think,
Ah, all right.
you've seen the sacrifice you're making. Jess Hennessy, go
I
to
thought,
sleep, guys. Oh, thank you, Jess. We're probably going to go in a bit. Thanks for sticking. You've been here quite a while, Jess. Thanks for sticking around. I don't think anyone's going to beat Sandy's bid. If you are, you've got like a minute to do it.
uh,
Some original Chaucer artwork signed,
yeah,
put into your
this should be
house.
going for millions. I'm kind of insulted, frankly. Yeah, all the hard work and passion I put into these, and then you just shit in my face. You
Dro,
say
Dro Talks
that
audiobook
guy.
just gave us 4.99. Bevan, Steve,
What?
Sandy, you guys are awesome. Have a great
Oh,
morning.
about $4 and yeah. All right, yeah.
That's like still a penny off another chapter, but
Oh, well, another chapter's not happening tonight. Yeah, the failsafe is I pass out, and I think I've already done that a couple times.
yes,
So we're in safe legal ground, counselor.
yeah, we're doing fine.
Yeah,
It's 6 in the morning my time. It is therefore what 12 in the morning
it
your time.
is 1 o'clock in the
1
morning
in the
here.
morning. Well, I think you've done
Yeah,
very well. And thank you, chat, everybody who's uh, stuck with us all this time. Thank you. Sandra, I believe the Jawsera art is yours. Well done.
yes.
You
Anyone who's won tonight, if if Steve knows how to reach out to you, we can do that. Otherwise, it's up to you to reach out to me, because
you can reach out
I
to
don't know you.
on was it robertbevan@gmail.com.
Yes, do that.
Give him an email. He'll send you your sexy Jawsera artwork. I think you know what, Sandra, you kind of got you got that at a lower price, but then again, you stuck through right till the end. So
Yeah, you're a wise shopper.
yes, you were like
You clipped the coupons. You did the work.
you are an eagle flying across a field of rabbit, sexy
Or
Chaucer rabbits.
you you are a eagle flying across a field of freedom.
Freedom. I think this was based.
And
This entire stream was basically about America when we get right down to
well, I mean, I think you're trying to make me out to like be insulting the troops before.
it.
And
No one was doing that.
yeah, like,
That was a
uh,
comment, and they were agreeing with you. No one was insulting the truth.
uh,
Let's not sully this experience. You know what?
yeah.
I'm gonna put the image up. I'm gonna mute
What?
our mics. We're gonna
Oh,
say
oh,
goodbye.
oh! You gonna cut me off now?
Yeah, I'm gonna
That's
cut
that's
you off now.
that's your answer to America. Is
Yeah,
like,
it's
oh,
to
this is
abruptly
freedom of
withdraw.
speech. Uh huh. Steve says, "Fuck the troops," and your freedoms.
Look,
Let the terrorists win.
okay, well, okay. We're gonna fund
Yeah.
the movie. We're gonna fund the movie, and we're gonna fund this movie is for freedom. It's gonna be the freest movie that was ever fucking made. Thank you for everyone for chugging along with us tonight. It's been a long one, but it's been a good one. It's been a pleasure to have you, and we'll see you
Yes,
for the
thank
next
you.
one. Good night, everyone.
I love you, Steve. I love you too, even if you hate freedom. That's, that's how good a friend I am.